So I'm going to turn it straight over so we can get our day underway. CEO Galante.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I will take a few minutes to do a brief introduction to this budget session. So after finishing an intense year 2019, where the organization underwent a thoughtful restructuring of our operations and a realignment of various middle and senior management teams across the organization, and the consolidation of several departments, we all expected a smooth 2020, where we looked at starting new initiatives and to continue propelling the city into a forward-looking, efficient, and innovative municipal corporation. Well, that went according to the plan for about 2 months. As in mid-March, the novel coronavirus pandemic was declared, and all our well-developed 2020 plans had to be reworked on very short notice. April and May were months of stress and uncertainty with constant changes, trying to keep the community safe and workers employed as much as possible, minimizing health and financial risks for the months to come. We are entering now into the final budget of the current City Council's 4-year term. Throughout the term, administration's goal was to deliver on Council's strategic priorities and to take actions that improve the quality of life of Grande Prairie residents. We have set the city on a sustainable path forward, making way to continuously improve how we deliver day-to-day services and ultimately deliver the best value for the dollar to our residents. We hope residents are positively impacted by the efforts taken by the city. I am pleased to share that within this 4-year City Council term, the City of Grande Prairie has delivered a compounded below zero tax rate, and this is considering the proposed tax range between 1.5% positive to 0% that you will see as part of these deliberations for 2021. This is very significant, considering the compounding effect of a 7.2% positive inflation for the term. As you can see here in the graph, the tax range is depicted in a shaded area, and that is reflecting the range of discussions that is presented by administration today between 0 to 1.5%. Next slide, please. As a reminder, Council gave us direction back in May this year for a range targeted between 0 to plus 2.5%. So we designed the budget within the parameters of that target. Here on the slide, you see the cumulative effect of inflation and the two potential outcomes of minus 0.66 or minus 2.12, depending the floor or ceiling within that range. Next slide, please. And this is a summary comparing with the inflation, cumulative inflation for the term. We have also implemented processes to allocate funding based on service priorities. Pivoted the organization to adopt a continuous improvement mindset and train staff to enhance our corporate efficiency. We have increased transparency with the public through better public consultation, communications, and front-end customer service. And finally, we are investing in the city's largest ever capital road construction program and the largest ever capital plan for 2021. Although there is a significant component on the road construction plan related to local roads instead of collector and arterials roads happened this year, we can expect for sure some detours and delays in the summer of 2021. Under Council's vision and guidance, the organization is built by a team of strong and professional employees who care about Grande Prairie and help residents move through their daily lives by providing key services such as roads, recreation, social support, community safety, and promoting sustainable long-term economic development. I am proud to report that working together, Council and its entire administration have moved forward and achieved the majority of the goals established by Council in 2020, despite the global pandemic and all the unexpected events in these extraordinary times. We are well positioned for 2021 to complete the objectives of this term, and we are all looking forward to continue building this great city for the current residents and for future generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, and we will continue the agenda with our economic advisors from CIBC Good Gandhi. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. City Manager. I just want to check, I think, Ms. Whiteway, do you have some introductory remarks before we get to Wood Gundy? Then I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everybody. We are very excited to present the 2021-2024 operating budget and 2021-2025 capital budget. Many hours of analysis, collaboration, and preparation have gone into what you will be presented with over the next 2 days. The budget supports responsible operations while provides community stimulus. It is strategic, thoughtful, and realistic. Operating needs were vetted on a line-by-line basis to produce what is essential for costs in order to provide the multitude of services that the city provides to its citizens. It incorporates many tough decisions made over this council's term, as well as several new services and projects that the city has invested in. During this council's term, the city has undergone a restructuring to right-size the organization and reviewed how services are provided, while adopting a new mindset of continuous improvement. This is all to ensure the most effective use of time and dollars in the services that the city provides. Today, we will concentrate on the 2021 to 2024 operating budget as prepared by administration, moving into the capital budget tomorrow. The operating budget prepared does call for a 1.5% increase to taxes, with 2 additional strategies to get to zero. As indicated by our city manager, this council has achieved a cumulative tax rate reduction so far through the term. And regardless of a 1.5% or no change from 2020, the cumulative tax rate will remain below zero. This with inflation over 7% during the term. And in addition, there has been a multitude of operating impacts from investments made, projects approved, pressures from the province, and of course, unprecedented circumstances that have occurred over the term. Again, this council has achieved all of this and kept taxes below where they were when first elected. Tomorrow, we will move into capital, where the bulk of decisions reside. The capital plan for 2021 is approximately $128 million. This includes $67 million in funded projects and $61 million unfunded and to be decided upon. The largest capital plan brought forward before council. Also, within this are $17 million of projects approved already as a result of new one-time fundings from municipal stimulus and COVID resiliency. These were provided from the provincial and federal government. But looking forward, the city will be faced with decreased support from the province as it is anticipated that capital funding will decline, resulting in more capital having to be funded via taxes in order to ensure the city's facilities, infrastructure, and equipment are sustained to continue to support the community and to provide services. So we'll look into the agenda for today. So next, we're going to have an economic update from our investment team at CIBC Wood Gundy, followed up by a more local economic update from Rebecca Lee, who manages our economic development team. And then what we're going to do is look back over council's term and what you've seen to date. We will then look ahead at the 2021-2024 operating budget, and then I'll go into detail on the 2021 operating budget. I'll then review the strategies to achieve zero, and then we'll have time for questions, debates, and decisions. And I'll pass it over to James and Sharrett with CIBC.
Well, thanks very much, Danielle, and good morning, Mayor and Council. We appreciate you taking the time for our economic update this morning. It's always a good presentation for us to do, and obviously it's been a crazy year for world markets. So we've got a lot to chat about. In a nutshell, we're happy to report that despite all of the challenges, we have good news for you on the investment side of things. So what we'll do now is we're going to share our presentation. We do have a lot to chat about, so we're just going to dive right in. Can I just confirm that you can all see the presentation?
We can.
Perfect. So what I'll do is I'll start out with what we'd call the big bazooka that was fired right away by the U.S. Federal Reserve to try and combat, obviously, the dramatic GDP drawdown that COVID caused. One thing to keep in mind here, what we're trying to point out, is that there's been a significant shift in monetary policy going forward. So the U.S. Federal Reserve and the Bank of Canada have come out basically and said that they're going to change their monetary policy going forward. The chart on the left there shows you what happened between 2015 and 2019. The red line there is the interest rates. You can see they hiked pretty materially from near zero to 2.25%. And they started hiking rates when inflation hit 2%. That's the yellow line. But the chart on the right there shows our forecast going forward. We've got interest rates near zero right now. Inflation's pretty muted, but we do expect inflation to pick up materially in the next year or two. But even with inflation picking up above 2%, you can see the red line there, we expect that the Bank of Canada, the U.S. Federal Reserve, to keep interest rates near zero. Basically, they're going to be patient going forward. They would much rather let the economy run hot than risk stifling it out too soon by raising interest rates too quickly. So here we have our forecast for interest rates. We've got the Bank of Canada at 0.25% and the U.S. Federal Reserve at 0.125. These are historically crazy low interest rates. And you can see we've forecasted they're going to hold them down there until at least December 2022, in line with what I was just chatting about. People always ask us, obviously we've seen in the past week, why is the stock market at all-time highs when we have a crazy backdrop of negative economic growth and unprecedented challenges worldwide fighting this pandemic? Well, the simplest answer for this is all of the money that's been pumped into the economy by the central banks around the world, not just in Canada, the US, but also in Europe and Japan. So what happens is by suppressing yields, and what they've done is they haven't just cut interest rates near zero, they've gone a step further than that and done what's called quantitative easing, where basically what they do is they go out there and they buy bonds in the market to keep not just short-term interest rates low, but also long-term interest rates low. So what this does is it suppresses the yield curve, which we'll get into in a minute. Borrowing costs will remain low for a long period of time. So it's never been a better time to borrow. And what that does, basically the finance math, is it lowers the discount rate on your future cash flows. So the value of everything goes up, including stocks. So that's why you see the main reason why you see markets rallying so much in an environment that's materially more uncertain than it was in February this year. So on the next slide there, I alluded to it before, we're in an ultra low rate environment. The Bank of Canada overnight rate in 2016, or sorry, the 10-year bond rate was 2.6%. Right now it's about 0.74%. So massive drop in yield, which has created some big tailwinds for the portfolio, which is why we've performed so well. But it's going to make things a bit more challenging going forward. So this is the yield curve. I believe we show this in almost all of our presentations to you guys. It shows you the interest rate we get on different investments of different terms. You can see the Government of Canada curve, the dotted line has been suppressed pretty significantly, along with the provincial curve, the financials curve, and then the orange line is the triple B corporate curve. So the reason the government of Canada, sorry, the Bank of Canada wants to do this is it makes lending rates more attractive to corporations, which in turn incentivizes them to borrow more money, which in theory should stimulate the economy. So that's sort of the story of what's going on in the bond world. Now, in terms of where we're at, I'll get into this right away here in terms of GDP growth. The good news here is that our forecasts right now for this year and next are a lot better than they were back in March when it was very difficult to predict what was going on. You can see the chart on the right there just shows you the difference from what we're forecasting at the end of 2022 versus where we were before coronavirus. And you can see there, Canada's has been hit, but not as hard as, say, the Eurozone and the UK, which have sort of been the worst. They've suffered the worst GDP contraction. But all you can take away from this is that by the end of 2022, our trend growth level is still 1.5% lower than it was back in 2019. We've got a long way to go. So in terms of the actual forecast for the world, 2020 is a write-off. The globe contracting at 3.5%, which is a pretty material drop. The U.S. contracting at 3.9%, and Canada doing a little bit worse than that with a massive contraction of 5.6%. The good news is that going forward, 2021, 2022, we're forecasting a pretty strong bounce back. Sorry, can everyone hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's possible that somebody else on the Zoom line has their microphone open. So if you're not the current presenter, I just ask you to make sure that you're on mute, but we can absolutely hear you guys. Go ahead.
Perfect. So in a nutshell, 2020 is a write-off, but the next 2 years are looking a lot better. We've got recovery in quotations here because although we're recovering to where we were at the darkest days of the Great Recession. So the chart on the left there shows you what happened 2008, 2009, contraction of 4.4% in GDP. The chart on the right there shows you what's happened thus far. Massive contraction, but we've rebounded, but we're still 4.8% below where we were at the end of 2019. The dotted line is our forecast going forward, but the takeaway from this slide is that although we've seen a bounce back, we are still where we were at the worst times of the Great Recession. So I talked about monetary policy. There's two tools that governments around the world can use when they're trying to get economies out of recession. The first is monetary policy, so cutting interest rates, and the second is direct fiscal stimulus, so spending by governments. What this shows you here is the yellow bars are what happened after the financial crisis, and the red line is the response to COVID-19. So a couple things to point out on this slide. Canada has been among the most aggressive of the G7 nations. We spent the second most relative to our GDP. The only one that spent more than us was Japan. And then the second thing to point out is just the magnitude of this stimulus. So in comparison to what was doled out in 2009, what took 3 years to dole out in 2009 after the financial crisis, we did in a number of months. So massive response from governments just highlights how serious this contraction was. So we haven't shied away from using fiscal firepower. On the left there shows you sort of by rank there the countries that spent the most in direct fiscal stimulus, Canada and the US being pretty aggressive. And then in terms of how we've done, the chart on the right there shows you that it does line up relatively closely with how much governments have spent. So we have contracted, but not nearly as bad as, say, France, Italy, and the UK. So it does have a positive effect on the rebound. We always hear about deficits these days, so numbers like 350 billion sound pretty scary. But this slide just shows if we remove the COVID response measures and we remove the direct economic shock from COVID, the underlying deficit's actually quite small. So this is good news going forward. If we can get through this period, sort of bridge the economy to when we have a vaccine and we get out of this hole, hopefully going forward, we can dramatically reduce the level of deficit from the government, which is good news. Now, not good news. I wish we were here to deliver you some good news, but in Alberta, things are going to be pretty rough. So this shows you the provincial rates of contraction. 2020 versus the trend growth. So the red bars there show you how large the magnitude has been. The worst performing provinces are, no surprise, the energy producing provinces, so Alberta, Newfoundland, and Labrador. And then if I go to this chart here, shows you the actual numbers. So 2020, we forecast a contraction of 7.5% for Alberta. The only province worse than us is Newfoundland and Labrador. And we're running significantly worse than the Canadian average for 2020 at 5.6% contraction. The silver lining here is we do see a very strong rebound for Alberta in 2020 by 2022. Chart, we'll get into this in a minute, but it's basically related to a rebound in commodity prices, which should help us out a lot. We get this question quite a bit about Alberta's credit rating. We were downgraded recently by Moody's credit rating agency. The other agencies have not yet downgraded us, but they did put us on negative watch, which means it's something that they could do going forward. Now, the reason for our downgrade in credit rating, they're forecasting multiple years of material deficits and elevated debt burden. We had not just the coronavirus shock, we also had the subsequent collapse in oil prices. We're going to have the highest forecast deficit of any province at 57% of our revenues for the next year or two. Obviously, there's been an accelerated capital spending plan by the province to try and stimulate things. And our deficit of projected $24.2 billion is more than twice the size of the largest recorded since the financial crisis. Our debt burden relative to revenues could reach 300% over the next 2 years. So in summary, the province has gone through a very tough time to the point where it started to impact our credit worthiness. Now, I'll touch briefly on housing. I don't think it's a surprise here for anyone who's watched the value of their house fall, especially here in Calgary. Alberta, seeing on the chart on the right there, showing a change in home sales by negative 10%. Surprisingly, in BC, Ontario, and especially Saskatchewan, you've seen housing prices remain pretty stable, and actually Saskatchewan home sales quite a bit. And then, not surprisingly, chart on the left there shows you the change in housing starts. So Alberta has seen the most dramatic drawdown in housing starts, so negative 20% basically. So people just are not confident enough to start building houses with the economic forecast looking the way it does today. So I'm going to turn it over to Chart to talk about commodities.
Thanks, James. Definitely an interesting time for us. James kind of put a good nail on the head there. Usually we'd love to do this presentation in person for you guys. As you guys can see, the challenging times have us doing this in cohorts, as I sit here with James doing this presentation virtually. But from a commodity perspective, and I have it says crude oil up here, but basically what I'm about to tell you guys, you can take and broad stroke brush paint with any input commodity into any global economy right now. A couple of interesting things have happened in the oil market and the crude oil market in terms of sentiment in the fundamentals and where forecasters see crude oil going, not 6 months, 8 months, we're talking a couple of years down the road. But essentially crude oil, everybody in Alberta knows we're all used to seeing such a boom and bust economy here. That boom side of the coin we've failed to see for quite a number of years now. And the reason obviously being the capacity and the offtake in terms of pipelines and supply getting it to market being the biggest issue there and having too much supply in the market. So as I always do, I'm going to take a step back and talk to you guys about demand and then supply and see why these fundamentals have kind of changed to support what to support some optimism in the crude oil market and to support what the laying of a foundation for a hopefully a good solid boom in the foreseeable future. Now, from a supply side, this coronavirus pandemic was kind of the, I don't want to say final nail in the coffin, but another nail in the coffin for the biggest issue for the increase in supply, which caused our first collapse, which is the fracking and the shale producers in the States. Well, the COVID response measures basically bankrupted a significant amount of U.S. production that's not forecasted to come back online. It's not easy enough to turn back a switch and turn these economies back on. The break even got pulled out. So basically what we saw was a significant amount of supply actually start to get pulled off the market. So that's from a global supply perspective. We actually saw bankruptcies. Now, it absolutely sucks to say bankruptcies is a positive thing, but from a boom and bust economy, seeing bankruptcies from a supply coming offline is a positive in the forecast view. From a demand perspective, here's where the interesting foundation gets laid. I don't want to say a vaccine within the next 6 months, or as some politicians have been saying, next 2 weeks. Whatever your forecast for that is, doesn't matter. What the most important factor is here, this pandemic is going to end. We just don't know when it's going to end. And when that pandemic ends, James kind of alluded to a couple things. You've had significant amount of stimulus being pulled into every economy globally. And when you turn on, basically, if you guys think about it from elastic band, all this is doing is when you put in that significant amount of fundamental stimulus in, you're basically just pulling back on this elastic band from a demand perspective, from a global economic demand perspective in terms of GDP and any growth. So you start to pull back on this elastic band further and further and further. And as soon as these economies are allowed to turn back on, crude oil and any other one of those commodities that are an input into the GDP growth and forecast for any economy, the demand starts to pick back up. And because that elastic band is pulled back so far, the demand side of the coin starts to get picked up significantly. So supply is coming offline, demand is picking up. Back to the economics 101, that's really good for fundamentals of crude oil pricing and any commodity that's an input into global economies. Now, two sides to that. There's another side of it as well, capital spending. Capital spending has kind of dried up. This basically shows you a sharp reduction in capital spending for energy producers, not just in Alberta. You can take this and you can put it into America as well in terms of where we think capital spending is going to be. Nobody is spending money. No energy producers are spending money. So that means from the supply perspective, not only have we seen bankruptcies, but nobody's putting money in to develop more future oil anyways. So basically the future production, future forecast of what's supposed to be coming online got pulled back. So that just helps the global supply as well. So setting that foundation for a really good recovery, we've finally seen that sentiment change. I know I'm an eternal optimist, so I've had this view for quite a number of times. I know we've done this presentation, we talk about different catalysts. This is the first time I've seen the sentiment change broadly across the industry to set up that recovery as well. And so let's take a second to give you guys a little bit of update on the pandemic. And I don't want to just talk about it from a healthcare perspective. Let's talk about the pandemic in terms of how it relates to economics and global recoveries. Within Canada, yes, we've seen the cases significantly spike over the last 2 weeks. We always give you guys updates, and then within the next week, we get drastic different data that's coming out, but it's still relatively accurate to this one. We have significantly more testing going on, which is showing us significantly more positive cases. Back in March, April, May, we were testing quite a bit. We're testing a lot more now, so that's why we are seeing cases rise. And we are not seeing deaths rise as fast as we're seeing the positive cases. However, one thing to always keep an eye on is hospitalizations. The whole point in us doing the best we can to avoid a second shutdown is because we just don't want to overload the system. That's obviously the most important thing. So as long as we all do our best part, this is the most important factor here. The economies don't have to shut down. Economies don't have to shut down. We can all get back to a global economic recovery significantly faster. Infections on the rise again. How do we stack up against everybody else in the world? Obviously, this chart was, we didn't get to update this chart up till now. The U.S., the one thing I'll point out here is everybody's undergoing the second wave, some worse than others. The U.S. is now under its third wave. It's definitely an outlier. The bottom of its second wave, it hit the peak of its first. So they're going for, I don't want to say they're going for herd immunity, but it's quite, if they're going for herd immunity, they're in for quite a longer period of pain than we thought. The new geopolitical landscape that we have there is one to watch because obviously it's going to have a significantly more strict restrictions on COVID measures. And we'll talk into what we foresee that's going to have from the impact on the economy as well. Going forward, the difference between what our economists are saying will impact this if we do have a second lockdown versus the lockdown that we had back in March and April. So the difference is some second waves have been able to suppress with less strict lockdowns. You guys look at the yellow line on the chart on the left. Australia has been able to significantly suppress positive cases, the weekly positive cases in Australia, without having to shut down their economies. And the reason why that is now that we know how to deal with COVID-19, we have policies in place like mask, social distancing. We know what to do from that perspective. So it is a way we've educated ourselves more in that sense. So we've been able to suppress the cases with less strict lockdowns. very important because I'm sure nobody in this world wants to go back to the quarantine that we all had to undergo for watching the world shut down overnight for months at a time. It's definitely an interesting exercise that nobody wants to undergo again. The biggest outbreaks have generally brought the worst economic damage. If you look at UK and Spain, where we saw the worst COVID deaths per positive cases, you saw that they had the worst GDP change in terms of their growth forecast going forward. The one outlier that we want to highlight here is the US. US has not significantly suffered on the same trend as everybody else. And the real question that everybody asks is why? And we want to take a look at that as well. The first one obviously is, well, economists had no idea how to forecast this going forward. We all knew there was going to be pain. We didn't know how bad the pain was going to be. Turns out the pain wasn't as severe as everybody initially thought because we were able to open up the economy significantly faster. Specifically in the US, the argument may be they opened it up too quick. However, opening it up did have a positive impact on the economy, obviously. The second piece and the most important piece here, virus cases are down in the largest states with the smallest ones struggling. So if you look on the chart on the left there, the largest states there, their active new cases have actually been going down. However, where you're actually seeing cases rise are in states with the least contribution from a percentage perspective to their GDP. So states with the least contribution to GDP have the cases going up. So that is the biggest reason that we're seeing that the impact of COVID-19 not affecting the economy. It's just conveniently, and I don't know what to say luck, but luckily affecting the states that the least impact to the global economy as well. From an individual consumer perspective in the US, consumers expect incomes to fall ahead with confidence waning, and most of their stimulus payments have already been spent. Why is this very important? Well, all the stimulus this is basically showing us that every stimulus check that everybody got in the US is already spent. There was no savings. Nobody saved it. Nobody paid off debt. It was just to survive and pay for their expenses. This is why everybody and any economist and anybody in the market is watching the US stimulus updates that we're looking at, making sure that there is an agreement. It keeps getting kicked down the can, but this is why it's so important because it is for individuals' livelihoods. And this is why you see the markets react heavily to any type of news in terms of economic stimulus in the US. The reasons for spending changes imply a slower recovery until vaccines. Basically, the spending habits that we're seeing in the US, if we take a look at where they're spending and what they're spending it on, the biggest impact right now is that they're concerned with coronavirus or contracting the coronavirus. I know with cases spiking and everybody, if we look at the news, that may optically look like something else, but in terms of where their spending is, where the actual dollars are flowing to, it looks like the consumers' spending changes are directly in concern with the contracting the coronavirus. Why this is very important? This means that from a full recovery perspective, largely dependent on when that vaccine is going to be available. Obviously, we just had a recent update that Pfizer potentially has the vaccine coming down the pipe. The biggest issue there is they are not approved yet. We still all need to do our part to suppress those cases because it's going to be a very long time between approval and actually getting a world amount of virus from a supply chain, getting it pushed out in a tiered fashion to anywhere from first responders, high risk, and then the rest of the world. So if you look at the forecast on the right there, we don't forecast a full recovery until about Q2, midway through next year, because that is when the vaccine is widely available, anticipated. From a forecast summary perspective, James kind of talked about it. 2020 write-off, Canada and the US across the board. And from a GDP perspective, unemployment perspective, we've recovered a little bit from the all-time highs of the unemployment rate in Canada. The biggest recovery next year is supposed to be just kind of a get back to slightly normal, but 2022 is when you're going to kind of see the world get back to the economic change and growth that we're used to. And specifically in Alberta, if what that sentiment and that conversation is actually comes to fruition, this is a very good positive news for Alberta as well. And we didn't touch on this very quickly. Obviously, we had a geopolitical change within the U.S. landscape, and we've had quite a few questions on what we foresee the impact of that being to specifically to Canada and maybe even more specifically to Alberta. And the conversation becomes from a tax perspective. If the new Democrats get their corporate tax rate changes in effect, one of the big positives is our province becomes one of the lowest corporate taxes in all of North America. So we basically become a tax haven for large corporations. There's a big caveat I'm going to throw on this one. If they don't get control of the Senate, you're not going to get a lot of changes. So it's going to be more 4 years of more status quo of what we've already seen. So big caveat there. Just wanted to show everybody a different perspective. And I'll pass it back to James here to give you a quick update on the portfolio.
So more good news on this front. So back in March, it was one of the worst couple of months of my 13-year career. We basically saw bond markets shut down. So we couldn't get accurate prices on anything, which meant if you asked us what the performance was at the end of March, we simply couldn't tell you. We didn't have prices for anything. But the good news is that we were able to make some pretty tactical trades in the account, and that's led to really strong returns. So last year, portfolio grew by 5.09%, and this year we're up 3.1 year to date. So 3.1 is obviously materially higher than the actual interest rates that are available right now. So we're able to achieve this by basically identifying opportunities to crystallize excess capital gains. Administration has been phenomenal in terms of working with us and making these things happen. So you will see materially higher than expected investment revenue for 2020, which we're very happy with. I believe the number is, and I'll let administration update you on this, but our forecast is about $1 million higher than we'd projected at the start of the year. We were able to make some trades, crystallize a lot of our gains back in February. Chart and I thought the market was overextended. We thought we'd get it right, but we didn't think we'd get it that right. We crystallized some gains and then restruck them near the bottom, which has resulted in pretty strong returns. So all told, it was a very volatile year, very challenging year, but the end result we're very happy with. So with that said, that is kind of wraps up our presentation today, and we're more than happy to open up for questions.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, gentlemen. I certainly appreciate the presentation every year and giving us a bit of sense of the macro trends that are out there. I'll ask if there are any questions from council. And council, we are going to use our little ring-in panels just as we do in a normal council meeting. So if there's anybody that had any questions for our advisory team. Not seeing, Councillor Platt, there you go.
Thanks, Mayor Gibbon. Thanks again for the presentation and looking after the city's money. It sounds like you've done an exceptional job with that. So I did just have a question about natural gas. I know every year I kind of ask you guys talk lots about oil, but I'm just kind of curious about natural gas specifically if on the supply and demand side of, we've got a potential project going in Quebec for LNG, potential project going on the West Coast. Just wondering how you see our region playing into that and what we're seeing with gas prices potentially in 21, 22, 23.
You kind of asked the question, then stole my answer at the same time in terms of the new projects coming along on the line on East Coast and West Coast. Oil and gas, the gas side is a little bit of a different one. The long-term fundamentals are significantly more positive for specifically gas than any other commodity right now. However, it is and will always remain a very cyclical commodity. And all that those new projects will do, in my personal opinion, is going to smooth out some of the volatility that we're used to seeing in the gas commodities. So overall, I would say, I don't want to say you're talking back to the $12 gas days. We're not going to be going back there, but we should see a couple dollars of uptick that and continued sustainable growth in the gas market. The one positive thing that we can put in there is having more access to markets will reduce these volatility that we're used to seeing it. So you won't see the boom bust as much as you will in there. So can't directly say that it's going to be a great story. It continues to be a slightly positive fundamentals. You might see a couple dollars in uptick there, but until those projects come online, very much going to be a very cyclical and seasonal commodity as it always has been.
And just and thanks for that. Just more specifically on potentially the LNG on the east side. On the supply side, I'm hearing mixed kind of things from market, but is Alberta set up to be a major supplier to that? And because I'm hearing potential Pennsylvania not having the same kind of draw moving forward that they would be able to supply that line. Can you speak a little bit to that? Or
Yeah. So Alberta is set up really good for that. If you look at where the capital projects have been being spent for all the major energy producers out there, it's one thing to say that capital spending has been drying up, but where large oil and gas dollars have been where they're pushing their budgets towards and where they're focusing on their dollars are on these like these Montney and these Duvernay that, yes, they're rich in light condensate oil, but the offtake of that as well as good natural gas deposits as well, especially specifically within the Grande Prairie region as well, right? So you got the Duvernay and everything like that setting up there. So Alberta, I would say northern Alberta and pushing it a little bit to BC, are they going to be should have good advantages for that. Again, depending on what we get from a capacity perspective and an offtake from a infrastructure perspective, but from a deposits and where we're seeing oil and gas put future production, the dollars are lining up with future forecasts and fundamentals in terms of the East Coast and the East Coast and the West Coast LNG projects, because they know, just like everybody else, that they need to get access into these markets. So early adopter is something that they're all trying to get on as well.
Can I have one more, Mayor? Thanks, guys. I'll just keep you on the hot seat here for a little bit longer. Just because our region's fairly fortunate that we have different markets, that we have different resource-based markets. Can you kind of give me an idea what you see happening with the forestry market as well in the next few years, and also potentially the agricultural markets?
That one is not my biggest specialty. I would love to answer that directly, but I hesitate to give you a generic answer. I would love to take that offline and follow up if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, we did have a couple of other questions. Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. My question is, Forrest, you said you don't look after one, but what did you see of the economy? Because we are worst one for the losing GDP this year. Where do you see the growth? Are we, Alberta, seeing any diversification beside the oil, or are we still going to be rely on the oil? What do you see in Alberta economy growth on the beside the oil if oil doesn't go move?
From a diversification perspective, we've seen dollars being spent towards technology to make the existing like energy producers to be more efficient. So basically making them more profitable is where we're seeing dollars being spent. From a technological perspective, that's where we're seeing the biggest changes. I want to say diversification in terms of technology and efficiencies into other industries. I hesitate to say that any of the pilot projects out there are viable. So we are seeing a couple pilot projects, but none that are enough to be on the scale of where we're seeing. You're seeing companies like Interpipeline and other guys putting a heavy amount of dollars into these plastics reproductions. It's called the Heartland processing facility into Interpipe. That would be the only one that I can kind of put a hard nail to say it's a viable option for that company in terms of diversification, in terms of increasing the amount of plastics and the diversification from there. That is the big one I would see.
Anything for agriculture? You see anything growth or making some new product out of our crop?
It's a hard balance. Renewable energy is one of the other biggest offtakes you can take from our existing ag, but the pricing just doesn't support it without subsidies right now. So given current prices, the demand, the profitability, the other sectors that could support ag from a offtake agreement side, not there yet. They do still heavily rely on subsidies.
Okay, Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gibbon. Thanks very much, gentlemen, for the presentation. I just got a few questions here. One is we talked about the natural gas, but electricity costs in this province are extremely high. And I was wondering if you would have any insight on the companies lowering their transmission costs.
I don't have a whole lot of insight in there. I'm trying to avoid putting my foot in my mouth because I do have friends within companies like TransAlta. So it's the electricity commodity market is a very different one than a lot of the other commodities out there. The infrastructure is very, I want to say, oligopolized. So having prices reduced is not one that we do kind of essentially foresee. It's a very different market, a very political market on that side. They do have significant amount of control. So unfortunately, we don't see prices coming down significantly, maybe a slight downturn. That's about it.
Okay. Next question I've got is coal. Do you see any changes in the coal production in this province? I know the province itself has a reduction itself, but coal is still a very important role in the production of steel and I was just wondering where you think that market is going to go.
I think it's going to be more of the same. A lot of people, like if you look at where the biggest issue with coal is the carbon emission side, but if you look at all those companies and where they're putting their dollars towards is they're trying to subsidize their reduction carbon emission targets via other projects, not directly by shutting down existing technologies. So that's kind of everybody's workaround for doing it. So I wouldn't forecast any changes as of yet, especially within this province who is resident to make any energy changes right now, very energy positive, very energy focused and forward to the rest of the world. I would be shocked to see any drastic changes in the foreseeable future.
Okay. And COVID-19 brought to our eyes the possibility of not getting fresh vegetables and fruit into this country. Do you think there's going to be a market for greenhouse companies starting up and expanding what they do have here in Canada or Alberta?
Interesting perspective. It depends on, again, the economics. You're absolutely right. When it first started, getting fresh vegetables into our countries was a challenge. I don't think it was a shortage or any from that kind of a challenge. I think it was more of a companies trying to figure out their supply-demand issues and the supply chain fundamentals. And it took them a couple months, but they got there, which is exactly why it took a delay, but then we eventually got to it. So it's hard to have companies come in and persist opportunity when the larger companies can kind of just ratchet a couple wrenches, change a couple of their formulas to just update with the existing supply demand. So I would hesitate to say that was a fundamental issue more than just a logistical supply chain issue for companies to get it within the countries.
Okay, and just one last final one. We started a new market here a couple of years ago, cannabis, the growing of it and the selling of it. In your perspective, was that I guess it's a success because it's been in business, but where do you see that in the next couple of years? Both the growing and the selling, retail.
Yeah, so I guess the short answer is I think it's going to increase. The Democrats are a lot more liberal in terms of legalization. So if we can get Biden in there, who knows what will happen in the next few months with Trump refusing to concede. But if we can get a lot more of these states in the U.S. to legalize marijuana, obviously that opens up a pretty significant market, which will be obviously beneficial for Canadian producers.
Thank you very much for the fair answers. I appreciate that. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. I'm not sure, I don't see any other questions for the delegation. Gentlemen, thanks very much for the good work that you do for us throughout the course of the year and for the opportunity to stand in front of the firing line and answer that diverse range of questions. But appreciate the work that you do on our behalf through the course of the year managing our money. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, and hopefully next year we can do this in person.
Absolutely, we'll be happy to see you. Thanks again. Okay, so next I think we're going to narrow the focus a little bit, turn more to a local, regional perspective. And Rebecca Lee, our Manager of Economic Development, is on. And Rebecca, I'll pass it over to you to take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Just one moment, I'll bring my presentation up here. There we go. Can everybody see my screen okay there?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much for having me, and thank you to my colleagues from CIBC there for warming you up with a macro level. Today, I'm hoping to give Council just a bit of an economic update with some of the major economic indicators that we track at a more local and regional level. I feel like every year when I'm working on preparing this economic update, I'm really looking to polish off my crystal ball and look into the future. And this year has been more challenging than ever in terms of forecasting and looking ahead. So I appreciate the perspectives that CIBC brought for us today. And their crystal ball is a little bit sharper than mine. So I will be focusing in more so on the existing economic indicators and where we're sitting at currently today. A couple of baseline statistics. I always start off at the presentation, but I won't go into too many details. I'm sure Council is very familiar with these, with our current population and population growth remaining some of the highest within the province. Grande Prairie, as we well know, is a youthful community with a median age of 31.9 and continue to see affordable housing prices and significant traffic at our major intersections. Getting in a little bit to the Alberta population statistics, again, nothing too new for City Council. One point that I did want to note on here is that we dropped to sixth position as the sixth largest city in Alberta. We were scooped by Airdrie in 2019 with their municipal census. My colleagues from Airdrie Economic Development and I are in a constant battle back and forth across a number of indicators. So that was an interesting one that jumped up for us. Of course, our most immediate neighbor, the County of Grande Prairie, is sitting in fifth position in terms of counties and special municipalities. Getting more so into the meat of things here, looking at population growth. So we receive population growth based on a June to July time period. The most recent data that we have available now is from the 2018 to 2019 period. During some of the economic ups and downs over the last few years, we hear lots of stories about mass people leaving and heading back to the east or the west coast. And so this is a really great look at some of those trends and actually drilling into some of those numbers. In 2018, for the 2018-19 period, we did see an overall net increase of just under 2,500 people. As Council is familiar, we really talk about a big portion of our population growth typically comes from natural population growth with just under 2,000 births a year. In recent years, this has continued to be one of our major biggest positive population drivers. This past year, though, it actually was overtaken slightly by interprovincial population growth and was closely followed by international migration. We have historically seen a net decrease through interprovincial migration, but over the last 2 years, we've actually seen a net increase of people moving to Grande Prairie from other parts of Alberta, which was an interesting shift and speaks to the growing amenities, I think, within the local region here. So just to pick off some of these numbers and clarify a little bit for you, in this most recent year, 2018-19, we saw a positive net increase through natural population growth of 765 people, international population growth of 582, interprovincial of 785, and intraprovincial of 362. Residential sales is an economic indicator that we keep a close eye on. We want to give a big thank you to the Grande Prairie Area Association of Realtors. They've done a lot of work both locally and with their provincial body at digging into some of the statistics and helping us to ensure that we have more accurate data that we're able to refine into the city specifically now. Year to date, we have seen 954 residential sales within the city. This is down about 20% from last year's 1,197. Average sale prices year to date is 312,942, which is very consistent with the last few years with sort of less than 1% in variation. Now that is important to note too that overall sale price is inclusive of both resale and new build. This is a really good, the statistics on the page today and the residential sales and tracking is a good demonstration of unpredictability of stats right now and some of the challenges that we're having. Typically when we're looking at residential sales, it is a bit of a lagging indicator, or it can give us a good understanding of what's happening within the market. But due to COVID-19 and the unprecedented circumstances we've been in, the statistics are a little bit all over the place. Earlier this year, in July, it was actually the busiest July that we've ever had on record with 152 sales. Now, it's unclear how much of that was due purely to pent-up demand. Previous few months through the spring were very slow months, some of the slowest we've seen in a while, but we did still see some So this is just an example of how it takes a little bit more to dig into some of the local statistics these days. In terms of housing starts, I will dig into this a little bit more in future slides, but we, year to date, have seen 73 housing starts within the city, 48 single family and 25 multifamily, for an overall decrease of about 54% from where we were sitting at this time last year. In terms of rental vacancies, I know Council has heard me speak about this before. It's a tricky number for us to peg. CMHC publishes their annual rental vacancy number each year. The numbers are being taken right around this time, so we won't see the 2020 numbers until early January. As of this time last year, they had pinned the vacancy rate as about 5.1%. 6-7 months ago, I would have said that was a little bit high. Speaking with some of the landlords, we were seeing closer to 2 to 3%. My most recent conversations and surveys with some of the major landlords within the region, within the city, are actually puts it pretty close to this 5% vacancy rate. Obviously, there is some variation depending on location within the city and older versus newer products, but it is sitting right around that 5% rate right now. This is a new slide that we put together for this presentation today, taking a look at the starts data. I wanted to dig in a little bit more to show where some of the activity is happening from. So you'll see we have, starting with 2015 on the left side, moving to current day on the right. This is looking at starts within the city as of September year to date, which is the most recent data that is available. So CMHC data is reported when the construction is actually visible, there's construction happening on site, versus the building permit data, which I'll go into in the next few slides here, which is based on when the permits are pulled. In 2020, as of September, we've seen 73 starts, as we mentioned, 48 of those single family starts and 25 of those multifamily, including 12 semi-detached and 13 apartments. Overall, this is down 54% from 2019's 159 starts. In 2019, for the full year, we saw 231 starts within the city, 135 of those being single-family residential and 96 being multifamily. Unfortunately, CMHC no longer provides forecasting at the local level. In previous years, we've been able to get a best estimate as to what we could expect for moving forward. Unfortunately, they do not provide that information anymore. Chatting with representatives from CMHC, their best solution was to use the rates from Edmonton as a bit of a proxy. Looking at the Edmonton market, they are predicting that 2020 will fall between 40 and 60% below 2019. So if we take a look at using the same numbers for Grande Prairie, that would put us between 92 and 130 starts this year. With the 73 that we have currently, and based on the number of building permits that have been pulled to date, that is ringing pretty true. Will likely fall within that 92 to probably the low hundreds is what we're anticipating based on those numbers. For 2021 in Edmonton, they are anticipating activity to be between 14 and 40% below 2019 levels, which is a fairly broad range. But that would put us between 138 and 230 starts within 2021. Again, it's sort of the best that we can do in terms of the available data, and recognize that it's a fairly broad range. As we go into the next couple slides here, I'll take a look at building permits, and you'll see that we're probably right on track to hit these numbers, that 92 to low 100 starts in 2020. The building permit data, I have this data represented in two ways. First up here is the building permits in terms of volume. So you can see the volume of activity within the last few years. In 2020, we've seen 588 permits pulled so far. This is down 27% from the 804 that we had seen at this time last year. Breaking down some of the categories for you, in 2020, we've seen 96 commercial permits 7 industrial, 14 institutional, and 430 residential. Now that 430 residential does include 299 residential alterations, which is, if I had to guess, I would have assumed would have been up from previous years in terms of residential alterations, just taking a look at recent circumstances, but it is actually exactly on track with the 299 residential alteration permits that we saw last year, and it's actually slightly down from previous years. As you can see, based on the graph here, the biggest variability that we've seen in terms of permit volume has been around the commercial permit volume. And just moving into the next slide here, take a look at the exact same data, but looking at it from a value perspective. So really looking in terms of the investment within the community. As of today in 2020, those 588 permits that I spoke about represent about $67.4 million. This is down 45% from the $122.6 million that we had seen as of this time last year. In 2020, the commercial building permit value is about $9 million, down fairly significantly from 2019, $65 million spent in commercial building permits at this time. That is definitely the biggest, where we've seen the biggest decrease in terms of investment within the community currently. In terms of residential, we have seen $30 million in residential investment, down from $46 million as of this time last year. Shifting a little bit now, take a look at the employment data for the region. As if you've heard me speak before, you've heard me speak a little bit about the difficulties that we have with this number, and that the best employment and unemployment numbers that we can get are for Grande Prairie's economic region, which is essentially all of Western Alberta. So it's not a truly great indicator in terms of what's happening on the ground here in terms of employment. You can see that the employment rate for October of this year was at 10.8%, which is down slightly from September with 11.2%. You can also see here, digging into the numbers just a little bit more, that 2,200 people have re-entered the workforce during this period, with 2,600 more people currently employed and 500 less people looking for work at this time. Sitting in on some presentations from ATD and other economists, they are, when discussing the Alberta unemployment rate, at that time it was sitting at about closer to 12% for the province. They are anticipating that to come down slightly through 2021, probably closer to the 11%, and a lot of that would be due to the underemployed and those that are currently working but not working to their full capacity, expecting to see a lot of that uplift happening within those populations, and so it won't necessarily be reflected within the unemployment numbers within 2021, likely not seeing a drastic decrease of the unemployment rate until getting into early 2022. Pre-COVID, Grande Prairie continually accounted for 5% of all the job postings across the province. We were certainly punching above our weight in terms of job postings and job availability. In terms of population, Grande Prairie represents only about 2% of the province's population. Unfortunately, those numbers are no longer available, but tracking them over the last 5 or so years, the 5% number has been remained consistent for us. We have been fortunate through the labor market needs assessment that we're currently conducting with our regional partners. We've been able to access some additional data that gives us a little bit more insight into the employment market. Between March 2019 and March 2020, there were 18,159 job postings within the Grande Prairie Greenview region. Interesting, the top 3 posted occupations within these postings were transport truck drivers, retail salespersons, and administrative assistants. And we'll dig a little bit more into that through the slides here. So this is also some new information that we were able to gather as part of that labor market needs assessment. This is data provided by Manifold Data, a data mining company, pulls together statistics data and helps us drill in to a little bit more detail than we're typically able to see through Stats Canada. Up until recently, we were only really able to look at the labor force makeup based on that entire economic region that I chatted about on the previous slide. So thanks to this data, we're able to dig in more specifically. I know there's a lot of colors and information on the screen here, but if you take a look at the internal circle, this is the labor force by industry for the city specifically. The outer circle is the labor force by industry for the entire Grande Prairie and Greenview region. So that's inclusive of the city, the county, the MD, and all of the towns and villages within. As would be expected, mining, quarrying, oil and gas extraction is the major labor force employer, with 13% both within the local region as well as the broader region. As we start to move down, you can see the differences between the two geographies. This with the city and the internal circle tending to lean a little bit more urban. Excuse me, sorry. With the retail trade area being the largest, second largest major employer within the region, making up 12%. Closely followed by healthcare within the third spot within the city, and then construction and education. So going back to some of that data that we were able to pull from the labor market needs assessment between March 2019 and March 2020, as I mentioned, there were 18,000 job postings. I mentioned the top 3 occupations, but looking at it from the industry position, the number 1 industry represented within the job postings was actually retail, followed by construction, and then professional, scientific, and technical services. I think that this is a really good reminder of the important role that retail and these urban, I guess more traditionally referred to as urban occupations play within the region. Digging in a little bit more into the retail, the important role that retail plays within our region. Our location continues to be a blessing in terms of our retail and help support our large retail trade area. As council is aware, we serve a total trade area of just shy of 290,000 people, definitely punching well above our weight for a community of our size. We currently support 4.3 million square feet of retail, about 3 times the amount of what a city of our size could typically support. As a reminder, we are home to the largest Canadian Tire, largest Ford dealership, and one of the top 10 busiest Costco's in Canada. And this is a really common story for Grande Prairie, even during some of these uncertain times, through our business visitation program, as well as speaking with consultants across Alberta and Canada. We are continually recognized as a bit of a retail powerhouse, and even during these uncertain times, are continuing to be a top leader within this market. Of course, this is a little bit of a double-edged sword because of our position as a retail powerhouse, I guess, within the region, the main urban center. We do have a greater proportion of the nationals than you would typically see in a community of our size. And so that does put us a little bit more vulnerable to some of the larger implications across North America, as nationals are forced to make difficult decisions and repositioning. We've seen that with some of the closures here, such as the Tony Romas of the Tier 1, where our local stores were performing quite well, but there was decisions made at that corporate level. Moving into oil and gas, luckily James and Shannon had dug in quite a bit for us and provided quite a bit of context. As we know, within the city of Grande Prairie, we are very strategically positioned to serve two of the largest plays in North America, both the Montney and the Duvernay. We regularly account for 25% of all of Alberta's active rigs, and the oil and gas industry employs approximately 60% of the city's workforce. will dig in a little bit more into the well licenses here, but we do know that in terms of the split between natural gas and oil, approximately 65% of well licenses pulled within the city are specifically for natural gas. This is an increase from the 58% in 2019 and 45% in 2018. And here's just a representation. We specifically drilled into the oil versus gas licenses. Well licenses are a bit of a leading indicator. We see very similar to building permits. It demonstrates the intention of the local producers. Year to date, we've seen 314 licenses. This is down 52% from the 648 that we had seen as of this time last year. In 2020 so far, of those 314 licenses, 101 are for oil and 200 are for gas. This is compared to the 246 pulled for oil last year and 377 pulled for gas. Initial stats for 2020 are showing that about 3,300 wells will be drilled this year across Canada. This is down from the 5,000 that were down approximately 35% from the 5,000 that were completed in 2019. This screen here is taking a look at the top 10 Montney-focused producers based on the well permits. So you can see between 2019 and 2020, we've seen a little bit of a shakeup. This is only a representation of those top 10 with the total well licenses pulled up at the bottom. In 2019, there was a much greater spread between our top producers and sort of that next tier. But you can see that things have really tightened up and we're seeing quite a bit less drilling in 2020. I will remind council, it doesn't roll off the tongue quite as nicely, but Ovintiv is the new name for Encana. And looking at the data over the last couple of years, we have typically seen 7 Generations and Encana fight for that #1 spot within the region. CNRL continues to be a major player within the region. They have dropped off this top 10 list, but they are sort of just off the list, sitting in #12 spot with 9 licenses within the region. They recently acquired Painted Pony, which is largely focused more so on the BC Montney side, and could also explain the lower showing, I guess, in terms of the well licenses within the Alberta Montney side. We are starting to see quite a consolidation in terms of the producers within the region. As expected, this is starting to happen more so on the BC Montney side in preparation for LNG Canada. Some of the larger players are buying up some of the smaller producers within the region in order to position themselves for LNG. We are anticipating that we'll continue to see this through 2020, 2021, and start to see more of these mergers and acquisitions happen on the Alberta side. This is a positive indicator for our region, as this is freeing up additional capital and spending for further exploration within the region. Tourmaline recently purchased Jupiter Resources and Modern Resources, which were also included among Grande Prairie's list of the top 20 players. So we'll definitely, over the next year or so, see an increase of Tourmaline in terms of their well licenses and their activity within this region. This will position them as Canada's largest natural gas producer. If the well licenses are the leading indicator, the drilling completions are definitely the truth teller. In 2020 year to date, we've seen 349 permits, which is down 25% from the 468 that we've seen for this time last year, and puts us almost dead even with the numbers that we recorded back in 2016. This slide here is taking a look at some of the producer financials and where they're spending their money in terms of drilling and facilities and capital investment. This is taking a look at the top producers that are the publicly traded producers that are active within the region. We didn't include players such as Ovintiv or Encana because it makes up, the Montney focus makes up less than 1/3 of their total drilling activity. Really, the important numbers to look at here will be on the bottom of the screen in red. In terms of the drilling, year to date, the Q3 producer financials showed that a 25% decrease in drilling activity and investment and a 21% decrease in facilities, which puts it right in line with that 25% decrease that we saw in terms of the completion. Moving away from oil and gas, we'll speak a little bit just to the forestry industry. Grande Prairie is very fortunate. We are home to 4 major operators with modern mills continuing to see investment. The region produces 40% of Alberta's pulp and 50% of the timber. Our most recent estimates are that approximately 3,300 people are either directly or indirectly employed by forestry within Grande Prairie. As a result of some of the situation in the U.S. due to pandemic restrictions and high demand for lumber within the U.S. Due to the housing sector down there, North American lumber prices broke records this summer, soaring well above numbers that we had seen previously. Data for the U.S. housing market is all up drastically in terms of new building sales and prices. They're in a very different situation than we are in terms of housing starts down there. And it's creating a very strong market for lumber and many aspects of the forestry industry. I just saw a report come out a couple of days ago, actually, and Norbord, the third quarter of 2020 was Norbord's strongest quarter ever, and they attributed this largely to the strong housing construction and demand within the U.S. that helped to lift North American OSB prices to some of the all-time highs. Travel and tourism is another very important economic driver for us within this region. We have just over 3,400 hotel rooms. As of July 2020, our year-to-date hotel occupancy rate is 38.1%. This is quite a bit lower than we have sat in previous years, and it puts us sitting in 5th place in terms of year-to-date average occupancy rate, just behind places like Edson, High Level, Fort McMurray, and Bonnyville. But interesting, in terms of year-to-date, we are still ahead of Banff and Jasper, and that's largely due to some of the strong rates that we saw early on in the year. When we're looking at month to month, July being the most current data available for occupancy rates, we do drop significantly, which is not unexpected. Our summer months within Grande Prairie are typically quite a bit lower, just in terms of the vast volume of increase of activity that we see in other markets such as Banff and Jasper. Looking at July, our occupancy rate was 31.8%, which puts us in 14th place, with the highest occupancy rate being 65.6% in Jasper, followed by 59.1% in Canmore. The Grande Prairie Airport has obviously been really hit by COVID-19 and the travel restrictions. Year to date, we've seen 99,838 passengers pass through the airport. This is a 65% decrease from this time last year. At the beginning of the year, they were seeing around 31,000 passengers pass through each month. This dropped to less than 1,000 people in April. Fortunately, we have started to see those numbers consistently increase since then, and most recently, just over 8,000 passengers passed through in September. Agriculture, as we saw from some of the previous slides, is another important economic driver within the region and another major employer. We represent Alberta's second largest crop producing region with just over 13% of Alberta's cropland, largely focused within canola, wheat, barley, and alfalfa. We have seen some positive improvements within this market over the last year. The Chinese government lifting the ban on Canadian canola last March increased Alberta's canola exports overall by 35% as of year to date as of September. As well, the wheat exports were also up 14% across the province, which are both strong, good for the local market based on our regional crops. Something new that we wanted to introduce this year, last month is a celebration of Small Business Week and recognizing some of the unique challenges that our local businesses are facing. We put a real emphasis on celebrating small businesses and getting out to thank them for continuing to do business in Grande Prairie, and also taking an opportunity to touch base with them on how they're feeling about their decision to continue to operate in Grande Prairie and how they see the city as a place to do business. So we went out with a short survey, just 3 questions. The first question being, how would you rate the city of Grande Prairie as a place to do business? The responses to this answer were overwhelmingly positive. You can see 100% of the respondents rating Grande Prairie as a 6 or above. It was interesting when we asked this question. People are obviously have a lot on their minds in terms of COVID and some of the struggles that they're seeing, and so that was the first thing to come to mind. But through natural conversation and without any real prompting, everybody recognized that if they were going to be doing business anywhere, Grande Prairie is where they wanted to be. I was really encouraged by the commitment to the local business community and some of the positive feedback that we saw through this question. They're very proud to be doing business here and plan to do so as long as possible. The next question that we followed up with was, how has this changed over the last year? As you can see, about 8% of respondents indicated that it was more negative, 60% said it's about the same, and 32% said it is more positive. I know personally through some of the conversations, a lot of more negative responses were mainly to do with sort of more global circumstances and the challenges that they're having with the restrictions in response to COVID-19 and the pandemic. Majority of respondents indicated that their perspective has not changed over the last year, and 32% indicated that they did feel it has increased and they're more happy than ever to be doing business within the city of Grande Prairie. And our final question in our short survey was, what can the city do to help make our community a better place to do business? I really anticipated some tough requests from businesses, but I was surprised the majority of feedback that we received, and we had a lot of repeats, was requests to focus on promoting small business, marketing local, marketing ourselves, not just as the city, but as a region and all that we have to offer, focusing on communication. Lowering taxes obviously did come out, and reducing crime is another one that wasn't surprising. We had a few requests around parking, online support, business directory. So really a lot of the feedback that we received was really in line with some of the work that economic development is already starting to do, and will continue to refocus in terms of our business retention and expansion efforts over the next year. So we hope to circle back with our local businesses next Small Business Week and see if these responses have changed at all in response to some of our efforts. So with that, I will conclude the presentation, and I welcome any questions from the council. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Ms. Lee. Any questions for Ms. Lee? Councillor Friesen.
Thanks, Mayor Gibbon. Thank you for that, Ms. Lee. I'm just curious if you have a sense of home sales. So it has gone down. Is that, and also housing starts, I think, is probably my question as well. How much of that is attributed to the economic impacts of depression in oil and gas, and how much of that is related to pandemic, sort of the reluctance of people to make some moves given the pandemic?
That's a great question, and honestly, that's something that I've spent quite a bit of time speaking with realtors and other stakeholders within the industry, trying to get a good sense of. And I honestly, I don't have a great answer to that. I think that early on, that real slowdown that we saw within the spring was largely directly attributed to the uncertainty around COVID-19 and the pandemic. Some of the difficulties around, the hesitation to be entering people's homes or to be hosting open houses. I think that there's a lot of factors supporting both the housing starts as well as the residential sales. And that's part of the challenge that we're having right now, is trying to piece that out and to what proportion we attribute. Unfortunately, I don't have a great answer for you.
That's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thanks for the presentation. I appreciate the information. I'm wondering if we track, or if there's any way to track, just how many insolvencies, bankruptcies, businesses closing shop we see in our community.
There is some information that is generally quite delayed, so it wouldn't be available directly in relation to COVID-19. Stats Canada does produce some of that information, and the province, I believe, includes that as a data point on the Alberta economic dashboard. I don't have it handy at my fingertips here, but it is something that I could take a look at and see exactly how recent that information would be.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bressie. Ms. Lee, I had a question. Just one of the slides that you showed was with respect to building permit value over the years, and the early bars on that seem to show really high dollar spend. I have a sense that quite a bit of that is attributable to the hospital project, the new hospital. So can you give us a sense of where those bars would have looked if we excluded that major institutional project? Like how much of that spend was as a result of the hospital project? Trying to get a sense of what the normalization was if we removed that from the local economy.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Given. And that is a good point, and one that I did mean to point out. 2016, when I had that slide up, you can see was a major outlier. I'm just looking to see if I can find, if I have the actual permit value. I don't have the firm numbers in front of me currently, but 2016 was when we saw a major permit pulled for the hospital, and for that year, I think it was over 90% of the institutional building permit value was directly attributed to both the hospital and the parkade. So once that is removed, you would see that normalize a little bit over those earlier years.
Yeah, but so fair to say though that those major institutional project like that actually accounted for quite a bit of the economic activity or the dollar spend in the region in those years.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I like to show both the permit volume as well as the permit value. You can see that in terms of volume, the vast majority of our permits are attributed to that residential market, but once you're actually looking into the value and the major projects, a lot more of that is coming from the institutional and commercial markets.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Thanks for the presentation, Ms. Lee. Lots of good data once again. Just curious if you have any specific data around, I know you had a little bit about residential vacancy in there, but if you have a sense of where we're at for potentially commercial, office, industrial vacancy in Grande Prairie currently.
The non-residential vacancy rate is a number that we're continuing to struggle with. I've heard a lot of estimates and they vary across the board. That is something that we're working on gathering currently. One of our most immediate priorities is conducting a vacancy report on the non-residential market to try and get a better handle on that number. I have heard from the local realtors, they are seeing an increase in vacancy, especially within some of the older products within the industrial park. Obviously, within the commercial side, we're seeing increased vacancy with some of those large nationals moving out. But we are starting to see some of that getting eaten up by local entrepreneurs and startups, which is an encouraging sign. I don't have a strong number that I would want to go on record with at this point, but that is one of our priorities, trying to get that within the next few months here in early 2021. We're hoping to be able to roll something out.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Clayton.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Thanks, Ms. Lee, for your report. Really appreciate a lot of the data there. I was just curious if you happen to know, you mentioned that this region has 25% of the current of wells across Alberta, and if I recall your slide deck correctly, about 12% of the population employed in oil and gas. I'm wondering by chance if you know what percentage of the province's oil and gas employment that is.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I don't have that number handy.
And if
Again,
I may,
I'm sure
Mayor Gibbon, I have one more. Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Lee.
I was just going to say, I'm sure that it is something that we could dig into and provide. I just don't have it handy currently.
Not a problem. Also, I know that your department has taken on a lot of new initiatives in the past approximate year. I'm curious if you have any high-level feedback in regards to the customer retention, customer communication initiative that you'd taken in regards to us reaching out to businesses, getting in more regular contact. If you have any high-level feedback in regards to that.
So feedback in terms of our business retention expansion program has been very positive. A couple of the sort of, I guess, smaller initiatives or things that seem really straightforward would be the business walk that we conducted as part of Small Business Week. Our business retention expansion coordinator has been making it a focused priority to attend all of the ribbon cuttings for new business openings, and then also to stop by new business openings or expansions with a thank you card or congratulations card, just to shake their hand, or I guess in current times, give them a friendly wave and introduce themselves, has been really, really positive. We all joke that Cindy, our coordinator, has the best job in the department because she is so well received by businesses. She's had a few cry that they were so touched that the city had taken the time. So that has been a really positive experience. The business visitation program is a more formalized version of that, where she's actually going out and sitting down with businesses and conducting a formal survey. It has been well received as well, and we've been able to dig into some issues or challenges and things that businesses had on their mind and knew that they should probably connect with the city, but didn't know who to talk to or what departments. And so we've been able to provide value in terms of navigating some of those outstanding questions or issues on a regular basis. And then as we've gotten deeper into this program now, we're starting to see more regular follow-up and contact from those businesses that were early on in the business visitation, reaching out proactively to our department in order to help, to ask us for support or guidance.
Thank you for that. Just I think that the information and the statistics are extremely important. However, the communication and relationship piece, in my opinion, is as equally important. And so I'm curious, and you don't have to answer this, it's more of a comment, of that possibly through the work that your department's doing, the statistic that I think it was 35% of people are of the opinion that doing business here is better than doing business anywhere in these times is as a result of as simple as an initiative of reaching out and talking to people. So, I thank you for that initiative, and look forward to improved and continued improved results in regards to people being happy to do business in our region. So thank you for the statistics today.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Clayton. Any other questions for Ms. Lee? Okay, seeing none then. Council, I'm going to make a suggestion. We've been at it for a little while now. How about we take a bit of a break for all those on Zoom? You can do the same. I'll suggest that we come back at 10:50 by a couple of my devices here. One's showing me 10:35 right now. So why don't we say we come back at 10:50? That gives everybody about 15 minutes to make it to the washroom, refill your cup, and then be back. And so for all those joining us on Zoom, we'll start back up at 10:50. Okay, for everybody on Zoom, here's your 1-minute warning. We're just all assembling back in our seats here in council chambers before we continue on with our 2021 budget presentation. We can see on screen that the next portion, and I'm just checking to make sure that we're good to go, and we started the recording. So the next portion of our presentations are going to be looking at some of the work that's been happening over this council term. I think Ms. Whiteway, you're going to handle that, and so I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Given. So yeah, we're going to take a look back at this point in today's presentation and highlight some of the great things that this council's done throughout the term. So this council supported a number of initiatives, including priority-based budgeting and corporate efficiency. We've made new investments to better serve the community, approved exciting and necessary projects, while simultaneously mitigating provincial pressures and taking on provincial infrastructure. To top this off, the city's been faced with a global pandemic, resulting in unplanned spending and revenue losses, as well as unknown future implications. Throughout it all, this council has delivered taxpayers a cumulative tax rate change over the term below 0%. So in 2019, the city began priority-based budgeting. Priority-based budgeting strives to ensure that municipal dollars are linked to the programs and services that are most aligned with community priorities and council strategic objectives. As part of the process, we have analyzed how we provide services to the community throughout the term. This includes, but is not limited to, how we provide food service at the Coke Centre, offerings of daycare and day home services at Dave Bar, taken a revised approach to transit delivery, taken on the operations of the Disabled Transport Society, as well as amalgamated departments to streamline services being provided. The decisions made have resulted in budget and staff time savings, more efficient service delivery, both internally and to citizens, as well as allowed for reinvestment to best align with community and council priorities. A new food vendor was chosen this fall for food services at the Twin Ice Arena. They will concentrate on fresh and homemade food, as well as daily lunch specials. They plan to open in mid to late November. This is projecting savings to the operating budget of almost $50,000. Following a review of transit service delivery in 2019, administration recommended changes to match service levels with ridership demand. The changes to transit routes ensured the city was delivering transit services in the most efficient manner, while also providing the opportunity to realize positive financial impacts. Administration has also rewritten and amalgamated all fees and charges into one bylaw, reviewing annually during the budget process to ensure that the fees and charges collected for the services provided are appropriate, accurate, and reasonable for citizens. Scoring of the hundreds of services provided to the community is key to ensuring that budget aligns with council's priorities. Administration continues to review the applicability of the service scores to ensure best alignment. We've continued to budget predominantly in the top quartiles, meaning that spending in the budget is concentrated on those services that best align with council's priorities. As noted, administration has amalgamated the fees and charges bylaw and committed to reviewing annually. All new required fees and charges, or those that require change, have been included in the budget book. Departments reviewed the existing bylaw for appropriate changes and submitted for amendment. Pages 76 through 80 include all new additions or changes to the bylaw. These, along with any changes that you may decide upon today, will be back in front of Council on November 30th for the required reading. There is one addition to note that was not previously provided. We do require an addition of a $50 per day special event with liquor cleanup fee under the Community Services Miscellaneous category. This fee was not previously included in the bylaw. However, it is included in one of the procedures for alcohol management guidelines and therefore will need to be included. So there have also been a number of exciting investments and projects approved so far this term. The CKC grandstands were completed and opened in July of 2018. This project totaled $5.2 million and supported the city in hosting the 2018 Alberta Summer Games. The Games brought an estimated 2,950 athletes, coaches, and officials participating in 13 sports, as well as an estimated 225 media and VIPs. It was expected that visitor spending was around $1.4 million. With the closure of the Bear Creek Pool, a new outdoor pool was constructed in Muskosipi Park and opened in the summer of 2019. The 2020 season saw over 8,200 guests, with over 1,500 able to enjoy the pool through the Big Brothers Big Sisters Partnership Program. This was made possible by the Don Giles Legacy Fund. Council approved to take over operations for the Disabled Transportation Society and bring those operations in-house. This service provides door-to-door transportation for citizens experiencing accessibility issues and have limited alternative modes of transportation. The service allows patrons who are affected by disabilities to integrate and be part of the community, as well as allows access to medical appointments, employment, education, and social activities. These are just a few examples of investments and projects taken on that have impacted the city's operating budget. Although these provide new revenue sources for the city, the cost to operate outweigh those revenues. This has resulted in a net impact of approximately $400,000 of ongoing operational costs, not including $450,000 in annual debt payments. Throughout Council's term, there's also been contractual obligation increases for the municipal portion of RCMP costs, as well as approved new members. City of Grande Prairie pays 90% of actual costs of having the RCMP in the city to the federal government. At the beginning of the term, the city had 106 established RCMP positions, increasing to 110 in 2020. In addition to this, there were general expense increases, and this resulted in the city's contractual obligation for RCMP to increase approximately $1.6 million from 2017 to 2020. Council has also invested in a daytime shelter and a mobile outreach program to support vulnerable populations. The outreach program was created to address daytime homelessness in our community. Daytime shelters are an important resource for people experiencing homelessness, offering respite from inclement weather, social stigma, victimization, and access to essential services and resources. Benefits of a daytime shelter include reduced conflict with the general public, diversion from police and healthcare facilities, and centralized program intake and access to complementary services. Some of the services provided, as noted, was respite from inclement weather, access to showers and laundry, and access to support services. Mobile Outreach Program is a diversion program focused on mitigating the impacts of street-level social disorder, addiction, and public intoxication. The program is intended to provide immediate support for a client's basic needs and navigation through local service systems, such as emergency shelters, healthcare, addictions treatment, and housing. Some services provided include response to the community, so for trespassing or disturbances, loitering, public intoxication, needle, debris, and encampments, improved access to social services, transportations to safe places, connects clients to community resources, provides some basic supplies like water, snacks, and information. It assists clients with appointments, provides regular check-ins with clients, and builds and maintains positive relationships. Ongoing budget costs for the daytime shelter in 2020 were $100,000, while the mobile outreach was introduced as a pilot with one-time costs in 2020 of $200,000. Ongoing impacts of these investments to the budget totaled just over $1.7 million. A new fund for council was established during this term. $3 million was allocated to support council strategic initiatives. To date, $2.4 million has been allocated to various initiatives, with $600,000 still available for what council may choose. Previous updates to council had the entire balance allocated. However, $500,000 was allocated through economic development opportunities to support TMIP. $125,000 was sent to the MD of Greenview from this allocation, subsequent to $100,000 from operations. This was prior to this fund being established. So administrations refunded the full amount received from the MD of Greenview back into Council Strategic Initiatives Fund, and that leaves $600,000 to still be allocated at this time. Some other updates: accessibility projects have been successfully completed, and it is anticipated that the entire $200,000 will be spent by the end of 2021. Downtown incentives applications have been approved, with some monies still to be spent. So corporate efficiency has taken great strides towards fostering a culture of continuous improvement within the organization, acknowledging that enhancing operational efficiency has both direct and indirect impacts to overall effectiveness and cost containment efforts. A key enabler in fostering a culture of continuous improvement is training staff. Staff are the drivers and implementers of efficient operations, and our goal is to appropriately arm staff with training and lean methodology. To date, we've trained approximately 45% of staff. The voice of the customer is the focal point of all corporate efficiency initiatives, and the organization looks to actively engage both internal and external stakeholders in process reviews and optimizations. With an initial focus on key processes that have high impact to both internal operations and external customer experience, we have undertaken reviews and optimizations in areas relating to the land development process, customer service, our custodial services, and technical solutions that will have significant impact on resource utilization and system integrations that will enable access to meaningful data to support evidence-based decision-making. Information related to the continuous improvement efforts and related impacts are captured on an ongoing basis and will be reported back to Council following year-end. Corporate efficiency is taking great strides towards fostering a culture of continuous improvement within the organization, acknowledging that enhancing operational efficiency has both direct and indirect impacts to overall effectiveness and cost containment efforts. A key enabler in fostering a culture of continuous improvement is training staff. Sorry, I'm repeating my notes. So again, just to reiterate, we will make sure that this is followed up and presented to Council after year end. So in addition to new investment and projects impacting the operating budget, over this term, the city has been faced with numerous pressures from the provincial government, including taking over the bypass, a decrease in the amount we collect for grants in place of taxes, decreased court fine revenue for the city with the province increasing their portion, and future capital funding from the province is expected to decline. The bypass, formerly 43X, was transferred to the city in September of 2019. It requires significant capital rehabilitation and has impacted our operations. Taking over the utility cost of 230 streetlights and 18 traffic signals, regular patching, snow removal, and sweeping, Although the province did provide the city with a $20 million grant, this isn't enough to even cover the rehab costs that the road will require. Cost of maintenance and electricity since taking it over has been estimated around $750,000. Provincial and federal properties throughout the city are not required to pay the full tax levy each year. Instead, the city has provided a grant for a portion of the levy. In 2019, the province of Alberta decreased this program by 24%, followed by an additional 32% in 2020. This caused lost revenues from budget in 2019 and a reduction of budgeted revenue in 2020 of $212,000. When traffic tickets are issued, the city is able to currently collect 48% of the total amount charged. Previously, this was 63.8%. The provincial government has increased their collection, and as a result, the city has seen a revenue loss of $950,000. These changes have resulted in the city having to increase its operating budget by almost $1.3 million. Finally, the provincial government has announced a shift in capital funding for municipalities. Currently, the city is supported through the Municipal Sustainability Initiative, or MSI, but this will shift to a new program in 2022 called the Local Government Fiscal Framework. The new program is projected in the 2020 provincial budget as providing less funding than the current program. Additionally, the formula for determining total funding for municipalities is based on revenues of the province. Given current conditions, it is highly likely that the projections in the 2020 provincial budget are even higher than what will materialize. Finally, this council's been faced with something no other has been faced with, a global pandemic that has had multiple impacts to the city. We have accumulated to date in 2020 unbudgeted expenditures and revenue losses of approximately $9.5 million. We've had to activate GPREP and close facilities, incur extra costs, and have lost revenues. We've provided economic recovery funding to local businesses, as well as supported some in obtaining necessary PPE. As a city, to ensure the health and safety of staff and citizens, we have also had to spend extra on proper sanitation, cleaning, and PPE. In the spring, when the tax bylaw went forward for approval, this council approved a one-time COVID rebate for 2020's taxes, holding 2020 tax rates at the same as they were in 2019. Due to the severity of COVID-19 and the resulting AHS health requirements, we've been faced with increased absenteeism. This could be due to symptoms or requirements of self-isolation. But have also been flexible and supported employees to work from home when needed, even introducing a remote work pilot to gauge what may work in the longer term. Finally, the city has provided COVID support for our vulnerable population, which included working with local shelters to assist with the development of outbreak plans. With the 2021 budget at 1.5%, the cumulative tax rate change since the start of this term equates to just below zero, meaning that taxes today are less than what they were in 2017. If council decides to go with a 0% tax rate change for 2021, this will then become a cumulative effect of minus 2.12% over the term. Inflation, which affects many of the city's expenditures, has totaled 7.3% over the term. Additionally, the investments in projects, provincial pressures, and other items I previously highlighted have increased the city's operating budget by another estimated 3.5% based on 2017's tax base. Ultimately, this demonstrates the results of council and administration's many tough decisions over the last few years. It is a significant accomplishment to have taxes remain below zero while introducing new costs from projects, investments, contractual obligations, inflation, provincial pressures, and more. To prepare for the budget being brought forward today, the finance team collaborated with departments and worked line by line through each budget, ensuring that what you see today is essential to providing the services that the city has in place. Historical trends were analyzed and paired with future assumptions to ensure that we are providing services with only necessary budgets. Corporate leadership further vetted budgets and strategized on the future needs of the city, incorporating priority-based budgeting to ensure that investment best aligns with council priorities. The budget incorporates a number of contractual obligations and inflationary impacts, including those for our various employee groups and more significant contracts such as the RCMP. We also had to strategize and estimate what impacts COVID may have on the city and services in the longer term. At this point, we have fared well by making necessary and difficult decisions, as well as with support from the provincial government. However, the future of support and the future impacts of this pandemic are still quite unknown and difficult to predict. Given that, and recent news from the province indicating we will see less support than we historically have from them for capital infrastructure, this budget incorporates strategies to secure long-term financial health for the City of Grande Prairie. After many hours of preparation, review, analysis, and decision-making, the 2021 budget being presented today requires a 1.5% increase to the tax base in order to cover contractual obligations, inflation, new projects, lost revenue, and more. Our future forecast for 2022 incorporates a lower than usual growth to our assessment base due to less new construction during COVID-19. It also incorporates administration strategy to support capital requirements into the future, with a $900,000 impact for the capital tax strategy that I will explain in detail later in the presentation. Additionally, as required, it incorporates estimated future salary contractual obligations, our RCMP contract increases, and normal cost inflation. We are hopeful that 2023 and 2024 will see the assessment growth back to the levels that the city has historically seen, and we have continued to estimate normal contractual salary increases, inflation, and other required increases throughout those years. So this provides further detail of the high-level changes to the operating budget compared to 2020. This provides a summary of what has changed year over year to get to the 1.5% or 1.8 million tax requirement. Assessment growth is essentially new tax dollars that did not previously exist. We estimate this each year, and it is based on new construction, new lots, and any properties that may have previously been exempt that will transition to being taxable, and vice versa. It is anticipated that assessment growth will add $1.4 million of new revenue to the 2021 budget. The future of COVID-19 and its impacts on operations have not been easy to predict. However, we are estimating lower revenue for 2021 than we budgeted in 2020. It is expected that the net revenue lost in the budget will be $2.6 million for 2021. This is net of expected increases in our investment earnings, and it includes, but it's not limited to, potentially less membership revenue at the Eastlink Center, less capacity and offerings of recreational programs throughout the city, less advertising and marketing revenues expected as well. Economic conditions indicate that we are likely to see less permit revenue in inspection services for both commercial and residential next year. Operational funding for the old Highway 43 transferred to the city last fall is being gradually phased out, so that by the end of the cycle, all costs will be coming from the tax base, and the grant received from the province can be used towards capital needs. Finally, to note, downtown and library parking revenue is not expected to be collected and was removed from the 2021 budget. This year's in-depth collaborative budget review did allow for some expenditure savings to be realized. So paired with the effects on expenses due to the lost revenues being projected, it ended up being a favorable impact of approximately $1.7 million. As alluded to, and will be further detailed in the following slides, is a strategy to increase the portion of taxes that are earmarked for capital. In 2021, the proposal to increase capital tax by $1.7 million. However, the impact on 2020 taxes has been reduced to $900,000, using a strategy administration has developed that uses funds in the future expenditures reserve to smooth the tax impact. RCMP costs are expected to rise. For 2021, the budget for the contract with the RCMP is expected to go up by $2.6 million. This includes 3 new officers, normal annual expenditure increases, as well as the compounding effect of the RCMP's unionization and resulting salary increases. Finally, in 2021, we do expect to see a decrease in salary costs for the city. Due to organizational restructure, efforts to right-size the organization, the budgeted salary costs for 2021 are anticipated to be $1.7 million lower than they were in 2020. So the net result of all these impacts is the requirement of $1.8 million or 1.5% tax increase to balance the budget. As noted, within the proposed 2021 operating budget is an additional 3 RCMP officers. The cost is approximately $390,000. Alternatively, Council could choose to maintain current levels of RCMP force at the 110 members and invest in the continuation of the mobile outreach program. Again, the mobile outreach is currently in a pilot phase and seeing positive results. However, without continued support, this is slated to be done in December of 2020. So the City of Grande Prairie has been told by the province that we are slated to receive $7.4 million in municipal operating support transfer money. So this is a provincial operating funding stream. It is to support transit and general operating for COVID impacts from April of 2020 until March 31st of 2021. It includes incremental operating costs incurred due to COVID-19 response and restart, operating losses or deficits incurred as a result of COVID-19. Examples of eligible expenditures are PPE, communications, additional cleaning, staffing, and supports for vulnerable populations. Any unused funding must be repaid to the province. There will be a system of reporting eligible costs to the province, and it's expected that this is due by mid-2021. This will be a similar process to the expenditure reports submitted to the province for other operating grants. At Q3, we are anticipating a small surplus by December 31st, 2020. This has been estimated at approximately $886,000, which equates to about 0.5% of the city's operating budget. As previously explained, we are also set to receive $7.4 million in municipal operating support funding from the province to alleviate the financial pressures of COVID-19. The combined year-end surplus is expected to be around $8.3 million. However, administration has proposed to set aside these funds to support the costs associated with remote work and social distancing, potential unknown future COVID-related costs, and support a capital strategy to cover expected decreases in provincial funding. It is administration's expectation that the most funding from the province is likely the last we will receive for support through COVID. It is unknown what impacts we may see ongoing, and have determined it prudent to set this aside with a plan to ensure the financial health of the city in the longer term. Municipalities in the province are being faced with the gradual decrease of provincial grant funding, specifically for capital. Currently, the city receives Municipal Sustainability Initiative funding, or MSI, from the province to support capital projects. In 2022, this is going to shift to the local government fiscal framework. The new framework allocates capital funding to municipalities based on a formula that takes into consideration provincial revenues. This is expected at a minimum, based on the 2020 provincial budget, to be $3 million less than what the city was allocated in 2020. And recently, the province has indicated that even the expected MSI for 2021 will see a reduction, followed by greater reductions than what was proposed in the 2020 provincial budget. It is not clear what we can expect for capital support into the future. Built into the 2021 operating budget, and consequently the capital budget, is a strategy to increase the portion of the tax levy that is set aside for capital spending in order to mitigate the loss of provincial funding. Capital tax for 2020 was set at $8.26 million. However, for the 2021 budget, it's been increased to $10 million, helping to offset the anticipated decrease in MSI funding for 2021. This decision will also work towards mitigating the greater loss expected for the 2022 change to local government fiscal framework. The method presented allows the city to increase capital tax from $8.2 million in 2020 to $14 million by 2023, with a smooth impact to the tax base by utilizing funds in the Future Expenditures Reserve. The full strategy will take until 2026 to achieve the $14 million of capital tax from the tax base, with no additional transfers from the Future Expenditures Reserve to offset. This plan will enable the city to continue with its current capital planning, maintain budgets as required, and be able to mitigate the decrease in provincial funding. Reserve balances are an important item to highlight at this point. Reserves are supporting a capital tax strategy built into the 2021 operating budget, as well as will support two additional strategies that Council may choose to implement in order to reduce the proposed 2021 tax rate of 1.5% down to 0%. The Future Expenditures Reserve, as previously noted, will support remote work and social distancing costs, future unexpected COVID-related costs for the city, and the strategy to increase capital tax over future years. Mitigating expected losses in capital funding as the province transitions to new funding. At Q3, this reserve has a balance of just over $12 million. With the proposed budget presented today, this will have an estimated balance in 2021 of almost $17 million, with almost $11 million restricted for specific purposes. This would include the proposed capital tax strategy. The Financial Stabilization Reserve at Q3, that's $16.6 million. This is within the midpoint of the minimum and maximum balances outlined in Council's reserve policy. Using $800 to decrease the proposed 1.5% tax change for 2021, we'll still see the 2021 balance of this reserve around that midpoint. Finally, the Facility Renewal Reserve at Q3 is at $2.7 million. With the proposed strategy presented next to achieve zero, as well as planned spending for 2021, there is capacity within the reserve as well as an anticipation of a slight increase year over year. So as I alluded to, although the 2021 operating budget calls for a 1.5% tax increase from 2020, administration has prepared two strategies for council to achieve 0%, with both strategies utilizing the city's reserve. Strategy 1, Facility Renewal Reserve. The operating budget prepared at 1.5% includes transfers to the Facility Renewal Reserve based on 100% of the recommended renewal levels determined in the Facility Condition Index report. A strategy to decrease the 2021 operating budget available to council is to reduce the transfers to this reserve down to 75% of the recommended renewal investment. This will save $955,000. The proposed reduction of annual facility renewal reserve transfers may result in the deferral of projects that are required to prevent the decline of the physical condition of city facility infrastructure. Typically, this type of deferral and subsequent physical decline would result in an increase in the cost of renewing the asset later. Second strategy involves the Financial Stabilization Reserve. The operating budget prepared at 1.5% includes a transfer to the Financial Stabilization Reserve of $800,000. This is part of a strategy to grow the reserve balance to its maximum over the next 10 years. A second strategy for council to achieve 0 in 2021 is to cancel this planned transfer and save $800,000. Eliminating the planned transfer to the Financial Stabilization Reserve is a lower impact strategy, as the city's reserve is currently sitting almost in the middle of the recommended minimum and maximum balance. Historically, the city has used this reserve only a few times. The balance maintained in this reserve is at council's discretion, and administration continues to review and forecast this reserve on an ongoing basis to ensure adequacy without over-contribution. So the two strategies described total the required $1,755,000 or 1.5%, and if implemented, would result in no tax increase in 2021 from 2020. So that does conclude this portion of the presentation. At this time, administration is open for questions. Key decisions are outlined here. They do include the proposed amendments to the fees and charges bylaw, whether to invest in 3 new RCMP officers at the $390,000, or the alternative of continuing mobile outreach, as well as the proposed strategies to reduce from 1.5% to 0. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Ms. Whiteway. So just confirmation, Danielle, I don't know if this is for you or for somebody else with our administration. So just to confirm that at this stage, in addition, or prior to anything else the council wanted to look at, is there essentially those sort of 4 decision points that you had listed on that slide? Maybe if we could have them up again. Does council wish to utilize either of those 2 scenarios to achieve the 0% tax increase? Council asks specifically to have alternatives in terms of RCMP. Administration is presenting that. We heard that about with respect to the mobile outreach program. And then on the fees and charges bylaw, administration needs a motion to recommend that forward to council in some form, whether council suggests any changes to that or not. But is that essentially the 4 or 3, I suppose, motions that administration is looking for? Ms. Whiteway?
Thanks, Mayor Given. Yes, those are the 4 that we are looking for. From today.
Okay, and I guess those last 2 are really alternatives. They're not necessarily, it's sort of strategy 1 or strategy 2. Okay. Right. So we've had a morning of presentations to help provide context to the budget. The most recent presentation really identified the key questions that are in front of council. I appreciate that council members have been reading their budget books and may have other additional questions, but let's, as best as possible, remember that, in terms of that high level number, that high order number on operating, these are some of the essential questions that administration is asking us to respond to and make motions on specifically. So I'll open for a round of questions. I will suggest that it's 11:30. Maybe now would be a little bit of a time for questions for administration to get additional detail or context that people want to dig into. We'll probably break at about 12, maybe quarter after 12. And Horacio has advised me that administration's budgeted about an hour and a half of time for lunch, so people can go away and return, and there's enough time to do that. But so let's, so we'll try attempt to end about 12 or quarter after 12. And I do have a few folks in the queue for questions. Councillor Bressy's first.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Given. Thank you for this presentation. Really appreciate it. I think we're getting better and better every year at explaining what's going on both to council and the public. So really appreciate that. I've got a way better understanding this year than I have in any previous year. And I don't think that's just because I'm getting better at this job. I think it is also because administration is getting a lot better at setting us up. So thank you. Just one question I've got, and then I'll probably come back, but I'll let some others get in after this one. But one question I've got is the $10.4 million that's allocated already in our future expenditures reserve. I know that about $3 million of that is for future RCMP lump sum payments. I think I know what the rest is for, but I can't as confidently speak about that. So could you just tell me what that $10.4 million in the future expenditures reserve is earmarked for?
Okay, Danielle?
Thank you, Mayor Given. So correct, there's just over there's 3.1 million set aside for the retroactive pay to the RCMP, and included. So that was a projected amount of 16 million for 2021. So we've assumed that we will save some for capital tax. So there's 6.8 million in there for capital tax, 500,000 for the future unexpected COVID costs. Some money set aside for remote work and social distancing. We do also use this reserve for such expenses as election and census. So rather than being hit with larger expenditures in the year that election and census occur, we kind of save some money a little bit every year to smooth the budget. So that's in there as well. And we do have some projects where they are ongoing or haven't yet been completed. And so the money does live here restricted until we're able to wrap up the project.
Great. So just so I understand, the vast bulk of that money is RCMP retro pay and the 6.8 million that you were just outlining as the capital tax strategy. There's not, so yeah, am I understanding that correctly?
That's right, yes.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bressy. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given, and thank you very much, Ms. Whiteway, for such a great presentation. I just had one question in regards to one of our potential actions that we could undertake here. But in regards to the transfer of the funding for the 3 new RCMP members to the Community Outreach Program, what is the cost of that program over the course of the year? Would that be an expanded service, or would it be similar to what we've been getting over the past few months with it?
I'll maybe look for Director Manuel to speak to that.
Certainly, I'm willing to speak to that. So what you'll see is on the slide, it indicated that the 3 RCMP members came at a cost of about $390,000. That's actually a prorated amount because the RCMP positions would not be here January 1st. The present contract cost for 3 additional members would be more closely to $476,000, almost $477,000 a year. The existing cost of the mobile outreach program workers is approximately $75,000 per member. So at $390,000, if that was to be reallocated, that would represent about 5.23 positions on the prorated amount. And on an ongoing basis, it represents about 6.3 positions. The current mobile outreach team comprises of 6 members and 1 coordinator. I, within my protective and social services budget, have reallocated 2 to 3 vacant positions that I'm holding presently to determine the outcome of this. So between the reallocation of these funds, if that's what council's desire is, plus the existing funds I have within my protective and social services budget, we would meet the program expenditures for the year 2020 with the existing complement of the team. There'd be no expansion with that, but that would fund the team as it exists today.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Gibbon. I'm just curious, one of the things that we would be approving today was the fees and license bylaw, or the charges and fees and charges bylaw. Within that bylaw was business fee, potential business fees for everybody if we move forward with our business licensing bylaw. Is that correct?
Is that for Ms. Whiteway?
I'm not sure who. I'm assuming it's probably for Ms. Whiteway, but it could be for economic development as well. I'm not sure.
So anything, the approach that we took was to just clearly indicate any changes or amendments from what we had approved last year. So what's listed in your budget book from page 76 to 80 would be anything that needed to be changed or added. So is there a specific item on there that you were wanting more information on?
Yeah, I think it's specifically regarding around if we're going to do a business fee license for, I think it was $100 for every business in Grande Prairie be charged a fee and license. And I know for me, I had more of an appetite to leave the home-based businesses where they were and potentially higher, and the local businesses wouldn't get impacted. I'd really like to see us get ahead with this, with the fees and charges bylaw and getting the business business bylaw move forward, and we've approved it, but I don't necessarily like the funding, and I was kind of told that that's where we discussed this was be at budget.
I'm going to actually direct that to Director Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. We'll be bringing back, excuse me, we'll be bringing back the business license bylaw, the new business license bylaw at the next council meeting, which at that time it will be up for 3rd reading. So right now we don't have the new bylaw in place, and subsequent to its acceptance, we would then bring forward recommendations for the fees and charges to be updated.
Okay, so that would be at council. That doesn't need to be decided today.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And can I have one other one?
Go ahead, Councillor Platt. This is a great opportunity for questions now. If we use our time before lunch, that's fine, and then we can get set for motions and things after lunch. Great.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I just want to confirm that. So we're forecasting 1.4 million in revenue growth for 2021. I think that's for Ms. Whiteway. Sorry.
Yeah, so that's growth on our assessment base. Yeah. We are still expecting the 1.4 million. The way that assessment kind of works, it's almost delayed a year. So the impacts that we'll see from COVID will actually hit us more in 2022. So that's where we're going to see less assessment growth.
No, and I appreciate that's why I thought that. I'm just curious. Do we have any policy specifically around how we do the assessment growth and how it impacts our budget? Is there any policy specifically around that, or is it just a forecast that administration's kind of best crystal balling and trying to forecast?
So that is something that we do leave up to our assessment team. They have great skills and are used to seeing what the trends are and do provide us with a forecast. But at the end of the day, it is an estimate going into budget.
Okay, no, I totally appreciate that. It's a lot of moving parts to estimate that, and I think for me, I'd like to have a policy discussion around this specific line item. I think it's a big line item, and I'd love to see a policy discussion. But I'll look at potentially bringing a motion forward after break here on that.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Platt. Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. Thanks, Dalian. You've done a very good job in explaining this. It's pretty clear. Just clarification is we're going to lose 2.6 million, you said, for revenue. That'll be the tax assessment revenue loss or something else with it?
The 2.6 million is actually from other revenue sources that the city has. So, for example, we're not anticipating it is the reduction from the 2020 budgeted revenues to the 2021. So we've had to kind of think about, are our membership revenues and user fee revenues still going to be the same as they were budgeted in 2020? No, we've had to decrease some of those. So that doesn't include tax. That's our other revenue sources. That's where we're projecting the 2.6 million. And I'll just give a few of the other examples. So, offering of less recreational programs, probably less advertising and marketing revenue expected. We are expecting some lower permit revenue and inspection services for next year. We're trying to phase out the grant dollars in the budget for the old bypass so that we can eventually have that just come from the tax base. So it's a few of the items that were included in that 2.6 million.
Thank you. Then other question I have for the RCMP, that 390, I think that Chris, you did a part of the answer. Do we have to have 3 people, or it's our choice for the city not to have them or replace them with the mob?
Dr. Manuel?
So that the decision to fund one or as many as council would desire is completely at the discretion of council at this point. We are certainly meeting what would be the provincial expectation for the minimum level of service that would be required. So we're exceeding that. That being said, council can certainly choose to fund as many RCMP positions as you believe is necessary.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Councilor Manos, just for greater clarity, that $339,000 number is the number that administration would have reflected in the budget for new RCMP in 2021. And council asked to see that number and give us options. If we didn't want to get those RCMP members, where could we invest that same amount of money into other services? And so that's the outreach program, and that's administration's recommendation. And my understanding was the outreach program is not currently budgeted in its existing form in 2021. Is that right, Director Manuel?
That is correct. The mayor recapped the situation accurately. It was a council motion as to what we would do if we were to not fund the 3 RCMP positions. As of right now, the 3 RCMP positions are funded within the 2021 budget, but the mobile outreach program is not.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for administration? Okay, so I don't see any. Oh, I had one small one, and this is just very minor on council's strategic initiatives. There was the mention of the accessibility projects. I wonder if administration, after budget, could forward by email the details of what projects have been completed in that $198,000 or $119,000 that have been spent so far. Just the overall category is important. I would like to get a sense of what that looked like on the ground. So that's sort of a request for later on. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. So just a question about Council Strategic Priorities Fund. I noticed that there's a lot of money in there that's sitting that's allocated but not spent yet. Could you give me a sense of the money that's not spent that's already allocated? How much of that is being set aside for a project we know is going to happen, and how much of that money is just sitting there and it's there if we need it in the future? And specifically, I'm really curious about the $400,000 unspent for affordable housing, if there's a project that's attached to, or if it's just there for some potential future project.
Ms. Whiteway?
I'll let Director Manuel speak on affordable housing, but just to note, there was the selective demolition at the leisure center, so that is a big portion of one that is not ready to go yet. So that one's $842,000 that's still yet to be spent. So that is one of the larger ones, and I'll let Director Manuel speak to affordable housing.
And sorry, just while he's doing that, is it possible for me maybe to see that slide again with the Strategic Initiatives Fund? Because that's the one that I know I want to ask about, but there might be others if I can see that slide. Thank you.
There you go. Dr. Manuel?
Thank you. In regard to the $400,000, that has been council directed to the permanent supportive housing project. It was for the proposed Avondale project, but that's to be determined at a later December date. But that is where the money is allocated, so the fund is expended.
Great. So then, so just so I can make sure I understand, the $100,000, I'm assuming that's for the Fletcher. That's for the Fletcher building. That was already spent, and then there's another $400,000 for a potential other model that is hopefully a medical model, but who knows where we end up with that?
So the 400,000 is correct. The 100,000 actually didn't go to Fletcher. I will have to confirm it was allocated prior to that. So I will just double check on that one and let you know. But it's not Fletcher.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for administration? Are there any additional questions for administration on the operating budget? I don't see anybody else in the queue. So then I guess I'd look to administration. Are we at a position where we're, and so council, this is your question opportunity. I know that there are a number of questions that were sent in. I want to appreciate council members who sent them in ahead of time so the administration had an opportunity to answer many of those questions in advance of coming to the budget table. It's always nice to have a little bit of elbow room, I think, for administration to be able to get accurate data for council members. And so we can look to move on. We could also start, I see you, Councillor Plott, in the queue. We could also look to start our lunch early and be back early as well. That would give us a chance to sort of frame up and get squared away for the afternoon. Okay. Thanks, Councillor Plott. I saw you sort of remove. Say, okay, that I'm taking that to mean that it sounds like a decent plan. Okay, well then, how about that, Council? We will break now for lunch. By my clock, it's about 11:50. So if we're back at about 1:30, we'll restart. So for those that are on Zoom and watching, we'll come back and reconvene at 1:30. That should give us lots of time if we're here at City Hall to go off-site, have lunch, and come back. And so we will pause, we'll break now, and we'll reconvene at 1:30.
trusting the
Yeah,
cause.
it could be, but they just might not.
Okay.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Grande Prairie City Council Budget 2021 operational budget discussions. When we last broke, Council had received from administration a number of presentations providing the international, national, local economic context, as well as some administration recommendations on potential actions that Council could take on a couple of items that were Council requested, as well as some actions related to opportunities to reach a 0% tax increase for 2021, if that's what Council so desired. And I understand that administration may have those items listed in motions for Council's consideration. Is that Director Bork that has those? Director Bork?
Thank you, Mayor Given. Administration is prepared to answer further questions. As a starting point, we can put up motions reflecting the presentation from this morning for Council's consideration.
So let's, we did have a couple opportunities, and towards the end, maybe everybody was just hungry, but there were a lot of additional questions. But so these would be the those sort of 4 different options that we saw before lunch, or points, I guess. Our administration's worked those into potential motions for Council consideration. One with respect to fees and charges, one with respect to the mobile outreach program, and then 2 sort of interrelated options related to the potential of reaching a 0% property tax increase for 2021. Open for discussion, debate, and I'm happy to start sort of wherever, or if there are any additional questions for administration. Councillor Thiessen.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Given. So are we, is there room to make a motion here so we can get the discussion debate started?
There is. Yep, absolutely.
All right. If I could get those back up on and just get the wording right, but I would like to make a motion that committee recommend Council transfer $390,000 from the 2021 RCMP budget to the mobile outreach program. Sorry, Councillor Bressie. Speaking to this motion. Oh, sorry, Councillor O'Toole. You can't see what's in here, but I think Council is pretty much in support of this. There's been lots of talk, especially in our core, about how this program has been such a blessing to local businesses and to people who access daycare services in the downtown core, as well as like to shop there as well. They've been bang on, and all of our reports coming back is that the service levels are there. The number of calls responded to are incredible, and the timing in which they respond is great too. So this has been nothing but a successful program. So I'd like to thank our administration and the team for it, and I'll just put it to other further discussion and debate. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Any other discussion or debate on that motion? Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Given, and thanks for bringing this to the table. I think that this is a very sensible motion. I think it's really important when we talk about this that this is something that we are not defunding the RCMP. We're just reallocating an increase that was planned for them. And indeed, we're still giving us a very substantial increase to the RCMP by a couple $1 million due to those contract costs raising. And I think it's just a no-brainer. We can either have 3 RCMP members respond to mental health concerns in our community, or we can have 6 people who have more specialized training responding to mental health concerns in our community. This is an absolute no-brainer to me that we would fund this program permanently, and so I hope that Council will support this.
Thanks, Councillor Bressie. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. Back in last term, we had a number less than we required, that we felt Council required, and so we funded extra RCMP. And I think at this time, with the crime rate and the situation in the economy, I think we have an adequate number of RCMP officers to fulfill the roles that they have.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I support this motion. The reason I do, we already had the pilot program going on, and that's very successful according to we seeing it, the thing, and it's helping a lot of things. So I'm happy with that, and will support this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Minhas. Any other discussion or debate? I will just say that I agree, I think, with a lot of the points that have been made. Additionally, I just really see this as an innovative way to meet some of the most pressing concerns of residents, things that council hears most often about from community members that can demonstrate that council is hearing those concerns and acting on them, specifically with regard to needle debris. And I think that this is very much in alignment with council's focus on mitigating the socioeconomic impacts of homelessness that we've seen, and the concern that residents have had over the last couple of years about sort of the visible presence of homelessness in our community. I think council is taking other actions to address the ongoing challenge of homelessness and affordability of housing and mental health, but this is, I think, a really balanced approach that recognizes that there will always be a need for some people to engage with the homeless population on the streets, and there's a very humane way to do that that gets them the help that they need, and that humane help is not best served with an officer with a gun. I think that this is a really good extension of our well-proven PACT team, which is an RCMP officer and a mental health nurse. And I think that this really is in alignment with what the City of Grande Prairie has been doing over the last while. So I fully support as well. Is there any other discussion or debate? And seeing none, then I will call for the vote. Please vote. And Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. And that motion carries unanimously. We did have some other motions in front of us, potential motions. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Gibbon. I again want to thank administration for coming up with some proposals and giving us some options to how to achieve a zero. And I want to start with making a motion to implement strategy number 2, the financial stabilization reserve of $800,000 being brought to zero, I guess, to help with that. And to speak that, I think our administration in the fourth budget I've been a part of, I guess, every year has found a way to actually make sure that there's more money going into reserves. We've transferred money into reserves every single year from the operating budget and then finding savings. This year, I think on our Q3 reporting, we had about $900,000 or $855,000 or whatever that range already that's going to go under financial stabilization reserves because of the efforts of administration. So I think as much as it's nice to put away savings, I think our administration is kind of doing that, and I think as a council we should be proud we've actually added to reserves during our term as well. And I also don't think it's time right now to tax more just to put into savings. I think it's great to put into savings, but I think this is an additional savings that we don't necessarily need at this time. So I'm happy to make that motion, and then really appreciate administration giving us the option with that today in our packages.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Platt. Open for discussion and debate. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Gibbon. Yeah, I support this. This reserve exists for a rainy day. Well, I can't think of a rainier day than a global pandemic and what's happening to our energy markets right now. So I'm very thankful that we haven't had to dip into this rainy day fund throughout these emergencies. But it doesn't make sense to me that would be the time to build it. I also think that we've seen how strong our financial picture is as a city throughout this pandemic, where a lot of cities have really struggled financially. We haven't really. And I know that there's a big concern in town that I share too, that our residential taxes are relatively high compared to a lot of municipalities. But the reason for that isn't because we spend a lot more money than other municipalities. In fact, we spend about average, but it's because we take a much higher share of our revenue through residential taxes than most municipalities do. And yep, that's got a consequence to people who own or live in a home in the city. But it also is a very stable revenue source. And I think that for that reason, I'm comfortable with us not hitting the fully recommended reserve level that is recommended for municipalities in general, because a lot of them have a lot more tenuous revenue than we have. And so I don't think we need to be putting more money to this reserve at this time. And so I hope the council will support this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Bressie. Any other discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. Please vote. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. So we had a couple of other items on fees and charges. Oh, wow, are they changing color as we vote on them? Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I guess this will be a motion to approve the fees and charges. Committee recommend that council approve the fees and charges as presented for the 2021 budget.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Discussion and debate on that motion? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. Please vote. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. And I think that that leaves us one additional item there for council's consideration if council chooses, and if not, that's okay too, with respect to the transfer to the facility renewal reserve. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I'd be also happy to make this as a motion again, thanking administration for this opportunity to do this. I think in speaking with them, I was concerned about this originally, but I think there's a confidence level there that they feel moving forward that we can make this work without this reserve being there. And again, I don't think it's the time to be putting additional money into savings or just in cases. So I would make a motion that we use the implement strategy number 1 and the $955,000 for facility renewal reserve be removed from our budget.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Platt. Any discussion or debate on that motion? I'm just looking to make sure. Last opportunity. Any discussion or debate on that motion? Councillor Bressie.
I do support the motion, but I just think that it's really important to recognize that this reserve is different than the last one we talked about in terms of it's not a savings reserve where it's going for indeterminate. Who knows if we're going to need it in the future? A few months ago, we received a report that was very detailed on the condition assessment and the budgeting of our facilities, and it outlined in detail what's needed to be spent on each of our facilities over the next 25 years. And I can support this because my understanding of the report is if we fund it to this level, our facilities over the next 5 years will have enough money to keep them at the condition they are, and we just won't be able to make them in better condition. I'm okay with living with that right now, but I just think as we're looking at this reserve in the future, I think it's responsible this year to fund this at 75%. I do think that the next council, when they're talking about budget deliberations, this is something that should be examined and be brought back to, because this isn't a savings account. This is an account which really has a solid plan to it, and this really is one that really year to year smooths out our tax needs with our spending needs. So as much as I support this, this is one that's not as easy for me to support as the last one was.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Having worked in the utility industry for a quarter of a century, I've seen many occasions where maintenance budgets have been cut in order to save money on a particular budget. And as a result, maintenance needs start to pile up and become more expensive. And I believe the same to be true about setting aside the ability to repair or replace facilities as needed. I think that it's a dangerous move for future councils to be in a position where we don't have the reserve that we need to deal with these kinds of repairs or replacements. So I'm not in favor of this motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Blackburn. Any other discussion or debate? I guess I'd ask a question for administration. Can we just get a reminder of the facility renewal reserve balance today and its projected? I think I remember a slide from this morning that might have referenced what its projected reserve balance would be over some number of years. I don't remember exactly how far out it projected, but is there some way administration could remind me of that? Ms. Whiteway.
Sorry, there, a little computer trouble. So currently at the end of quarter 3, that facility renewal reserve is at $2.7 million. If the strategy is approved, as well as the 2021 plans for spending, it will have an ending balance in 2021 of just over 3 million. So there's the slide there.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So just so that I'm clear on the understanding of the chart, so if the strategy is approved, the estimated 2021 balance will still be greater than the Q3 2020 balance. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Well, then I'll say, based on that, I'm comfortable. I appreciate exactly what Councillor Blackburn said, and I think Councillor Bressie was referencing the same thing. I think that utilizing this strategy does mean that we can't make as much headway as maybe we would have liked. I would suggest that maybe this isn't the year to be making all that headway. I think that this is a reasonable approach. I don't think it's a sustainable approach over the long term if successive councils utilize the same strategy. And so, recognizing that, I'm comfortable supporting it for budget 2021. And I think, like Councillor Bressie said, I would encourage future councils to really not consider this as a sustainable approach, to really value, as Councillor Blackburn said, the utility and the importance of investing in facilities on a regular basis. But I certainly can support this for this year. Councillor O'Toole.
Can I just, thank you very much, Mayor Given. Can I just get an explanation what this fund is used for?
Sure, thanks very much. That's probably Ms. Whiteway.
Or if, I'm not sure if Nick is here, he could probably best explain what they do utilize the funds for in facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Absolutely. So that fund is used to maintain our facilities anywhere from painting to carpeting to HVAC units, and pretty much everything in between. So as was detailed in the Facility Condition Index, the facility as a whole is looked at, and then anything to do with that facility, depending on priority, would then be itemized for replacement.
Thank you. Seeing that we are live stream, I just wanted the public to know exactly what that money was for. So I'm in support of this motion as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Thanks, Mr. Phillips. Appreciate you popping in. Then we'll go to Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor. This was to close, so if there's anybody else in the queue, I can wait.
Okay. Doesn't look like there's anybody else in the queue, and doesn't look like there's anybody that wishes to speak, so go ahead.
Thank you for that. So I agree with Councillor Blackburn's points. This isn't something that I would want to take lightheartedly by any means. We own properties, and you don't want to see these things deteriorate down to nothing, and then you're really behind the eight ball. But I also have a lot of confidence in our administration that if a year from now they're going, boy, we've got some things coming up that we need to talk about, I would certainly hope an ex-council would understand that we need to make sure that we safeguard our properties. The other thing that hits me about this one, that is, we've had a lot of conversations with this council about the facilities we do own, and I'm not convinced that some of the facilities we own today we're going to own in 2 or 3 or 4 years either. Like, I think there's going to be a change in some of the operations we've had with some of the facilities. We almost sold a fire hall earlier in our term. I'm not convinced that fire hall is going to be the old original fire hall is going to be part of the city's portfolio in another 3 or 4 years at some point. So I do think this is a wise decision today, but I agree with Councillor Blackburn's comments. I think we need to be very smart in this approach, and this isn't a long-term approach. So for those of us that may run again next term, and those of us that are people that are thinking about running, I would caution them to make sure that this is something they're reviewing next term, and they're being careful that it is properly safeguarded, that we're not depleting this fund down to a level that's scary. So for that, I can support it for now.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Platt, for that close. So I'll call for the vote on Councillor Platt's motion to reduce the plan, to eliminate the planned transfer to the Facility Stabilization Reserve. I will call for the vote. Please vote. I think I'm looking for one other council member around the table. Thank you. And Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
Opposed.
Okay, thank you. We have one opposed. Sorry, by voice. So that motion carries with one opposed. And so I believe that handles the recommended motions and strategies, as well as the motion that was brought forward by council requesting alternate strategies around the RCMP funding. Councillor Palat, I see you in the queue.
Thanks, Mayor Given. It was just, I had brought up a question earlier about how we forecast growth for future years. And so I do want to make a motion, and I've given Ms. Karbashewski the wording on it so she can hopefully have it, but it's to direct administration to bring to a report to the appropriate standing committee and explain current process on how we forecast future growth assessments. I'm not saying we need to get into the weeds on this too far. I think it's good for the next councils to understand how we forecast growth and how it impacts our budget. And I think it's one of those things that may turn into a policy level discussion. It's a pretty big line item in our budget every year that there's not a lot of policy around, and I can appreciate administration does an awful lot of work behind the scenes, and it just shows up in our budget packages as a number. But I think it's important that council's a little bit more educated on it. And I'd love to see us just have a policy discussion or a process discussion around this at an appropriate standing committee. I'm hoping it's not going to be a whole bunch of work for committee or for administration, and I'm not expecting this anytime soon. I just think it would be good for our council to have a touch at it. And if we think there's more work that needs to be done on it or a policy created on it, then great. But I just think it's a good conversation for us to have.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for that, Councillor Platt. So really no budget impact for 2021, but really something that arises because of the budget discussion and an opportunity for council to think about that at a committee level, or at least get more educated and then decide what they want to do from there. So fair enough. So that's just direction to administration to bring that to a future committee meeting. Any discussion or debate on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. I'll go next to the city manager. I think we have exhausted administration's presentation on operating, and I would just look to you for advice on process. Mr. Galante.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we mentioned this morning during our introductions, we discussed that the majority of the debate for this year budget deliberations is related to capital projects. So I would suggest if council is amenable to continue the sessions today with the capital plan, we can take a 10-minute break just to be sure we have different managers online as appropriate, and then we can start the capital discussion today.
Okay. Okay, so there's a process recommendation, maybe just a little bit of a reset to make sure everybody's lined up and ready to go. Councillor Bressi, I see that you're in the queue, though.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Given. I actually did want to make one more motion concerning operating budget.
Sure, yeah, please. Now would be the time.
Yep. And that was, again, not it's similar to Councillor Palat's last motion, trying to set up the next council for success when they get its budget deliberations. And it is, I would move that council direct administration to bring to a future committee meeting a suggested framework for service level reviews across the organization. And to speak to this, I think that if you recall, the first time we deliberated budget as this council, we were very in the weeds, very nuts and bolts, way deeper than council really should be going in terms of setting a budget. And I think the last 3 years have really been dedicated to efficiency in an organization and getting this organization running smoothly and running well. And I think you see this in this budget where council's not really setting the operating budget. We really are just approving one, which is appropriate given where we have been. That being said, I think that the next council should have, I wish that we were at a place where we were having more say in the operating budget. And I think the appropriate way to do that is by setting service levels and being intentional about that. And I want to make sure that as we're having a new council, that might be a majority new faces around here. Definitely we'll have a new mayor around the table. I'd like to know that they can get up and running right away, setting service levels that are appropriate for this community, and doing so in a healthy, governance-minded way. And so I think it's worth us having a conversation as a council of what's our expectation for what the budget process should look like for the next council. And I think that should be a service level oriented conversation that we never really have had an opportunity to have as this council.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bressi. And did you forward that wording to Ms. Karbashewski so she has it?
I have not. I'll read it again and then I can email it to her. But it's bring to a future committee meeting a suggested framework for service level reviews across the organization.
Okay. I wonder, Councillor Bressi, would you, is it assumed in there that it's service level reviews by council?
Yeah, that is assumed, and I'm open to any friendly amendments.
I mean, I think administration regularly reviews service levels, but I think if the intention is to say that council has some role in it, maybe different than we have in the past, maybe an inclusion of that concept in there somewhere would be helpful.
Sure. So service level reviews by council across the organization.
Okay. Open for discussion and debate. Again, this is a referral to committee. Obviously, administration would come to committee and council would be able to choose there whether they wish to act on this issue or not. And again, wouldn't have a budget impact for 2021. Any discussion or debate on the motion? Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Gwynn. I think where Councillor Bress is going with this, but I just have a question for administration on how they're interpreting this or how this would happen. Is we have a lot of different services, so I'm just wondering how administration sees that coming to us as council. Are we talking about transit? Are we talking about cutting lawns? Like, I guess just trying to understand what the process would look like. I'm in favor of talking about it. I'm just at a big picture level trying to figure out what the outcome would look like and how administration would actually achieve that, I guess.
Yeah. Mr. Galante?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so initial thoughts on this is to do an inventory of services. As you know, the majority of services we provide are regulated, or the level of service on those services regulated via policy or bylaw. So initial thought will be to do an inventory of services, wherever the Parks Department has a level of service policy, A, B, C, D, so, how to manage turf mowing and things like that. The same for road standards, for transit, etc., fire response times, things like that. So will be an inventory of those services. However, as you know as well, we have more than 300 of those services. So perhaps in a first iteration will be a list of services where we have defined level of service by policy or by law. See how extensive is that list, and perhaps council can do some filtering and highlight to administration particular services where you want to see a deeper analysis, and then we can analyze those, based on feedback, do some recommendations as well for a change, whether it's an increase or a decrease on the level of services and associated budget impact. So that will be my initial process for this.
Again, administration may, and that's sort of Horacio's answer from the hot seat. Administration, if the motion does carry, administration may take that away and think a little bit more, about how they would bring that forward. And it could be iterative, as it came to committee. Committee could have a bit more discussion about what they'd like to see. So this has elicited some discussion. I see Councillor Clayton, then Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Clayton.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I guess a question for Mr. Galante. Through the efficiency review process, I would assume that a lot of the services have already been identified. So is this work already being done and it just needs to be presented at a more formal setting and then appease sort of the desire of Councillor Bressie and what he's hoping to achieve?
Mr. Galante?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, as you know, we constantly do service delivery model reviews. We have been doing that for a number of years already, and you have seen some changes as recommended, as you know, in transit, in daycare, and in some services. Others are, for example, snow removal. That is a big one that we didn't bring to your attention yet as part of the efficiency analysis. However, as you well know, we have some components of that, like the driveway snow removal, that is a matter of discussion. So what is core service? What is more a luxury service? I think that is the intent of your motion, to really analyze those big ticket items when we spend millions of dollars every year, just to determine if the appetite of the new council is to maintain those service levels, to increase them, or to decrease. So we can do a quick vetting of those services associated with a large amount, let's say the top 20, the top 30, and bring that for analysis first. So we have been doing that in a more, I would say, non-systematic way. Is when we have identified potential improvements or so, we brought that to your attention and some changes occur. But this will be more a systematic approach, starting from the multi-million-dollar services into the kind of narrowing down, keeping in mind, again, we have more than 300 of those services.
Councillor Blackburn, and then Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. With respect, Councillor Dillon, I really do think that this would be an exercise in overkill and getting into the weeds, although it's not line by line. Council has spent a great number of hours over time setting the priorities and the strategies that we would like to see achieved. And I really do think that it's up to administration, given budgetary consideration and HR considerations, that they've come up with service levels that meet our priorities and our strategic wishes. And that our past experience shows us that if it becomes necessary for us to consider a change in a service level, administration is quite willing to bring that to us. And so I would rather not see administration have to spend the time and the effort to create a report such as that, or council to spend time looking at that amount of detail. So I'm going to oppose the motion, and I hope that others will consider the same. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. Thank you, Councillor Bressy, for bringing this forward. I'm really on the fence with this one, though. On one hand, I see it as an opportunity to get a new council up to speed quicker based off of the different departments and areas that we wish to focus on. The other hand of it is, though, I really look at service delivery and the marching orders that a council gives to our administration through our strategic planning process. That's 4 years where we say, hey, we want to be better communicators. Hey, we want more efficient systems. Through this, we've seen better communication systems put into place, priority-based budgeting, lean processes. So the cost for delivery of service has gone down. And I think our administration has been very responsive. So on one hand, I can see where you're coming from here. On the other hand, I'm with Councillor Blackburn, where I see this maybe as an arduous amount of work that we would task our administration with to bring up to speed a brand new council. So in saying that, I do see it as a more direct way for council to directly guide service delivery via policy. But at this other end too, I also have to ask, don't we do that during our strategic plan? So I'm still on the fence. You're going to have to convince me on your close. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. There's a queue here. I'll just sort of put myself in the middle, and then Councillor O'Toole, you're next. Yeah, I'll say that I'm really thinking about this. I think I'm going to land with Councillor Blackburn in opposition. I think that, well, sort of on the face of it, seems like a good idea. I think the risk there is that council starts to deal with service levels in isolation rather than as an outcome of a strategic intent. I think that we should put the burden on ourselves and future councils to outline at the start of their term the goals and strategy that they would like to move forward on, and then administration brings forward recommendations on how to achieve that strategy by aligning the services to the outcomes that council wants. So I would be concerned about creating a system, well-intentioned as it might be, that would bring specific service levels to council, where council may, over time, just end up with a desire to change service levels without any strategic intent behind it other than just changing a service level. And I think that that is could end up being not systematic enough. I think we need to take a systems view of it and say, what are the outcomes that we're trying to achieve from the system? And I think that that's that strategic planning approach and goals that council outlines at the start of its term. So I don't mind the intent. In fact, I appreciate the intent. I don't think that not supporting this means that council doesn't get to have those discussions. Certainly if it's by council policy or by council bylaw, it's fully council's ability to change a service level. We should acknowledge in those 300 services, there's many of them that aren't governed by a council policy or bylaw, and so we probably shouldn't be fingers in those areas. But my opposition to this motion really is on the basis of the governance approach of council setting that strategic plan and vision, and then the service levels responding to that. So I appreciate the intent, but I'm not able to support it. Councillor O'Toole?
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I too will not support this. I think administration over the past has brought recommendations, and when they did bring recommendations, they brought what the budget impact would be. I've seen that personally a number of times. So when we do have service changes, I'd like to see the cost savings or the cost of that service. It has been in the past, and I don't know why we would change what it have in place now, but I truly feel that this is something that's reviewed by administration on a regular basis. We don't necessarily hear all the changes, but we are part of the discussion down the road somewhere. So I will not support this.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. So in my queue, I've got Councillor Platt, Councillor Bressie, then Councillor Clayton. So Councillor Bressie, yeah, thanks very much. Councillor Platt.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I'm going to support this, and I think the reason I know there are a couple of reasons I'm going to support. The one big one, though, is I do think when we got on council, or when I got on council, I didn't know we were in daycare space. There was a lot of things we didn't know we even did. There was a lot of functions and things that the city gets rated on from customers that I didn't even know we had. And without having something like that brought forward, I don't know where else it comes forward. And I guess we at lunch today, 6 of us at lunch, talked about how we always want to set up the next councils for success. And I think, especially with not having Mayor Given's experience and having a mayor like that here, I'd like to see us have more things to set the next council up for success. And for me, I think having a good overall level discussion about service is good. What I also like about it is I think administration can steer the conversations. They can bring forward things that they're prepared for rather than us one-offing saying, hey, we want to have a full overall review service level of this. And so I think there's a lot of value to this. I really do. Realistically, if there was somebody that gets elected that has a passion piece, the only way they can bring it forward right now is through committees and trying to find friends, and it seems almost combative when you start talking about service level reviews. I think council actually having the ability to have conversations about those actually is really good for our community. And I'm not saying we need to change them, because at the end of the day, I still think that'd be the will of council. I don't think anybody in here is going to be able to make a service level review change unless it goes all the way through the council. I think what this does allow, though, is this really good conversation for council to be having those service level conversations, because we talk a lot about customer service. We're the big picture thinkers that are supposed to come and hear from the community about what's going on. There's things that we might be going to a conference and hearing about, going, wow, this service level review would be great for a community. How else would we get that in the conversation? And I think this gives it the ability to have those conversations, and it has the ability to educate future council. So for those two reasons, I think it's really a good motion. I'm sure administration is going to have a lot of fun with how this looks and how this gets rolled out, and if it were to pass. But I do think it's a great exercise, and it's something that as a council and administration, especially with the confidence I have in our administration, this is doable, and I think it would actually go a long ways in our community just to show them, just to show them that we're actually looking at service level reviews on a regular basis and all the service levels.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Platt. I'll just go to the city manager before I go to Councillor Clayton and then Councillor Bressie to close.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up Councillor Pilat comment, as we're designing right now the next council orientation package, we will incorporate this. So key services, Councillor Pilat mentioned the daycare business that the municipality was running before, and a variety of other services. We are a $250 million corporation. So part of the orientation will be to incorporate an overview, to different level of details. Again, going into from the multi-million-dollar services to the thousands or $100,000. So just to have a first initial educational component that may trigger a more specific analysis on some particular items. But that council orientation package will be a key component for the next council in this regard.
Thanks, City Manager Galante. Councillor Clayton.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Yeah, that was going to be a suggestion of mine. I think that's a great opportunity during council orientation to for the new council members and the return ones to have an opportunity to revisit services that are provided by our city. I disagree with Councillor Plutt in the regards that there's not an opportunity for councillors to have this. I think through our initiative of strategic priority working groups, there's always an opportunity to review things such as services. And if you identified early, the director brings the information forward, and through that venue, we are able to review the services. I appreciate the intent of Councillor Bressy's motion. My concern is that this becomes a very cumbersome make-work project for somebody, and I know that's not your intent, and I can appreciate your intent. I just think through council training, as CAO Galante mentioned, and as well through strategic priority working group, and in addition through committees, that there's opportunities for passion pieces of councillors to get to the table to review these services, because it is essential to review them. I just don't know if it needs to be a whole cumbersome make-work project for somebody. So therefore, I won't support the motion. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Clayton. I don't see anybody else in the queue before I go to Councillor Bressy to close. Councillor Bressy.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I want to clear up my intent a little bit with this and point out a very important word in this motion, and that is a suggested framework for service level reviews, where I'm not saying to administration, hey, list every 370 services that the city delivers and tell us a schedule of when you're going to bring each and every service to us to review. I'm saying, what's the framework for review? And part of that framework might be administration might say, well, we're going to bring the services that are worth X amount of million of dollars, or the ones that appear the most frequently in our citizen satisfaction survey, or that are the most public facing. And those are the ones that we're going to bring to council for review. And we're going to leave all the other 356 or whatever it is. So I'm not saying, hey, make a schedule for how we're going to review every service. It's how would you suggest the next council go about having this service level conversation? And really what I want to do is, I look at this term, and this is the fourth time we've debated budget. We've debated budget in a very different way 4 different times. And I know that our administration, as they've got their CLT in place and as they've been figuring out their processes, I know from talking to our directors that there's already a lot of work in play to figure out how are we going to have budget deliberations for the next council the 3 weeks after they get elected. And I really want to make sure that the way that those budget deliberations happen really work for the next council, so they don't do what we've done to our directors and tell them overnight, hey, by the way, go and do a completely different process than you thought you were going to do. What this is about is us as a council doing some work at the end of this term to make sure that there's going to be something, a budget conversation that serves our next council, our next community well. And I just want to say that I think our council, we haven't been a good strategic council. I think that we've actually really sucked at strategy. And I think part of that was just because of where we were as an organization. We had an organization that's had significant needed change over the last 4 years. And it took some tactical thinking to figure out month to month, how do we adapt to that? So I don't know if that's necessarily bad that our council hasn't been great at strategy, that we've been very tactical focused. But I think it is bad if the next council spends 4 more years talking about tactics. I want us to start figuring out how can we take this corporation up to a strategic level. And there were 2 examples this very afternoon of where I think council had a conversation that I don't think was a super productive conversation. We just talked about our facility renewal fund, and we talked about how much are we going to fund it this year. That's a tactical conversation that I don't really know if council should be having. Instead, we should be having the conversation of what's our expectation for the condition of our buildings. Do we care if they're staying in the same condition, or should they be getting better? And that should drive our budget, not our budget driving what level of service we're going to give to our buildings. Another great example was we talked about RCMP funding and a MOP team, but we've never had a conversation. So we've talked about how do we respond to calls in the community. We've never had a conversation about what's our expectation in response times in our community. We spent a lot of time talking about transit and talking about tactical decisions about cutting or increasing transit funding. We've never had a conversation about, well, what's our expectation for how long somebody will wait for a bus and how long it's okay to let them wait for a transfer. I think that there are strategic conversations that should be happening that haven't been happening, and I really would like our council to do some work in our last year figuring out how do we, now that the organization has really elevated itself on a management level and the organization's done so much to raise itself, how can we help council as a body raise itself up on the strategic and governance level? And I really think we've got some hard work to do. So This isn't about saying, hey, let's dig into all 370 services and do a bunch of make work like that. Really, it's about about doing the work to set the next council up to have the service level conversations they should be having, and to help them stay out of tactics and get into the strategic governance conversations that should happen and aren't happening.
Okay, thanks for that close, Councillor Bressie. So we'll call for the vote on Councillor Bressie's motion, which again, just as a reminder, Council, is a direction to administration to bring something forward to committee. And so it again doesn't have a 2021 budget impact, just for additional clarity there. I will call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. I think I'm looking for one more. Thank you. And Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
Opposed.
Okay, so I have one opposed by voice, and so that's 6 opposed and 3 in favor. That motion does not carry. So before we reset to capital, as suggested by the city manager, are there any other motions that council wanted to bring forward on the operational side? If not, we'll take probably just a short amount of time, maybe 10 minutes, to reset and make sure that we have the people that we need to ready. Okay, so we'll do that. It is by one device I have 2:16, and so we'll call, let's say 2:30. So we'll be back at 2:30 to reconvene. Okay. The device that I had that I said we'd come back at 2:30, now it says that it's 2:30, so we'll call our Council Committee of the Whole for the 2021 budget back in order. I think we were ready to move on to capital. City Manager Galante, you said that we could move to that this afternoon, so should I be looking to Ms. Whiteway for an introduction to the capital section? Okay, Ms. Whiteway, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Given. So we'll start just with a little bit of an agenda. So we're ahead of schedule, but we've settled on operating, and Council's decided on the 0% for the operating budget. Then for capital, I am going to walk through some highlights again from this Council's term, 2017 through till 2020. I'm going to also walk through funding changes and our strategy to address those changes. And then each director will be walking through their service area capital plans for 2021. And then we will go into questions, debates, and decision. So looking back over this council's term, there's been a significant number of capital additions to the city. We've seen an expansion at the museum, new entrance features when driving into our city, new buses added to the fleet, and much more. Even recently and currently in progress are facility improvements at Revolution Place, Eastlink Center, and the Ernie Radburn Pavilion. These were approved mid-2020 as part of our mid-year capital update to council. Significant investments that were highlighted earlier today included the CKC grandstands that opened in the summer of 2018 and supported Grande Prairie in hosting the 2018 Alberta Summer Games. Additionally, there was the construction of the Grande Prairie Outdoor Pool in Muskosipi Park, opening in the summer of 2019. Both projects required additional operating funds and required capital investment of over $10 million combined. This council also prioritized accessibility initiatives, funding some of them through your Strategic Initiatives Fund. And to date, some of the projects completed included washroom improvements at multiple locations. So this was grab bars, handrails, locations of fixtures and such to meet accessibility needs. There was on-deck access added at the Eastlink Center, ADA compliant washrooms in the CSD building. There was an accessible ramp installed at City on 99, as well as Dave Bar, an accessible ramp in order to get to the ice surface. To date, out of Council Strategic Initiatives Fund, approximately $120,000 has been spent on initiatives for accessibility. The city's infrastructure has also seen significant investment over the term. 3 phases of the downtown revitalization project have been done to date, with phase 4 slated for 2021. In total, for all 4 phases, this project is a $44 million capital project for the city of Grande Prairie. It's funded from multiple sources, which includes grants, partners, taxes, reserves, and debt. Total road rehabilitation spending over this term has been approximately $37 million. And from 2017 up until now, over 130 kilometers of arterial, collector, and local lanes combined will have benefited from the road rehab investment, paired with additional kilometers of sidewalks and storm system upgrades. This includes work done, of course, in the first 3 phases of downtown, and other notable projects have included 116th Street, the old Highway 43, and 108th Street. Throughout 2020, administration, in an attempt to maximize federal and provincial funding, has brought forward to council additional capital project ideas, as well as incorporated those that council and the community desired. This council approved in the summer of 2020 additional projects of almost $15 million through the use of MSI and gas tax funding and reevaluation of previously planned capital tax spending. Finally, another $17.3 million of MSI and ISIP funded projects were approved earlier this fall. with capital tax from 2021 to support the municipal requirements of these funds. Looking forward into 2021-25 to 2025 and the capital needs of the city, we are faced with the decreased capital funding from the province, transitioning from MSI funding to the new local government fiscal framework. This has been projected to be $3 million less than 2020 levels based on the province's 2020 provincial budget. But we are expecting that the loss of funding could end up being greater, as the formula for distribution or determining the funding is based on provincial revenue. To mitigate lost grant funding for capital, as introduced earlier today, is a strategy to gradually increase capital tax over time, allowing the city to continue with the much needed capital future plan. Capital budget being presented today includes a number of proposed projects with funding sources, as well as some that are unfunded and to be decided upon. Of the funded projects, $17 million have been previously approved by Council as additional funding was made available to the city by both the province and the federal government. So as I've said before, municipalities in the province are being faced with the gradual decrease of provincial grant funding, specifically for capital. Currently, the city receives MSI funding from the province that supports many of our capital projects. In 2022, when this shifts to the local government fiscal framework, this is expected to be reduced by $3 million from what we have received in 2020. So to mitigate the likely loss of provincial capital funding, this council is supportive of the capital tax strategy. This will use funds in the city's future expenditures reserve to help mitigate the impact to the tax base. So use of the reserve funds will smooth this transition over a number of years, making it a gradual impact to taxpayers over time. Capital tax for 2020 was set at $8.3 million. However, for the 2021 budget, it has been increased to 10, helping to offset the anticipated decrease in this funding for 2021 of $800,000. This decision will also work towards mitigating the future expected losses when we transition to the local government fiscal framework. So the strategy previously discussed allows us to increase from $8.3 million to $13 million by 2023, with a gradual impact to the tax base by utilizing the future expenditures reserve. The full strategy will take until 2026 to achieve $14 million of capital tax from the tax base without any transfers from the future expenditures reserve to offset. This plan will enable us to continue with current capital planning, maintain the budgets historically done, and be able to mitigate decreases in provincial funding. So at this point, I will pass over to City Manager to go walk through the capital requests in his area.
Okay, Mr. Galante.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we'll speak a little bit about this significant project, multi-year project, multi-million-dollar project for the city. So administration is recommending the implementation of an enterprise resource planning, or ERP, system. An ERP system is a business process management software that allows us to use a system of integrated applications to manage the business and automate many background functions. While the implementation of an ERP system has been identified in the capital plan for several years, as you may recall, this year an in-house team led by our Corporate Efficiency and Strategic Initiative Manager, Ms. Trim, and she's online to respond all the tough questions that I don't have the answer, and composed by other 7 city employees from key departments and the consulting firm M&P, work together to complete an assessment of business processes, identify potential risks, associated with both our current infrastructure model as well as those of a proposed ERP system, identify system requirements to optimize operational efficiencies, and identify potential impacts of an ERP system implementation. The three areas captured within that review include finance, human resources, and procurement, all part of our corporate services division. Those focus areas were chosen based on their degree of impact to corporate efficiency and effective utilization of resources, their degree of influence on both administrations and councils' ability to be strategic in their decision making, the degree of potential risk associated with maintaining the current infrastructure model, the ability to meet level of service expectations, and the level of impact to council strategic priorities and corporate objectives. An order of magnitude estimate for the full implementation of this ERP system is about $7 to $8 million, and will require approximately 42,000 hours of staff time over a 3-year period. It is acknowledged that the ongoing requirement to maintain operations will mean that a large component of this work will exceed our existing staff capacity and will require additional resources throughout the implementation phase. Costs associated with those staff hours are reflected in the overall cost of the project and equate to approximately 37% of the total. The remaining funds are associated with external resources, that's approximately 26%, and software and contingency is approximately another 37%. A key indicator of the requirement for an ERP system is the degree of operational complexity of an organization. Within Alberta, a large number of municipal comparators, including the regional municipality of Good Buffalo, City of Lethbridge, Leduc, City of Medicine Hat, and Red Deer, all have ERP systems, which were implemented over the last 5 to 6 years. The County of Grande Prairie is also currently in the process of implementing a similar system. The City of Grande Prairie has reached a level of operational complexity with over 700 employees and an operating and capital budget of over $216 million, and the existing deficit in our software infrastructure poses a number of significant risks for our organization, all with varying degrees of impact in areas of financial, reputational, safety, privacy, regulatory, and/or decision making. Some of those risks include lack of accessibility to meaningful data to support useful business analytics for evidence-based decisions, high degree of manual data entry and transfers, increasing the probability of error, fragmented information resulting in lack of clarity around critical data. Data is currently housed both digitally and on paper. For example, in human resources, we are still in the era of employee paper files. Segregation and disintegration of systems results in excess complexity, operational inefficiency, and wasted financial resources on piecemeal solutions that do not fully achieve their purpose. And finally, lack of automated controls increase the probability of financial loss for the organization, which has the potential to be significant. Our current systems rely heavily on manual controls, which are far weaker in mitigating this potential risk. The multiple sources of data, idiosyncratic processes, extensive manual efforts required for robust and accurate reporting, and the dispersed information management all increase the potentiality of financial misstatement, employee errors, and fraudulent exits, each of which can severely harm the city legally as well as the city's brand and reputation. The ERP system will allow us to significantly reduce, and in most cases eliminate, the risk we currently face with our existing systems. It is important to note that approval of this capital item will mean a commitment beyond this council term, as this is a 3-year project with funding requirements extended into future years. As you see in the budget book, there is a $2 million ask for 2021. The work completed to date brings us to a key strategic decision point. Today's decision will impact administration's ability to optimize operational efficiencies, and in doing so, mitigate relevant risks within the 3 key areas of finance, human resources, and procurement. The efficiencies gained through the system will also impact the organization's ability to contain the labor footprint across the organization into the future. So thank you, and that is an overview of what is this ERP system. Thanks.
Thanks very much, City Manager Galante. Are we moving on next to another service area? Is there anything arising? I see administration number 1. Is that Director Miller? Mr. Miller.
Thanks, Mayor Given. So I'll just run through mine as per the budget book. So the first one is Twin Ice Arenas enhancements. It's a $285,000 capital tax project. So it's to replace aging equipment and furnishings. Just to give you an idea what we're looking at, it's the sound system upgrade, do some work in the meeting rooms, some tables and chairs, second floor wheelchair seating area tables to replace those as well, skate tile replacement, concession storefront refacing, and then also do some work in the gathering area, the tables and chairs, and the concession tables and chairs, as well as the curved glass in the players' boxes, and do some painting. And our intent is to spruce it up. It's a bit of an aging facility, so we'd like to keep it looking good and also be competitive for attracting events. And then next up is the accessibility initiatives. It's a $50,000 council strategic initiatives ask, and Ms. Whiteway already provided a bunch of details on what we do with those funds, so I'll just, unless there's any questions on that one after. And the next is a vehicle and equipment replacement program. So it's a $3.7 million fleet replacement reserve ask. It's just the routine replacement of our vehicles and our equipment. And I just want to note that we do routinely assess if it is actually needing replacement, or if we can extend the lifespan. We certainly do that as well. And then Forbes Homestead historical site. So that is doing some repainting of the exterior, an addition of a washroom, and addition of exterior pavilion. And our intent is to preserve the life of the existing asset and add what we think is necessary. And then the Heritage Village Assessment recommends repair of the blacksmith roof. It's a blacksmith shop roof, and that includes some work on the trusses and just necessary work to keep it as a usable site. And then accessible and on-demand software, that's a $100,000 ask. And that was recently described to committee by Mr. Harvard, and it'll be a shared software program between public transit and or accessible transit and on-demand. And then finally, transit accessible shelters and bus stops. It's a $25,000 ask. And that is just to refresh some of our shelters in the community, bus shelters in the community, and do some work at the bus stops as well. And I just wanted to note, Council, that I do apologize. Some of these are fairly small asks, and perhaps in the future we could bring forward a process where we set a threshold, and if it's under, say, $50,000, then you leave it with administration, just food for thought, rather than waste your time with the smaller asks. And that's all I have to speak to right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much, Director Miller. Corporate Services, Director Bork.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Over the past year, we've taken a fresh look at our IT requirements and to see what our critical needs are. COVID has put an extra strain on our system, particularly with the amount of employees working from home. But overall, we have started the capital look at our existing software, and through removing duplication of programs that have similar functions, we've reduced our ongoing operating by $187,000 a year, and by removing duplicate pieces of software and going with a single source. We also looked at some previous capital asks that were notionally slated for this year and removed $640,000 from that, and really just wanted to focus on the things that we deem as either critical or strategic in nature. And with that, we've proposed $450,000 for a municipal wireless project. This would both support, replace the 130 indoor access points and the 45 outdoor access points that are all ending or at their end of useful life, and beginning to have some network issues for those that are connecting to the system. We also have $185,000 for some corporate IT initiatives, which, to be broken down a little bit, it's a limited fiber project we're looking at for that, as well as some planning ahead when we're looking at traffic signal replacements, that there are some opportunities for us to put in some low-cost infrastructure to prepare us for future possible needs. We also deem $122,000 for security and disaster recovery. This is a more pressing issue for municipalities, as their networks are at increasing risk from hackers and those looking to do harm to our data. We've proposed $60,000 for a life cycle replacement for some video surveillance throughout our facilities. And a more strategic ask is $200,000 for enterprise asset management. This really starts to begin the work to hire a consultant to review some of our asset management needs. We've already reduced from 2 to 1, but we now need to determine whether the one piece of software is sufficient. Funding programs going in the future from other levels of government are going to require a more thoughtful approach to how knowing what our asset life cycle is. And with that, I'm happy to pass it on to my colleague.
Okay, infrastructure and economic development.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. We'll begin with the Downtown Incentives Program. This is an additional $250,000 that would go towards the incentive program, which covers off demolition, residential, and mixed-use construction incentives. So right now there's a balance of $540,000 in that program. This would increase that to allow for larger scale residential programs to be considered. Moving on to Clean Energy Improvement Program. This is a $25,000 ask that goes towards the feasibility study of the program, which is a requirement of the government of Alberta in order for us to participate in. If we do choose to participate at the end of the feasibility study, what the program essentially does is allows homeowners and businesses to borrow money from us in order to implement improvements that would allow them to use less energy, essentially, and then pay us back over a period of time. Moving on to bridges. This fund is to repair and maintain all of our existing vehicle and pedestrian bridges throughout the city. The Downtown Rehab Phase 4. This is to upgrade all of our subsurface infrastructure, that being our sanitary and water lines and any associated utilities, as well as all of the surface infrastructure, the road, the streetscape, and any of the landscaping that goes on upon it. For our inspection program, this covers off the inspections of all of the infrastructure that we have, whether that be roads, sidewalks, or bridges, or anything else that would require us to complete inspections as part of our asset management program. For example, we do 1/3 of the roads each year, 1/3 of the sidewalks each year to get an index as to their conditions, which guides what we allocate resources to for any improvements. Our intersection improvement program, we utilize this for any geometric upgrades, so that would be an area where perhaps we don't have appropriate turning radiuses for the types of vehicles that are using the stretch of road. It could be adding a turn bay in to relieve pressure on a road that has seen a change in traffic patterns or has new infrastructure that's requiring more people to turn. For land no, we'll skip land. No, land acquisition, sure, we'll talk about land acquisition. This is actually not a capital tax or ask for dedicated funding. This is debenture. So this is $1 million that we're putting in there that if we choose to use it, it has to come back before council for a borrowing bylaw. So you're not actually approving us to spend any money with the $1 million in land acquisition, but more so just telegraphing administration's intentions that we may need to use that money. Pedestrian links, we utilize this money for sidewalk improvements or replacements, as well as trail replacements across the city. The majority of this money is to replace existing trail links. This year, we are allocating some of the ISIP money that we reallocated to actually do new trail linkages within the city that will create better links. Railway crossing maintenance, this is fairly obvious in that it's used to either one, it could improve the ride quality across railway crossings, but also there's kind of a combination of responsibility between the city and CN for railway crossings, where depending on which railway crossing it is, we may be responsible for the crossing arms or any of the other signal infrastructure associated with it. Rehab for city-owned parking lots. We have not had dedicated funding for city-owned parking lots for a while, or at least not for a number of years. And if this money would be used to rehabilitate a number of the public parking lots throughout the city. So for example, the Town Center Mall parking lot or adjacent to 214 Place. For our existing roads, this is the rehabilitation money. So this funds anything from overlays to full reconstruction of roadways. This year, the community would have noticed a significant amount of road rehabilitation throughout the city. Going into roads for the old Highway 43 rehab, essentially the exact same use of the money in this case, except for this money was dedicated to Highway 43 as per the transfer agreement that we had with the provincial government. For storm rehab and replacement, this goes towards replacing and rehabbing any of our storm infrastructure throughout the city. Some of this work also gets done concurrently with roads, as when you're digging up a road, it's usually the cheapest time in order to make any of the storm improvements. So sometimes we'll see projects that will dovetail on that. For the one-ton truck with boom lift and water tank, this is somewhat of a service truck essentially that would specialize a little bit more in bridge maintenance, as well as when we have to do storm catch basins or anything else that requires a significant lift in order to do that with the heavier weights associated with those basins. For outdoor park furniture, this would be tables, benches, and any other of the types of furniture you would see throughout our parks. Playground resurfacing. This is when we go and we do testing on our surfaces throughout all of the city's playgrounds. Occasionally, we'll run into a situation where the current surface isn't sufficient or is deteriorated over time and we need to add material to it or change the material out. And this is the pot of money that would do that. For South Bear Creek Diamond Renewal, most recently you would have noticed shale being put on some of our diamonds on the west side of the road in South Bear Creek. That would come out of this budget, as well as any fence repairs, bleachers, or any other associated infrastructure.
Okay, so for affordable housing, at this point we don't have an allocation of the $300,000 for the capital ask, but it is to give council the flexibility over the next year to invest in projects that are going to come forward over that period of time. The fencing for $14,500, that is at the RCMP detachment to secure their parking lot. They've had a number of issues over the last couple of years with people prowling around the cars and causing some concern there. The fire equipment replacement, this is basically funds that are used to replace hoses, various equipment needs. As you can understand, fire trucks and stations are full of all sorts of equipment that requires replacement as it wears down. So this is to fund the ongoing replacement of those items as it becomes necessary. And the fire hazmat Smith detectors carry a pretty large price tag in that $250,000 range there, but these are very specialized pieces of equipment that the equipment we have is way past its useful life. The piece of equipment lasts, frankly, for a couple decades typically, and this will allow us to respond and identify unknown substances in a rapid period of time. So, for instance, if a hazardous material was released and it was unknown exactly what the material was, if we don't have this equipment in place, a place like the post office, the RCMP detachment, other civic facilities, or anywhere for that matter, we could be looking at upwards of over 24 hours to determine what a substance is if we have to rely on resources to come from outside the region, such as Edmonton. There's approximately 10 instances a year where we have to deploy this sort of equipment. So it'd be my recommendation to support it.
Okay, thank you. And who's going to speak to the items that are on the unfunded list? Director Bork, who wants to start at least? Thanks, Director Bork.
Thank you, Mayor Given. So there were, over the past year, there were a number of items brought forward, mostly through committee or through council meetings that council asked us to bring forward as a discussion point for budget deliberations. On here we have a number of items that we can speak to some specifics on, but it really was this opportunity for council to review. The first one was economic recovery of $1.5 million. And I can leave that to my colleague if he has any specifics, or if this is something that we need to flesh out here on what council intended by that. We also have the outdoor pool sheltered space that Director Miller can give some details. Revolution Place, we've had a number of reports on different options for that, as well as the Swan City Football Club we put forward a few options. Finally, this week we had Nighthawk, which came with a request on that. We could speak to a few options, and maybe I'll just kick off because that's one I have some information on, and I'll turn it to my colleagues if they have anything to add. On Nighthawk, at this time, as you heard this week, there isn't a specific project to fund. Some options that council could consider would be the one project that they have thought of was 25% of a $1.5 million T-bar project, but they haven't decided which way to go on. Council could look at approving that request for that amount of funding here today. Another option would be to set aside a certain dollar amount if council had a comfort level on some money, but not transfer that to Nighthawk until they had more details in the new year on what the project looked like. And finally, this could be something that was deferred until more information was available on what their intent, and so that the city had some influence on what project and what scale we were comfortable with. And we could look at future expenditure reserves if this request came in the new year.
Thanks, Director Bork. And so happy to get maybe an introduction on some of these items if there's additional detail, and my suggestion would be that maybe we flag any ones that we wanted to discuss, and we can go through the discussion either tomorrow, depending on where we end up today, or so if there's something on this list that people want to talk about, I'd suggest that we flag it for discussion down the road, but we'll go through with administration providing any info first, and then we'll ask council if there's anything that they wish to bring forward for discussion. Director Manuel.
Sorry, I have to apologize. There was an error on the slide on the protective and social services ask related to the fire department. So the $100,000 was actually the Smith detectors. In the 200, I saw the purple slide there, right there. So fire equipment replacement, that actually is the Smith detectors at $101,000. The $250,000 is the dispatch center update for next generation 911.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Appreciate those. Looks like those lines just got switched. So my suggestion, council, would be, I know that some folks had questions about capital items anyhow, in addition to the unfunded projects. So I'm happy to take questions that council had about capital. And if there was anything at this stage that we wanted to flag off this slide for discussion later on, now would be the time to do it. Or we can just set aside the whole slide for later and discuss it. I'm kind of happy to go either way, and that lit up my little board here. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Given. Well, I definitely I'd like to talk about the soccer center requests. That's what I'm flagging. I've also got questions for administration, but you'd like me to ask those now or let others flag things?
Well, let's just flag things. Basically, what we'll do is we'll build our agenda. And then that way administration can be prepared to answer. And I would suggest the things that we flag would be the things that we do towards the end. That way administration knows the topics of discussion council wants to talk about and can be prepared to answer them. So, and I think every member of council is saying I'd like to flag, whichever item. And so soccer center flagged.
Great. Well, then I won't ask my questions about it now, but I'll just flag that I'll be asking about road rehab and
okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. Sorry. And then after we do this process of highlighting the things that we want to add to our agenda, then we'll just go into general questions about capital before coming back to deal with those specific items. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would like to flag a couple items off that last list. First being Nighthawk Ski Hill, and then the other one would be the Revolution Place renovations.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, Mayor Given, I'd like to flag affordable housing, please.
Okay, and Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I'd like to flag the ERP system, please, just for more information. Also, the road overlay, I think that maybe has already been identified. And also the inspections program through capital tax on engineering, please.
Okay, yeah. So we'll go through any additional ones. Was there anything else? So those are unfunded, just off the unfunded items list now. Yeah. No worries. So on that unfunded items list, there are ones that are that show up in the budget, but with no funding attached, and so wouldn't receive funding. And I just want to make sure that everybody saw that list in case there's something that we don't want to get down the road and somebody says, "Hey, wait a minute, why aren't we doing anything about?" And administration, comes back to us and says, "Well, because you didn't put any money to it." So here's your opportunity if you want to do that, council. So, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I guess going off of the unfunded list, I would also like to flag the economic recovery for 1.5 million as well for discussion.
Okay, good. Well, so we'll put them on and we can discuss all those. Now, any questions that folks had or other items that they want to discuss. So let's just go through with the open, as long as the administration's okay with that and prepared to be able to answer questions as council has them about capital items. Then that's where we'll start. I see Councillor Clayton's in the queue. I know Councillor Bressie had a question, Councillor Plott, and that would be the time to kind of start to get into those. I'll go to Councillor Clayton first since she's in the queue.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I would like to flag the crosswalk improvements. And I'm assuming based on Councillor Plott's comment that the road rehab has been flagged.
Yeah, sorry. So, sorry, maybe I did a poor job of that. What I was suggesting we were flagging was the stuff off the unfunded items list.
But we're done that now, no?
We're done that now?
Okay.
So
I'll flag road rehab.
Talk about the thing that you want to talk about.
Sure. So
pick an item.
Crosswalk improvements and road rehabilitation.
So what do you want to say about them?
I'd like to flag them in regards to more information on crosswalk improvements and road rehabilitation in regards to the level of funding.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. So more information on crosswalk improvements. Director Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Given. So this is the $200,000. Yeah. So the current funding of $200,000 is going towards rapid flashing beacons for crosswalks, as well as 2 overhead flashing, similar to what you see at 105th Street and 100th Avenue over by Tim Hortons.
So just to clarify, that's sort of what I was looking for. So it is 200. I thought I received a document this morning saying that there was a typo and it's 400. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Sure. So was this the handout that we received? This one?
Yeah.
Director Glavin?
Yes, that's correct. Actually, $400,000 is the amount.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So let's ask a question about one item. We'll get the answers that you need. If there's any sort of business arising, that comes from the answers, then let's make motions. And if it's just getting more details, that's great. No big deal. So Councillor Clayton, you did also ask about road rehab. So might as well get on to that one.
I'm good on that one right now. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Platt and Councillor Bress, I know that you wanted in. Councillor Thiessen's in the queue though, so just ring in if you like. Councillor Thiessen.
Well, thank you, Mayor Given. I would just like to flag city-owned parking lots. Just a little more information on that. I think we got a little bit of a debriefing for the parking lots this year, potentially for 214 Place as well as Town Center. Just wondering about the quality of those parking lots at this time.
Director Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Given. The two examples I gave were just kind of to flag what types of parking lots we would look like. We don't keep a pavement quality index similar to what we do for the roads for the parking lots. The parking lots are more a visual analysis. I know that anecdotally and a user of some of these public parking lots that the one at 214 Place is likely due for some sort of improvement. But we don't have specific parking lots yet that we would put out for tender at this time.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Director Glavin. In saying that, I would like to make a motion to unfund city-owned parking lots from the 2021 budget.
Okay, so that motion is in order. Open for discussion or debate. Any discussion or debate on that point? Councillor Bressy?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Given. I can't support this because it's one of those things when you're talking about maintaining assets that I'm worried it costs taxpayers more in the long term. And so I don't think that now's the time. If improvements are going to include just making them flow better or putting paint on them, sure, I could get behind not doing that. But if it includes actually fixing up surfaces so that water and ice and freeze and thaw don't get underneath that surface and cause a lot more costly repair in the future, then I can't get then I'd hate to see us not fund that and then all of a sudden spend more in a few years. So if there's a motion, something like directing administration to bring projects to council before approval or something like that, if we wanted more oversight how this money gets spent, then I could definitely get behind that potentially. But just saying we're not going to fix up parking lots when that might cost us more money in the long term is something that I can't support.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bressy. Any other discussion or debate? I'll enter to say that I won't support the motion to see this as unfunded. I think that this is one of those basic maintenance items. I appreciate administration putting it here so that council's aware of it. But these are an underappreciated asset. I think undervalued in terms of the amount that we invest in them on a regular basis. I think Councillor Bress is exactly right. This is exactly the kind of asset where it can seem totally fine and you make do for a long time until all of a sudden you can't make do and you're in for a much larger investment. So I think this amount of money spread over the number of surface parking stalls that the city has is actually a pretty small number, and I'm not sure if we're actually keeping pace with investment in the asset. So for that reason, I won't support it. I don't see anybody else in the queue for discussion or debate on this point, so I'll go back to Councillor Thiessen to close.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. Thank you very much, Councillor Bressy, for your input on that. The way I look at it is for 2021, we really have to put our eggs into the baskets that we know, the assets that we need to fix. Looking down the road, I see $1 million going into city-owned parking lots. And if you look down the road, one might say, and we've had this discussion at council before, that parking lots may be turning into gardens sometime soon, places for automatic cars or whatnot. So in a tough budget year where we need to make some decisions, I would really like to fix the parking lots that we know, but currently we don't know any parking lots that need this. There still needs to be an assessment of the asset. We need to look into that. And we still have $1 million going in, $250,000 every year for the next 4 years. So that gives our administration time to identify which parking lots need the most refurbishment right now and come back to the next council with that, with it still built into our budget. So tough decisions, but I see a parking lot as a relatively minor decision to make when we're reducing our capital tax inputs. So for all those reasons, I would encourage council to support this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen, for that close. So we'll call for the vote on Councillor Thiessen's motion to unfund the $250,000 to city-owned parking lots. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
Opposed.
Okay. And so I see that motion does not carry with 6 opposed. We'll move on then to the next area. Councillor Bressie, did you wish to get into the queue? Councillor Platt is in the queue.
Thanks, Mayor Gibbons. So is this, I kind of jumped ahead there again the last time, so this is where you'd like me to flag them or just like one and have a conversation and move on, or what?
Exactly, yeah, we've got time now. Let's get into the conversation on each item and we'll do them one at a time until we make our way through the list.
Okay, so I did ask a question. I appreciate administration had got back with quite a bit of answers around the ERP system, and it's certainly not something I don't think the organization needs. I'm just wondering if administration can tell me if we've done a feasibility study or some kind of a business case for this, just to ensure this, you know, as we were hearing, a $7 to $8 million investment and 42,000 hours of staff time as a detailed plan. And I guess for me, I'd feel a lot more comfortable because it is going into next council term, that there's a feasibility study. The next council can't question this. It stays in for time. So I think I'd have a lot more comfortability if there was that, but I'm just wondering if administration has that and if that can be provided to us.
Okay, I see Ms. Trim.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. Yes, I'd be happy to answer that. That was part of the rationale behind us securing the services of a consultant to work with our staff and our managers to review our existing processes, identify some of the gaps that we had within those processes, clarify for us what the risk of having those gaps were in consultation with our staff, and identifying what the needs would be in an ERP system if we were to move forward on this capital item. All of this absolutely does form part of a business plan that identifies, like you said, the recommendations, the need, and what the impact would be to implementing that system should council choose to approve it.
So just while I'm on that, thank you for that. And I'm just kind of curious, and I'm just wondering, so I understand the process, if I guess there was an appetite for me, and if I were to make a motion, there was an appetite from council to see more information before we funded this, how would that impact next year, and how quickly could we do that? And if we got the information, could we make it at a subsequent council meeting to move forward with it?
Ms. Trim?
The information, if council makes a request for additional information, that can be fed back for sure. Most of the information I believe that you would be looking for, we would be able to provide in a timely fashion. If this item is not approved by council today, it would have to come back at a future budget for consideration. And in the interim, we would have to look at moving forward with upgrades to our existing financial system to mitigate some of the risks that currently exist with that system. However, in the meantime, we would continue to have that deficit primarily in our HR area. Currently, the only technical piece of technology that we have in that system is related to recruitment, and nothing beyond that to manage the human assets of the organization.
So just to keep going on that, I'm just wondering how, like, not to put the organization at risk and to make this harmful for anything, but I'm just, if information could come to us, I'm just wondering if administration could explain to me how we could still fund this if it wasn't today. If in a month from now we had the information in front of us, we said, sure, we feel comfortable with it and we want to fund it. If that's an opportunity, I guess, because for me, I want to fund it. I'm not sold on $6 million to $7 million yet, and I need to be sold on it to me for it, because I also know what's going to the next council's term. So I would like just like that, and I just want to make sure that if there's a mechanism, then great, because I don't want to make my decision today on it necessarily. Sorry for that, but that's kind of where I'm at.
Sure. City Manager Galante.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So totally fair to request further information. At this point, I will ask council what kind of information you want to see, because it's a very complex project. I provided a comprehensive overview. However, if you need more information, we need more details. Exactly what you want to see, so we can prepare that.
So, Councillor Plata, yeah, I appreciate your intention here of not wanting to stall the project because but at the same time wanting to have some certainty. Is there, I guess, for administration, would there be a way of, potentially approving the budget number, but subject to presentation, or milestones along the way. In the past, and so over this council term, council has delegated a significant amount of authority to administration, and I appreciate that and totally support it. In the past, though, RFPs and awards and tenders and those sort of things would have more regularly come before council. So this just might be one of those gaps where that delegated authority, council just needs, on this technical sort of information, a bit, maybe another touch point along the way. So is there some way to find that midpoint of directing administration provide a presentation to strategic priorities working group or standing committee on the details and process outline, or is it that kind of thing, Councillor Plott, that would give you the confidence to be able to support this item being in the budget?
I guess absolutely, and I think for me it's the business feasibility of it, and I can appreciate it's something we need to have the organization going. I guess I'm looking at the potential rib punches I'm going to get if people come later on and say, guys, you spent $7 million on a program and nothing changed 3 years later, right? And I just want to make sure we're safeguarding ourselves from those kind of conversations, that we've done a proper feasibility study on this and a business case to show that this is relevant and how we're going to prove it's relevant. To Mayor Gibbons' point of quarterly, there was a report saying, here's the efficiencies we found, here's the things we've done with it. All behind that, I think that's a really great, transparent process. For me, maybe this is just, it's way out of my knowledge base. I did a lot of Google research on it, heard a lot of pros, a lot of cons. I've checked some of the other, CEO Galante referred to other municipalities, and my notes right away is I'd sure like to talk to those municipalities and see what it was like, because they're 2 or 3 years in, and make sure they said, hey, it was great, or it was great, but, and maybe we can learn from some of those things. And I guess for me, it's an awful lot of money, and more, just as important, it's 42 hours of time. Like, that's 25 full-time people. Hours being going into this project as well, and it probably will continually go from there. So I may be the only one that has this appetite for this, and it was more to flag it because I think for me, I wouldn't be able to approve it as it is today. That's not to say it wouldn't pass, and I wouldn't be happy it passed in a way. I think for me, I don't have enough information about it without a business case and a feasibility study for that sort of money.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Plott. I see Councillor Bressy's in the queue.
Yeah, and I know for me, I am comfortable with this project for 2 reasons. One, because I've talked to councillors in other jurisdictions that recently have done this, and I think that all of us really get the need to have a good system like this. I think what raises eyebrows is the cost of it, and it is significantly more expensive than probably anything other than a municipal government would see. But there's also really no corporations that spend the amount of money we have and deliver as many services as we deliver and are as complex as we are. So for me, talking to councils that have implemented the system, it is a reasonable price compared to what others have had to pay. So I can support it for that reason, and also I can support it just from working with our administration and from the interactions we have with our administration. I know that they are looking after our money wisely, so I can support this, but at the same time, I'd also love there to be more information for the public available to this. Part of the reason I can support it is hearing today about the deficits in our HR system and knowing about the age of it. And even the information I received today was great, but I just love to get that in a written form so that if a member of a public or a candidate or a new council comes, I don't have to say, well, you have to go watch 2 days of budget deliberations and find it in there. I think it would be useful, even if it was just the information we got today was in a written report. I think that would be very useful for me. So I've got a motion I could make, but I also don't want to step on Councillor Plott's toes. So I want to give you the opportunity to make a motion if you want to make one. But
so for right now, and think about other items that we may discuss. So right now, this item is funded in our budget. So the action that would be required is for somebody to make a motion to unfund it, so that's one specific action. If nobody's willing to do that, then, on this one would be a request for administration to present additional details at a future committee meeting, which is appropriate, like that type of motion.
Yeah, so I'm not going to make a motion to defund it. What I'm going to move is just direct administration to present a written report on the ERP system prior to moving forward with implementation.
Okay, thanks very much. I think that motion's clear. I'll look to the city clerk to make sure that she was able to capture that. Any discussion or debate on that motion? Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Gibbon, and I appreciate Councillor Bressy stabbing at that with me here. But I think for me, if it had more around the business case feasibility side of it, I'd want to see that in the report. The written report could come about implementation, but not tell us how what it's going to do to the organization. Not that I'm not trusting administration is not going to say that in the report. I guess for me, I specifically want to know that the feasibility and the business case makes sense for it. So if there was a wording amendment to that, then I'd love to support it. But if it's just to bring us a letter before they implement it, I don't know if that's meeting what I was intending.
Okay. Councillor Bressy's motion. I'm comfortable to support the motion as it is. I appreciate your desire there. I have a feeling, not even just have a feeling. I know that administration, particularly on the IT side, doesn't propose these kind of software upgrades without there being a pretty extensive business case. So I have a lot of faith that there is that kind of information existing within the organization already. So I don't think it's going to be that big a deal for them to bring it forward. And I think administration having heard the concern, the specific types of information, I think we're going to get probably pretty close to what you're looking for, but you don't have to take my faith, for the gospel here. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'll go to Councillor Bressie to close.
Yeah, and I was just going to say something similar to Mayor Given in terms of that's great, you want that information. I don't want to get too prescriptive with the motion itself. Just I think we've seen when we get too detailed in motions that we don't actually get all the information we want because we narrow it too much. So I want to leave it broad so administration can bring forward all the information they want. That being said, some of this is, I'm sure the administration knows that when the written report comes, they could get direction not to move forward with implementation if they don't sell us on this. So I'm sure that any information we ask for, I'm sure can show up in this report, but I don't want to get too prescriptive with the motion itself.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. City Manager Galante, just in terms of how administration would interpret the motion and what kind of information might be available?
Sure. Just for context, and I will ask Kinsa to expand a little bit on the business case that I believe is completed. It's more than 100 pages long. That could be easily distributed to council for information. But because of the magnitude of a project like this, we were planning to do regular updates to council in terms of the key milestones as we advance over the next 3 years. Next one will be the RFP. So we completed the analysis now between the in-house team and the external consultant, that is MNP, ready for an RFP to select the vendor of the software. So that will be a key milestone that we will provide an update before launching that. And then subsequently, every quarterly basis, for example, as part of our Corporate Services Committee, we can provide an update about the progress of the process. And in addition to that, Kins, if you can comment perhaps on the business case and the information you have, and you can distribute to council perhaps today in the afternoon or tomorrow, if you have that report ready. Thank you.
Ms. Trim?
Yes, absolutely. That is something that can be distributed. Like was indicated earlier, it does demonstrate that a thorough review was done of all of our processes and talks about the process that was used for that, identifies areas of greatest impact, what the cost breakdown will be. So that is something that I can easily share with council.
Okay, thanks very much, Ms. Trim. Councillor Clayton, I see you in the queue. Is it on this item? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Clayton. Oh, yeah, just reread the motion. Okay, so before we go to voting, if we could just reread the motion.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Moved by Councillor Bressie, committee direct administration bring forward additional information on the Enterprise Resource Planning Project to the appropriate standing committee prior to moving forward with the implementation.
Okay, I'm seeing Councillor Bressie say that meets his intent and sounds relatively broad, so we should be able to capture the other information council members desired. So I'll call for the vote on that motion. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. That motion carries with 2 opposed and 7 in favor. Okay, so what's our next item, council members? If there weren't additional items, then I would suggest that we would move to the flagged items. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. There's one item that we haven't discussed that wasn't on our unfunded, but it was brought up earlier in the presentation, and that's in the extra cost of the selective demo at the Leisure Center soccer pitch. I think we should have a discussion about that, so I'd like to flag that.
Okay, so what's the conversation that you'd like to have about it? Let's, like, in terms of, we're not flagging anything else. I want to talk about it, and here's what I want to say about it. So what do you want to say?
Yeah, well, so it appears that if we're going to do more of a selection process as far as how the demolition goes, there's going to be an additional cost because of the build of facilities as far as change rooms and washrooms and stuff like that. So I guess that it's $700,000 that council has to at least consider. At the same time, I think it also runs parallel to the Grande Prairie soccer clubs or football clubs ask for their design and detailed work and stuff like that. So I'm not sure if those run into or against each other, but definitely they could. So I'm just flagging it to have some council discussion around that matter, whether or not we want to proceed with the selective demolition and build those facilities, or just go with it as is. So I'm open to discussion, not really looking for any direction, but seeing what council feels on this so it doesn't get lost.
Okay, I see Director Miller.
Thanks, Mayor Given. So I was actually going to bring that up as when we were talking about the soccer facility, saying we need to talk about the selective demolition. So if council's okay, I can talk about both right now. All right, so maybe I'll start with, since we're talking about the demolition, we just have some notes here to cover off a few points. So right now, I think council's aware that the city manager wrote a letter to the province saying we'd like to be considered as part of the tender package when they demolish the Comp High School in 2022. Looking for an efficiency and hopefully a better cost at that time. And the motion to do the partial or selective demolition was November 15th of 2018 by council. They set aside $842,000, and it was specific for the partial demolition. We did do some research on that. But of course, council can revisit the motion, and there's still time. It's 2 years away. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about the usage of the building. Right now, in 2018, it was almost 1,100 hours of usage at pitch 2, which is the building that we're hoping, if we do the partial, we keep that building. And that included use by scores, by soccer, by tennis, by lacrosse, cricket, and also ultimate frisbee. In 2019, it was about the same number of hours. In 2020, we're a little bit less, but 2020 has been a different year for us. And just to let you know, in 2012, we installed a new dasher board system and also artificial turf. It was just under $600,000 that we put into the facility. And since that time, it's been about $130,000 in different renewal projects that we've added to the facility. In talking to our corporate facilities management team, we estimate the building has a lifespan of about another 20 years. If we do the partial demolition, build the wall, we'll have the facility for another 20 plus years, probably 20 years at least. It's a concrete building, so it was well constructed at the time. So the 842, as Councillor Thiessen mentioned, it will build us a wall. Unfortunately, it won't build the amenities that we need, which would be washrooms, some showers, some change rooms. So in talking to corporate facilities management, and you did mention $700,000. Since that time, what we neglected to think about was the changes to the National Energy Code. That's so in working with inspection services, who governs the code requirements, I guess, and also CFM, we figure it's probably closer to 1.03 million is what we would need on top of the 842. So a total of 1.83 roughly, or in that neighborhood, I think it is, 1.872. And that's, I guess we're looking for a little bit of grace period or grace on that as well, because we tried to get it together kind of in the last week. So it's our best estimate that we could provide at this time to council, hoping that we can have a decision by council in the next day, today or tomorrow. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention is that, I did mention already, it would set us up for the next 20 years. So we've had a lot of discussion about low-cost rec facilities. So for just under 1.9 million, we'd have another low-cost rec facility in our community. That'll be good for 20 years. We call that facility Pitch 2, so I think council's familiar with Pitch 1. That was constructed in 2001, and at that time the estimated lifespan was 15 years. And as you heard Mr. Van Tassel speak to about a month ago when he presented, it's 5 years beyond its expected lifespan. In talking to corporate facilities management, they estimate it's good for maybe another 5 years. They're concerned about the floor in the building as well as potentially the roof. They would have to do a detailed roof inspection, but they're saying it's probably another 5 years. Based on the demand in our community for like pitch 2 is used extensively by the community. So our recommendation is that we extend the life of it and we do the partial demolition, and then we'll have another 20-year facility in our community. So we're looking for some direction on that from council. And then I know we're also talking about the new soccer or football club ask. I can provide information on that. And I think they are tied together because if we need facilities for our community to use. And so if I can just switch to that one, we did present or obtain some numbers on what it would cost, and Mr. Van Tassel was asking for council to consider funding design costs and also provide a site for the facility. So we've done some research on that, and a conceptual design would be approximately $15,000. If we did a 30% design in the Class C budget, it's about $175,000. If we did a detailed design and tendering, it's about just over $400,000 is what we've been told. That's from a local engineering company. It's a little bit lower than what our corporate facilities department is estimating it to be, but this could be also, if they do the shopping versus the municipality do the shopping, there could be a difference in the cost range. So the land options that we've identified so far internally, it could be the comp site, comprehensive, or the comp high school site. Another potential site is a Riverstone school site, which we talked about for our rec facility and went a different direction with. And then a third site could be the Smith site. If Grand Spirit hasn't started building yet, if they were provided a different site, then this soccer facility could fit at the Smith site as well. So I had some thoughts that I wanted to provide with council on the financial considerations, how we could approach it with the football club. Number one is we could provide them a lump sum. Say, here's the money, you can shop around for the design costs, whatever council decided on as a lump sum. Another approach would be 50% of the design costs funded by the city. And the intent there was that they would have some skin in the game as well, that they've indicated they want to do this. At this time, we haven't received a business case to show how it would work ultimately for the finances. I think with our existing, with pitch 1, the city owns the building. The football or soccer association runs the building. They obtain the revenue from it. The city provides about $40,000 a year in maintenance costs. And at this point, the football club hasn't asked us for anything further than the design costs and the land. But it's a much larger facility is what they're proposing building. So it'd be nice to see a business case, in my view, that just to show how the money would work, where the revenue would come from. I know they have letters of support from different groups in town, but we haven't seen any numbers. So I just wanted to make sure council's aware of that as well before you make a decision. Another option is council funds 50% of the design costs, and you could put a covenant or a commitment that once it actually gets off the ground, we'll provide another 50% of the design costs towards a construction project. So right now they're asking for 100% of the design costs, so that could be a way of ensuring that we pay 50%, they pay 50%. Once it's off the ground, council chips in the other 50% towards construction. And then another option I wanted to bring to your attention was, we're aware that the county has a sportsplex just to the north of the community, and it's and I used to work for the county, and I'm well aware that that building was constructed in such a way that the west wall could be expanded, it could be moved out, which could provide a full pitch, a full soccer pitch. And so potentially what council could consider is giving direction to administration to work with the football club, to work with the Joint Rec Advisory Committee, as in the county as well, and explore that option. And if it isn't feasible, if the county isn't interested, or if we don't make any progress, then bring it back to council for further consideration. And then at that time, it could be fund 50% or 100% and have the facility in the city at one of the land sites that we've identified. So what of that, council, I'm hoping to get confirmation on the partial demolition and then some direction on what you'd like us to do with the soccer facility as well.
Okay, thanks very much, Director Miller. So there's a couple items off our list there to talk about. Maybe I'll just, there's a bunch of people in the queue, and ideally we'd start with some questions. I certainly have a couple of questions. So I see Councillor Plott, Councillor Thiessen, and again, if we'd start with questions, and then so we all get the same knowledge. Councillor Plott.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. I'm glad this was flagged and brought up, and it's something I'm glad we're talking about. I'm just wondering, when would the capital ask be if we did this? Would it be a 2022 ask, or would it be a 2023 ask? Like, I'm just wondering when that would show up in budget. As I don't think it'll impact 2021's budget, correct?
Sorry, Councillor Platt, are you referring to the partial demolition or?
Sorry, yes, for the partial demolition.
Yeah, it would be in 2022 is when we would have to start late 2022. Once the demolition occurs, then we'd have to start constructing the wall as well. So it should be for 2022.
And I'm just
as well.
Just one more on that, Mayor. Given just wondering, I think the reason we got brought up was wondering if we're going to demolition at the same time. Do we have any ideas if we did do a full demolition on our part, what that might even save us if it was, if we did it all at once or did the partial? Because I think they were working with the comp on a full demolition.
Through the mayor, the full demolition, I believe the cost was estimated at $500,000.
Okay.
And then we would be without a facility is a concern.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. One thing that we learned with the low-cost recreation facility and activity center is that a good chunk of the cost comes from the parking lot. Is there a business case to be made for the amount of parking available currently at the leisure center site as far as the site selection for a soccer pitch?
Thanks, Mayor Given. I know Katie Bieberdorf has been working with, I believe, Gordon and also Planning Department Gordon Halliday. And their assessment is there would be adequate parking at the comp site if that's where we put the soccer facility.
Okay. Yeah, and the only reason why I asked that, thanks for that answer, Director Miller. The only reason why I asked that is because, if there's a cost savings for future city jewel that we're going to put up and put together, probably not this council, but a future council, that should be taken under consideration. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Clayton, I see you in the queue. I'll just share my opinion. So I think I don't think the two items are mutually exclusive. I think leaving the selective demolition in the budget at this time is appropriate. And I would be supportive of providing some seed funding for the Soccer Association to develop out their plan. I really see it as seed funding so they can build out a concept of what that sport needs in the region. If and when that is, over the course of next year in 2021, that plan develops and matures, then by fall 2021, the next council will be able to consider that plan and concept and then make a decision about demolition. If there's a way to proceed with, in an ideal world, I think, full demolition, getting that comp site to be fully available and then proceeding with a full new soccer facility would be an ideal sort of situation in my mind. I'm not sure that everything's going to line up perfectly, and we don't know today if they will. That's why I would suggest leaving the selective demolition money in the budget and providing some smaller amount of seed funding to assist the Soccer Association in building out their concept, so that we can consider that as council and so the community can consider that. That's kind of where I stand on the two issues. Councillor Clayton.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Yeah, I echo your sentiment. I guess one thing in regards to the amount of money for seed money for soccer, in my opinion, it would be up to a certain amount of what the estimate of what half of the cost is. I think that it's important for the Soccer Association to have a regional approach. And over the years, we've been sort of guilty of funding things and asking other partners to help after the fact. And in this one, in my opinion, I would encourage council to support up to half of whatever this amount needs to be. so that the Soccer Association has an opportunity to discuss with our regional partners what regional soccer looks like. So, but other than that, I agree. Leaving the seed money there for the demolition, as stated, would be good. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Clayton. So at this stage, we don't have any motions on the floor on either of the items. And so I think we would either have a motion, I'll just make sure that I've got my understanding right. The selective demolition is currently in the budget. Is that correct? Okay, so we'd have to have a motion to take it out if somebody wanted to do that, which, you know, I'd vote against. But and then we don't currently have any money to support the Soccer Association in their sort of exploration of their concept. And so we need money. We would need a motion to include something. So it's sort of either or both of those things. And I do have folks in the queue. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. Maybe I'll get this on a ball rolling here. And this is in regards to the request from the Grande Prairie Football Club. I guess I need to see exactly what they're asking for, but I'm looking at not the detailed design and tendering, which is the 410,000 of that, but the 15 plus the 175, so $190,000 to get the ball rolling, added to this year's budget for the Grande Prairie Football Club. Open to discussion, debate, or amendments, but put it on the table right now.
Sure. And can you just clarify that amount again?
190,000.
190,000?
190,000, yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Open for discussion and debate. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I was actually probably rushing to beat Councillor Thiessen to make the same motion because I think I'll be supporting that. And to Councillor Clayton's point, I agree that it's nice, and it was nice to hear administration say it's nice to have people throw skin in the game. I don't think this is one we asked them to throw skin in the game at this point. I think we're already heard from administration one of their buildings is not going to last in 5 years. And so if this was any other sports organization, I don't think if we needed another hockey rink, we wouldn't be asking minor hockey to pay for the design. So I think this is our responsibility to pay for. I think 190 is more than it's going to take. I mean, I think we can start with that number, but I don't think it's going to be that high. I just think it's important for us to have this conversation. I do agree with Councillor Clayton. I'm really hoping part of that conversation and that with the Swan City Football Club is that they're going to talk about a regional approach and that we're going to split this through the rec facility. But I think the seed money is going to need to be there one way or another. So I think we want to safeguard the seed money to be able to do this. But I do hope it goes through the appropriate channels of going to the Joint Rec Committee and it's talked about as a regional facility. So I hope I'm okay with supporting this one.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Platt. Councillor Clayton.
Thanks, Mayor Given. A question for Director Miller. Can you tell me the numbers again? What is required in regards to the design request from Grande Prairie Soccer Association? The total amount?
Well, conceptual design was in rough budget $15,000. 30% design and Class C budget is $175,000. Detailed design and tendering was $410,000.
Okay, great, thank you. To Councillor Platt's comment, my intent was not for the soccer group to be paying for half. My intent was for the soccer group to go to a regional partner and ask the regional partner to pay for half. So, so I can't support the motion as is. I actually, let me think about this. I would support an amendment to the motion, and so I'll go ahead if that's all right, Mayor Given. So I'd amend the motion to be up to 50% of the $190,000 as motioned. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So that's a motion to amend. So just, sorry, I'm not sure exactly where the 190. I think that was an estimated amount that administration came forward with. Director Miller?
Thanks, Mayor Given. I think Councillor Thiessen said that was the combination of the conceptual design at 15 and 175 for the 30% design. Is that what you're?
Okay. So Councillor Thiessen said 190. If you know, if really what we're talking about is how much, maybe rather than saying
just up to 50% of the total cost of the two items as Director Miller just mentioned. So the conceptual design and what was the second one called? Sorry.
30% design and Class C budget.
So up to 50% of those two items.
Okay.
I mean, would you rather, Mayor, given that we
here's
different motion?
Yeah. Well, so here's my suggestion: is I think at this stage. So first off, a Class C design is a design of a specific kind of building. You have to know what kind of building you're building. My suggestion would be that they probably need some seed funding to figure out what kind of building, where they'd build that building. And that's probably well before you would get to that Class C design. So if we picked an amount of money that we're comfortable supporting them with, I'm supportive of that. I'm not sure that we want to tie it to a specific stage. If we said seed funding for the soccer association to the amount of X, then that gives some flexibility to see how far they can stretch that seed funding along that process, knowing that it might influence what kind of building they build or where they build it. If we start to narrow it into saying for Class C design, that might become a challenge.
Fair enough. So can I reword my amendment if appropriate? So my amendment would be to fund it up to $100,000.
Okay, there. So that, yeah, that's so an amendment to the amount. That amendment is in order. Any discussion or debate on the amendment? I've got a few folks in the queue. Do you want to redirect your comments to the amendment? Councillor Bressie-Palat. Yeah, Councillor Bressie.
Great. Yeah, it's just I'm struggling with just giving $100,000 of seed money instead of it being 50% of something or 80% of something or even 90% of something. And what I'm worried about is, as I talk to the group, I think there's still a lot of unknowns in their mind in terms of, is this going to be a really fancy facility or is this going to be a bare bone facilities? Is it going to be just soccer or is it going to have court space for multi-use? And I think that a lot of money can get wasted on design if you change how you're going. And so I really think it's important that it doesn't have to necessarily be a huge amount, but some skin in the game from this group right from the start when money gets spent, so that it can't be a bunch of city money gets spent on design and then, oh, we didn't think through enough, we need to go do another design again. I really think that right from the start, the group should be matching some sort of funding. So I don't think I can support this amendment or the motion as it is, but I could support, if these don't pass, I could support X percentage up to a certain amount or something like that. But I really do think right from the start, this group should have financial skin in the game if it changes its course on where it's going to go.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bressie. Yeah, I'll say that, so I'll jump in and say that I won't support the motion or the amendment. The number I think is out of the scale that I think is necessary in the first year. I would support something to them. So I'll vote against both of these. If they didn't pass, I would be happy to support a motion that was something like the city provide matching seed funding of up to $50,000 to the Grande Prairie Football Club, like that kind of idea. Again, that's it's seed funding, so it can be used pretty broadly. That might be community engagement or stakeholder engagement to define the needs of the facility. It's not actually design; could lead to a design. And again, that idea that it's a dollar up to a dollar amount with the intention that we'll match as much as they can up to that dollar amount. And I appreciate everybody's really trying to pull the same direction. We're just trying to figure out a good way to do it. So that's why I don't feel too bad saying I'm going to vote against the amendment motion, because I think in the end we're all trying to get to the same sort of spot where we can support advancing this in some way. I see nobody else in the queue from council, so I was going to go to Councillor Clayton. Do you want to close on your amendment? No. Okay. Then we'll call for the vote on the amendment. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Blackburn. That motion does carry, so the motion has been amended in alignment with Councillor Clayton's amendment. So we're back to the main motion as amended. Director Miller, did you have any additional information for us?
Yes, I do, Mayor Given. I don't think I mentioned, I did speak to Mr. Van Tassel a few days ago, and I gave him a heads up on how I was planning on presenting this to council today. And he did indicate that if council decided to do the 50%, as long as there was a commitment of land from the city for a future site, that they would be probably in agreement with funding 50% as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're back to the main motion as amended. I wonder, Ms. Karbaszewski, could you just read that back to us?
Thank you, Mayor Given. So Councillor Thiessen's motion to fund $190,000 for the Indoor Soccer Centre project has been amended by Councillor Clayton to strike $190,000 and insert up to $100,000. So the motion is for committee to fund up to $100,000 for the Indoor Soccer Centre project.
Okay. Councillor Clayton?
Sorry, a question for Director Miller. Your last comment in regards to identifying land, is a little bit concerning to me. I mean, I guess we can identify it, but if it ends up not being in the city, it's not really fair for me to say that's the land when it's not ours. So what does the conversation look like in regards to the partnership with one of our regional partners, the potential of the facility being in the county? How, what does that conversation look like to date, and where could it go from here?
Director Miller?
Thanks, Mayor Given. So we haven't had too much conversation to date with our regional partner. I think right now the only option that they'd be interested in, probably, I'm just assuming, would be the Sportsplex site. And it was intended for a full pitch. It never happened, but I think they'd still be willing to have that discussion.
So, Mayor Given, or maybe Mr. Galante, what would be the appetite for, direct the Soccer Association to explore the opportunities without us identifying land? I mean, I don't really want to necessarily put them to a piece of land that we're not maybe prepared to give them. However, I'd like them to go forward in conversations and see what their opportunities are. So, what sort of direction do you need from here? Like, in my opinion, we've given them money that shows support. And other than writing a letter to Mr. Van Tassel and say, go forth and tell us what you come back with in regards to opportunities, we strongly encourage you to work with our regional partners.
Actually, I'll jump in, Councillor Clayton, to say that, I think maybe, I think when they were talking detailed design, that might be the spot where you need a specific parcel of land to design to. I think if council's intent here is for seed funding, then they'll go out and have a look at the demand and potential sites, and would bring that back. And so I think we could maybe even give a direct administration request the Grande Prairie Football Club present the project to the Grande Prairie Regional Recreation Committee, like that kind of thing. Really direction to administration. I don't think there was an expectation that they would have a specific site today. I'm sure maybe that would be helpful, but I think that, in my opinion, and some of the conversations I've had with them, I think they'll be very happy that they have up to $100,000 available, that they can start and advance that project, and the rest of it will kind of evolve out of there. So, if anything, maybe we want to have, that should be something council does, our administration does, is encourage them to bring this project when it's ready to the Regional Recreation Committee for a review. And so I don't know that we need it's certainly not a budget motion. So I don't know if we need an actual motion here today to do that. We certainly could if we wanted to. Councillor Bresser, you're in the queue on this one.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Given. Just speaking about land, I also I think it is difficult for them to advance this project without committed land, and I think that actually is a more urgent conversation. I've never done capital fundraising for a sport facility, but I have raised significant capital for youth facilities, and I've done it for projects that aren't attached to land, and I've done it for projects attached to land. I'm telling you, it's next to impossible to have even if you've got a good conceptual drawing, it's very hard to do capital fundraising for a picture of a building when you can't say to a potential funding source, and this is where it's going to go. So I think that talking about funding is great, but we also do need to be prioritizing helping them find land, whether it's in this city or elsewhere. But I wanted to make an amending motion to the motion that's on the floor right now, and I think this works with the wording of the motion so far, but definitely open to a friendly amendment to get my point across. But I'd amend the motion to add at the end, contingent on the club matching city funding from other sources. So I think that's reading up to $100,000 contingent on the soccer club matching funding from other sources, saying we'll go up to $100,000, but you need to match us dollar for dollar as we do.
Okay, sure. So that add on to the end of the motion, I think that sounds appropriate to me, and open for discussion, debate on that. Basically making this any city contribution contingent upon the Soccer Association finding matching funding from any other sources. So that could act to limit the overall city contribution, but we said we're willing to go up to that $100,000 mark. If you can raise $5, we'll give you another $5. If you can raise $100,000, we'll give you $100,000 to match that. Any discussion or debate on Councillor Bressy's amendment? Councillor Clayton.
I just want to, can you read the motion to me again? I guess my concern is that I appreciate the intent of matching. I don't know if it, no, I don't appreciate the intent of matching. I appreciate the intent of having a collaborative effort within the region. But if it came down to the facility actually happening or not, I don't care if we pay 50%. If we ended up having to pay 60%, I'd also be okay with that. So I don't know if the word matching in there is, is appropriate, or if I'd support it. So maybe Ms. Karpaszewski, if you could just read the wording for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Given. The proposed motion as amended would become, hold on, let me get to the top. Committee fund up to $100,000 for the indoor soccer center project, contingent on the Grande Prairie Football Club matching funding from other sources.
Okay.
Sorry, Mayor Given. I will support that motion. It could be a combination of other municipalities as well as the clubs. So based on that, I'm happy with the amendment. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Clayton. Any other discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. That amendment carries unanimously. So we're back onto the main motion as amended. Any need for any discussion or debate on the main motion? Councillor Bressie?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I also think that we should attach funding source to this, but I'm curious if this passes. Would you like me to make a follow-up motion, or would you like me to make another amending motion?
Well, I will defer to the Director of Corporate Services. Mr. Bork?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I appreciate that funding source is something that we will have to decide. If we could make some progress on what additions and deletions on capital projects first, administration would like to go away and propose as a package for funding sources. So I appreciate at the end it might get some decisions might be based on the funding source, but for now, if we could focus on the actual project, and we'll come back with a plan before the conclusion of budget deliberations.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing administration is saying focus on the projects in or out, and then administration can maximize the use of available dollars in different buckets, make some recommendation to us, and council, if we have any big disagreement with that, then we'd have a chance to have a kick at the can there. Councillor Bressie?
Great. Yeah, sure. I'll follow administration advice and not make a motion at the time then, but I guess what I'll just tell council is I think that this should be funded through the Council Strategic Priorities Fund, and I think that's kind of the bucket we've got for this request, Nighthawk, things like that. So I appreciate it. I'm fine not doing that right now, but I'm just telling council I'm probably not saying yes to these requests once we get past I'm keeping my own tally, and I think that we should be keeping these extra requests below what we've got available in Council Strategic Initiatives funding.
Okay, yep. Thanks very much, Councillor Bressie. And so administration, I'm sure by the end of the day tomorrow or by the end of the budget discussion, will be in a position to show us a tally of these kind of things, and we can have that discussion. Okay, if there wasn't any discussion or debate, I think we're still back on the main motion as amended now a couple times. Okay, just make sure that I'm still keeping along. Councillor Blackburn, any discussion or debate over there? You don't get a chance to be in the queue on my little screen, so I'll make sure that I can at least once or twice look up to make sure. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'll call for the vote on the main motion as amended. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Okay, I think that handled the selective demolition item and the soccer center item that had been flagged previously. I see Director Miller in the queue.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I'm just wondering if council would consider a motion for administration to work with the Joint Rec Committee along with the football club to see where it can go.
Yeah, certainly we can do that. Well, here's the thing. I don't know if that's necessary. If we're going to give somebody $100,000, I expect that administration would work with them rather than just giving them the check and walking away. So I think that that's sort of implied when council is willing to support it. So I know that Ms. Bieberdorf has worked with this association regularly, so I kind of expect that's implied. I don't know that we need to get into the level of detail of telling administration at each stage. Is there something additional or additional amount of work that you're imagining, Director Miller?
Well, no, I think we're fine then. Okay. As long as that's certainly what we will do. And if I could just ask one clarifying question on the selective demolition, then we'll carry on as planned. So in the future, we'll have to bring forward and ask for about $1.03 million for the capital plan.
Yes, I think so, and I think that that's actually by design. I think council's saying that they want to see how the soccer association, sorry, I keep saying soccer, the football club plan matures, and then there would be that needed check-in point before the selective demolition went ahead. So I think that's almost by design that would come to us at a future, sorry, that would come to the next council at their budget before administration proceeded.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager?
Although Director Miller provided a number or approximately 1 million, but just to be cautious that we need to perform an energy code analysis. So the final number will be provided when we complete that, but the order of magnitude is around that number.
And you know, I have, so the way that if I'm misunderstanding this or if council has a different understanding, essentially that number is a placeholder in the budget. Administration's telling us that they need to get more detail, and so a council will get another decision point on demolition at the Leisure Centre before it gets demolished, and council at that stage will have a decision of whether they demolish completely, partially, how much they're willing to spend on rebuilding. So that decision point is still to come for a future council because it's not being demolished in 2021 anyhow. Director Miller?
Mayor Given, the only little issue, I guess, was we did indicate to the province we'd like to be part of their demolition. So I don't know if it would be a deletable in their tender package, perhaps.
Okay. Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, we have two options. We can do if the decision is to do full demolition in the future, then we'll have to bear the cost of that as a city for the remaining building. Or if the decision is taken relatively in the near future, probably just to be safe, we can add that as a deletable on the provincial tender. So I will reissue a letter with that clause, just in case. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor. Just on this, just so I maybe can close the loop in my head on it. I'm just wondering if there's any. Appreciate this will come to next potential council to talk about, but I'm just wondering how that works for administration if we do decide that we're going to want to keep the building and we're going to want to refurbish it to make it work as a rec facility. Does that give you guys enough time to put that in as a capital budget next year if we're telling you in November what's going on, you're demolishing it potentially, or you're refurbishing it potentially to make it into a field space? Is that going to give you guys enough time, or do we need to earmark money now and then defund it? And just wondering from a process side, just so that we don't get to this time next year and realize we don't have options on it and we needed to start making decisions months before and it's too late.
Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For budget purposes, thinking in November 2021, probably we'll need a decision point by August, late August max. So we have the opportunity to incorporate the final decision, the numbers into the 2022 budget. In the meantime, we will issue a new letter with a deletable clause just to protect our right to demolish completely that building as part of the tender package from the province, just in case. So we leave the options open as well. But decision point will be about August, around August next year.
So if I understand that, if we decide in August that we want to keep the building, where would funding come from? That we just take on debt at that point? If we just said, hey, we want to keep the building, we want to actually put in change rooms and everything else and make it a useful facility moving forward for another 20-year lifespan?
I would suggest that at that time we will analyze the most optimum source. It's $1 million, so we can manage with different options at that time. So don't worry about the source for now.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Ressi?
Great, thank you. My apologies if I just missed this today, but I'm curious. I know that this that administration will be bringing this up at Regional Rec Committee, but also where in the process of the city are we at with looking at potential land that we might commit to this? Just is this something that will be coming to a future committee meeting, or just what are we doing on the land side of this?
Director Miller?
Thanks, Mayor Given. So far, to this date, we've identified 3 potential sites. One is a comp site, and then Riverstone as well. And then the third could be Smith if Grand Spirit went elsewhere.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm asking then is, so I heard that, but just what's the process for council actually making a decision if we want to dedicate one of those, or like, is that going to be coming to council in the future? Do we need to make a motion at some point to have it come to the future? I just don't want that to just be in the abyss somewhere.
Director Miller?
Thanks, Mayor Given. I guess based on the discussion today, now that we know there is support to move forward with the design, then we could, I'll talk to Ms. Casually and Ms. Beaverdorf, and then we'll bring it back at some point. We'll work with the football club as well and see where the discussion goes with the Joint Rec Committee, and then bring it back.
Great, awesome, thank you.
Okay. So we've been going for a little while now. I wonder if everybody, I would be interested in a bathroom break. A little bit of a pause. So maybe now we've done that one item. We can come back and we'll continue on with council member items that they wanted to discuss out of capital, moving towards those unfunded items that were on the sheet. We'd do those towards the end. So let's take sorry, Councilor Clayton, you had a question?
Thanks, Mayor Given. Can you just tell me what you have or Ms. Karpachussi has for an order? Like, what's the list look like so far?
Well, so far what I have is council members had flagged the soccer center, which I think has been dealt with, Nighthawk, Revolution Place, affordable housing, and the Economic Recovery Fund. That was items off the unfunded items list. And then there's any other items that council members were planning to bring up. And so we'll deal with the any other items council members were planning to bring up first. We'll deal with those unfunded flagged items at the end.
Okay.
In council, I would suggest that we go till maybe a little bit after 5 or so tonight. There's not a need, I don't think, to push it. We're ahead of schedule already, so I think we go to 5 or so. So I'll suggest that we take a break now for till 4:30, I guess. That's probably what it'll be by the time we get back. Okay, so let's say till 4:30. Okay, welcome back, City of Grande Prairie Council Committee of the Whole budget discussions for 2021. We are into capital discussions. Council, as a reminder, we're at the point where if there is a capital item that you wish to discuss, to ask a question about from administration, or ideally have motions on, now's the time to start that. And so I'll look for any council member that wish to bring forward any other capital item. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I just wanted to ask administration if they can just give me, I know we have an line item for $250,000 for downtown's incentives program. I want to amend that motion. I just want to make sure that we do have another program available for people that we already have an incentive program through the economic development that's for the other areas of the community. If that could be actually broadened, that we could expand that with this $250,000 going to the other recovery fund reestablished for facade and patio grants for the other areas of the community.
Director Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Given. So if I'm understanding the question correctly, it would be that the $250,000 as proposed in the capital plan could be redirected to the similar fund that was created under the Economic Development Recovery Committee. Yeah. That would be absolutely it could. It would just be a motion of council to redirect that.
Okay, so for me, I'd like to make that motion, and I think, you know, we talked about downtown a lot, and downtowners have every ability to still apply for the same bucket of money. I just think we need to open this up to the rest of the community. There's people I'm talking to that have businesses on 100th Street, on arteries coming in from the west side of town, from the north side of town, on 100th Ave, that I think, you know, the more money that we leave available for our city beautification overall, not just outside of downtown, and the more ability we let people, other businesses outside of just downtown, have a option to spend this money and work with the city on it, I think is better. We're looking for economic recovery funds right now, and I think with how this is written today, it's really just blanketing it to downtown. And as much as I think it's great that it's for downtown, they can still apply just like everybody else. So I'm really hoping council can look at this and realize we're trying to help economic recovery in our entire city. We've had this fund available. We've talked about this at committee. I think it was over $1 million or so, and that range has already been spent through downtown. So I'd like to amend it to that, and I hope council will support this and see this is a holistic thing for the entire city, not just for our just downtown core.
So just for Ms. Kawashusi's sake, I think the intent would be, Council Watt, your motion would be to amend the budget to reflect the 2021 capital budget to reflect the $250,000 listed as downtown enhancement, be redirected towards the existing economic development stimulus program. Is that, or the other number?
I think it was a facade and patio improvement.
Okay, so I think we all understand the intent there. Open for discussion, debate, questions. Councillor Thiessen? Oh, yeah, sure. Councillor Clayton wished to declare conflict of interest?
Conflict because my input in this discussion, I have personal investment.
In the downtown? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Councillor Clayton will declare conflict of interest and leave. Is there anybody else? Councillor Friesen?
Thank you, as will I, as I do own a property in the zone. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Friesen. We'll declare conflict of interest and leave. Councillor Platt? So you just have to get your microphone on.
Can I just clarify? I appreciate that their two councillors are leaving because they have a property in the zone. Are they, I guess are we applying for funding, or do they just have a property in the zone? Because I just want to make, I'm curious. I have properties in the zone, but I'm not applying on applying. So I'm going to stay in part of this conversation because I'm not applying for any of the funding either way. I do own properties in the city though, so I don't know how you'd get around that otherwise. So, and I've had legal opinion on that, but I guess I'm saying that for colleagues that maybe are stepping aside, worried about being in a fiduciary bad spot with this. I have consulted on that, and I was told as long as I'm not applying for the funding, I'm not in a conflict on it. So
yeah, it's certainly up to each council member to get their own independent legal advice and make their own determination on their level of comfort in terms of conflict of interest. And so great to hear that you've done that, and others are choosing to declare that conflict. And yeah, that's really up to each individual council member to choose how they want to do that. Any other discussion or debate? Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. Yeah, it was my understanding that I guess if this passes, it would put any business owner that has property here at a conflict of interest. So thanks for bringing up that as a point, Councillor Platt, that you are not applying potentially. My question is in regards to the $250,000 that's here. Was that originally earmarked for the downtown phase 4? Or do we have another stream of funding going into that to help assist with that part of our downtown project? Director Glavin, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Director Glavin?
My apologies, Councillor Thiessen. I was responding to a budget question concurrently here. Could you restate the question?
For sure. Yeah, no, very simply, this $250,000, was that originally earmarked for the phase 4 downtown construction, or do we already have a separate stream for that?
Thanks, Mayor Given. Currently, we have $540,000 in the downtown incentives capital account that is unallocated to date. The $250,000 that was proposed was to add to that to allow for larger projects to apply for mixed-use residential developments or other types of larger scale projects.
So this doesn't have anything to do with that other stream that's going to help support the businesses impacted by the phase 4 construction?
That's correct.
Okay. No, and thanks for that answer. In saying that, I can totally get behind Councillor Platt's motion to amend. I think it is fairly fair. He did identify a few key areas around the city where businesses could benefit, and the city of Grande Prairie could sort of beautify itself for anyone coming into the city or into our city center. So for all those reasons, I can support this. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I guess I'll repeat what I said the last time that we talked about this. I really do think that providing additional funds for the merchants in the phase 4 area downtown is appropriate because of the fact that we're piling this construction on top of the effects that they've had from the pandemic in this past year and likely to be ongoing, and that we should be showing our support for those merchants by focusing some money towards them. And I believe that there is already funding available for projects elsewhere in the city, and so that this not only is something that would be useful, but it's an important gesture towards our downtown merchants. So I would oppose the motion.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Blackburn. Any other discussion or debate on the proposed amendment? I just want to, I see Councillor O'Toole's in the queue as well. Councillor Platt will come to you to close. I just want to confirm one last time. I think I heard this, Director Glavin. I just want to confirm 100%. We had a discussion about amending some program criteria to allow for back alley enhancements. Is there a different amount of money somewhere else that would still allow that? I think that that's a very important program that I'd like to be able to support. Is this different money than that? I don't know if that's for you, Director Glavin, or if Ms. Lee is still on the line, but Director Glavin, do you want to take a swing at that?
So the money that was set aside for the back alley improvements, allowing for facades in the downtown, is coming out of the downtown incentives program funding that is existing to date.
Okay.
That wasn't an additional ask of council to fund that. That was to allow that allocation to occur for this year.
Okay.
Or sorry, for next year.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. We'll go to Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Given. Yeah, no, I will not support this. But speaking, there are other areas of the community that could use some financial aid right now. But the topic right now is this area, and I won't support removing the funding source or opening up any wider. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. I'll just say, with the understanding that the funds that we talked about before, the ability for downtown businesses to improve their rear accesses will continue to exist. And looking at our budget books, I see a $250,000 number repeated over a number of years. we absolutely don't need to deal with the future years. I think it's reasonable for council to say that that the priority this year is broader, and I think the next council will decide whether they want to continue with those downtown incentives. For this year, I'm in support of removing them and reallocating them to a broader area where more businesses can take advantage of it. So I am in support of Councillor Palat's motion. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I guess, yeah, I appreciate the update from Director Glavin, but unless I misheard, we have $540,000 already that's allocated that's not being funded, and that's what I'm worried about. Is if we continue to overprescribe just blanketing one area. I appreciate the empathy for us wanting to work with downtown, but there's more than enough money there, and I want you to really be honest about when you drive out of here and you go down 100th Avenue, you turn by the co-op. The Palmer has already been redone. Co-op's a beautiful building, so that block's maybe got a couple opportunities as you drive down the next block. Quite a few of those buildings have already taken advantage of these, and from knocking on the other doors asking why they're not interested. So I don't want to see us put $250,000 more into a fund that only has impact on such a small reaching group when I know that we're already getting a lot of uptake on the other fund that we created through economic development. We're already seeing a lot of uptake on that, and it takes a while for people to get plans. It's a lot of work to go out and get plans, get quotes, realizing it's a matching grant. You got to put in your own skin in the game on this one. So downtowners have had a 4 or 5 year head start, and they're still not spending all this money. And so I really hope that we can support this and just, blanket this for the whole community, not just for the downtown. And saying that with empathy to downtown, there's still money down there, folks. Go down and apply for it. It's there. We'd like you to take it, and we like that there's a reason it's earmarked for you. So the 540 that's sitting there right now in the bank, we'd like to help you out with that. But this other 250,000 needs to go to other parts in the community at this point.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Platt. I understand from Director Bork that we are maybe having a bit of an issue with Zoom, and he's just requested that we have a 30-second pause so we can correct that technology. So before we go to the vote on that, we'll just pause. So go ahead, Director Bork.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID. If you are the meeting host, please enter your host key followed by pound. If you are a participant, please press pound to continue. The meeting has not started. Please wait or try again later. Welcome to Zoom. Enter your participant ID followed by pound. You are in the meeting now. There are more than 20 participants in the meeting.
Okay, all of our Zoom friends, we'll check and see if you can hear us now. I have a sense that maybe there are a number of people texting our admin team to let them know. So I'll just look up and make sure that we think we're good and we've got our issue corrected. Okay, then I'm getting a text from somebody saying that they can hear us. Thank you. So we'll continue back on where council was. Councillor Palat had made a motion to reallocate the $250,000 in capital funds identified for downtown incentives to the citywide incentive program. And we'd had a round of discussion and debate on that. And I think Councillor Plott had closed, so we're ready to call the motion, call for the vote on that motion of redirecting those funds to the citywide incentive program. So I'll call for the vote. Please vote. Okay, Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
Opposed.
Okay, thank you. That motion carries with 2 opposed, and so it does carry. We can call back our other 2 councillors that had declared a conflict of interest, and we can continue on. And then we'll look for any additional items. We had discussed going till about 5 o'clock. It's 4:46 by one of my devices here. So we can go for a few more minutes here if there are other items that council members wanted to raise for discussion. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, Mayor Given. I did flag affordable housing, and I have no problem putting that into the budget, the $300,000. My concern is we had a delegation from Grand Spirit Foundation, and I understand that the province has cut them by about $600,000. And I was just wondering if there's going to be a need to support them in the future. So I do have a prepared motion, if you would be okay with that. I move that committee direct administration to consult with Grand Spirit Foundation on the impacts of reduced provincial funding to the rent supplement program and report back to the appropriate standing committee with mitigation strategies that may exist. Speaking with this, I do know that Grand Spirit will be meeting with council, and I just want to make sure that we're talking budget today, but what's their asks, so just a future conversation.
Okay. Okay, so a motion doesn't sound like there's a budget impact today, but direction to administration to review that specific issue so that council is prepared for when we have the discussion with Grand Spirit.
Yep.
Okay. Any discussion or debate on that motion? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Please vote. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Any other capital items that council members wanted to raise at this stage? Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I wasn't sure if I wanted to unpack this with 15 minutes to go here, but I would like to talk about roads. We have $11 million allocated to next year for roads, and I appreciate that it has to ahead and just ask how many what's a normal capital year look like for road and road improvements, and seeing what the number is like next year, it scares me. I think it would be great for our community, but it also scares me that I don't know if it's actually achievable. So I just wonder if administration can explain to me how we could maybe safeguard if we were to defund this today, how we could do that to where it would show up in our capital planning in say 23, 24, when we're probably going to need it more than we know with MSI potentially being cut, and how that would impact us as it is allocated to MSI now. If we were to unfund this by $3 million, I'll throw that number out to start the conversation. If we would have enough other MSI projects to be able to make that work this year, and how we would be able to maybe roll those funds into future years for capital.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Plott. So I'll look to administration. Is that a finance question or is that a paving roads question? Because I think there's sort of a question about the reallocation of funds. So maybe I'll go to Director Bork first before we talk about the roads portion.
Thank you, Mayor Given. All these things are interconnected, so it would depend on some of the specifics. If there was something that council wished, an objective council wished to achieve, whether it was reducing the number of dollars we're spending in a specific area, we could go away and take a look at which projects we could use to maximize MSI and other funding sources first, and look at more flexible funding sources, such as the grant funding that's been provided for the bypass or capital tax and things like that. So this is there are a number of factors that we would just need some more information on what your objectives are.
Platt?
So if I can on that, I mean, I don't think maybe we will get into debating this today, but for me to even want to debate it to unfunded, I'd want to know that if there was a number for $3 million that MSI would be able to we'd have enough other things in our plans today that we would be able to allocate all of our MSI funding. And so maybe if that's okay, I'd just like to ask that for a question today and maybe let administration come back and let us know what that would look like tomorrow. So we don't have to rush a decision on that right now, but just to understand how the funding would look. And if we did defund the MSI, would we be just giving it away because we don't have other projects to allocate it to?
Okay. So I think that item's been raised. I'm seeing Director Bork say that that's something administration will be able to provide some further detail to council tomorrow. So question asked, and it sounds like information will be forthcoming. Any other items that council members wanted to raise? Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, Governor. I have seen rehab the road, Highway 43 rehab, that $6 million we're putting in. I need a little bit of clarification is how important is that if we can put that money into the further years, because next year we have the heavy duty construction work going on. Okay. Brian?
So that sounds like that's actually a road construction project. Director Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Given. So that section of road that we're looking to do next year is from Ernie's to the north boundary of the city along 100th Street. We're currently finishing up the testing on that roadway. It's not looking as though it is as simple as this year's project along 100th Avenue, which was a mill and fill. It looks like there's issues with the structure of the road and maybe a full reconstruction. So that is kind of where we are today, and I'd like to consult with our engineering team before I give you a definitive answer of impacts of delaying that project.
So, Councillor Platt, maybe that's a similar sort of situation as Councillor Platt's for you. Councillor Minhas, administration could come back with some details about the impacts of deferring that capital project. Would that be acceptable, Councillor Minhas? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Are there any other items that council members wanted to raise? Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Given. This one also falls under Director Glavin's, managed or area. There we go. It's in regards to the street sweeper. I know it's currently pegged for our 2022 budget, but is this a replacement street sweeper, or is this an addition to the fleet of street sweepers?
Director Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Given. This would be an addition. Originally, we had it this year, and then we pushed it out 1 year. And this is something we may decide that we don't need, depending upon how next year goes. This year, we were successful in completing our street sweeping program. And it seems as though we had I'll have to give some credit to Fleet Services. We had a significantly higher amount of uptime this year with our existing fleet. So if we're able to keep that trend, then we likely won't need it at all. And again, that's why we pushed it out from this year to next. And if we see uptime continue on its current trend, then we may not need it at all.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Director Glavin. I had a flag because I wanted to pay for it with city-owned parking lots, but seeing as that one failed and the need isn't there, thank you for all your answers.
Okay, any other questions for administration? Councillor Platt.
Mayor Given, I did kind of prep Director Glavin on this, but I would like to just flag the inspections program for tomorrow. But again, just to let engineering have a heads up on it. And my questions will, I realize we do it every 1 out of 3 years, or every 3 years we're touching everything in the city. I'm just wondering how de-risked the city would be and how much more risk we'd put us at if we went to 1 out of 4 years. I know it's not a big thing, but it is one of those ones you can stretch it out, and it is a fair amount of money if we stretch it out to a 4-year cycle. So if I can just flag that now and give engineering some time for tomorrow.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I wanted to go back to the request from Councillor Minhas regarding the bypass rehab. This is money that we've been given by the provincial government to spend on this, and I'm just wondering why we would need to trouble administration with providing us with details as if we were going to question the amount that was spent.
Well, I think the discussion that I had heard was with some attention of potentially reallocating some of those MSI dollars on the road rehab program. And with Councillor Minhas's, I think the intention was to say, what would the impact be of pushing that project forward to 2022 rather than starting in 2021?
So it's not specifically earmarked for the highway?
It is specifically earmarked, but it's sort of about capacity in the 2021 year and whether that money would be better spent in future years. Councillor Minhas, is that a fair way to describe it? What your intention was?
Because we have heavy duty construction going next year. My thinking is to go 1 year more, than that way MS money gonna be less, then we can still have same amount of construction going the year after. Instead of our local contractor, they do work study here and then we don't call outside contractor because they can handle about $11 million to $13 million construction average.
Okay, thank you.
That's the reason, otherwise fine.
Okay, I'd acknowledge the Director of Corporate Services.
Just some additional information related to Councillor Blackburn's question. While that money is allocated for the bypass, we do have some flexibility on the timing of when we implement that. So there is a significant flexibility. If it wasn't used next year, it's still available for future years.
Okay, and so we'll hear more about the consequence of shifting years tomorrow. Were there any other questions for administration? I would just sort of observe that we're nearly at 5 o'clock. Maybe we take one more. We agreed 5 was probably a reasonable finishing time. Councillor Minhas, I've got you in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor Given. My other question is for the fleet replacement. It's just a clarification. When we buy the new equipment, heavy duty, an example, bus or a cat or grader or something, do we carry extended warranty on them? Because of now the new computer system cause a lot of problem and a lot of maintenance if we don't do that. Could you fill me in that if we do it or not, please?
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor Given. So I did check with the fleet manager, and routinely we do purchase the extended warranties for the heavy duty equipment. We don't for the light duty, but just the heavy duty, and I think we've been doing that for the last while. So.
Okay, thank you. And how long our equipment life? 5 years or longer? Or?
Dr. Miller?
Gee, sorry, I don't have that information, but I believe Mr. Thompson might be online, so he could provide the details.
Okay. So we'll just see. It looks like potentially we have somebody ready to go. I'm not seeing Wayne come up. I don't necessarily
Mayor Given, I can provide the information in the morning then as well.
Sure. Yeah, that's okay. Absolutely. I think that'd be fine. Councillor Thiessen, you can have the last one of the day.
Ooh, I'm so lucky. Actually, I'm not adding anything. I just wanted to put a bug in administration's ear in regards to the two that were flagged, roads existing, MSI 11 million, and the old Highway 43 rehab program. One thing that I'd be interested to see is if there's a possibility to transfer 3 million out of that MSI into the old Highway 43 rehab program and then shift that extra $3 million down the road. So if that's a possibility and we don't overburden our construction schedule for next year, I'd like to see if that's a potential action that council and administration could take in 2021.
So it sounds like both those projects are subject to some discussion among council, and so we can plan to have our engineering team available as well as finance to discuss sort of the reallocation of those funds. Great job, council. I think that gives administration lots of details and they can be prepared. And I have a feeling that we'll see quick responses like this one from Director Miller. Director Miller, you had some additional detail?
I do. Thanks, Mayor Given. Mr. Thompson says 4 years is the typical extension period for the warranty program.
Okay, so with that, council, I think we've reached 5 o'clock. We've made good work. We're ahead of progress in terms of day one. And so we will reconvene tomorrow at the same time, 9 a.m. To enter into day 2, close off capital budget discussions, and ideally finalize the budget. Thanks very much, everyone, for your participation today and the great work from administration and our administrative team that I know is online supporting your directors and city manager. Thank you so much, and we'll see everybody tomorrow at 9.